Hello and welcome to the Cards World Championship 2025. I am Bear Gardner. I have been delighted to have been asked by 1939 to come and host this madness with a star-filled cast. We've pretty much yanked people from everywhere into this one because we've got a big couple of days ahead of us. So this is it. The last 16 players are going to go head-to-head, and by the end of it we will have only one. We will crown the 2025 World Champion. Will Spoker come out, having gone back-to-back? Will someone from this year's Rising Stars make their way through? Or will a couple of veterans that we haven't seen for a while surprise everyone with a World Championship win? Well, we don't know, but we're going to find out. And at the same time, for the first time ever, we are delighted to be simulcasting on Bilibili with our very own Chinese casting team, who are taking care of the job on the other side of the world, which is super cool. So, as is usually the case, please bear with us if there are any weird technical issues. There might be a break while we figure international stuff out. We hope not, but if it happens, we'll throw up a break and give you something interesting to do. Keep your eye on Twitch chat for competitions, giveaways, and fun through the day. But in the pre-show, I am joined by a couple of my good friends. We have Thanatron and Bubbles, who have come to join me to chat about things. But we're going to keep this quick and snappy. So rather than talking too much, I'm gonna go straight to Bubbles and let him take you through his pick of the players' decks, and he's decided he wants to take a look at the decks of one of our veterans. So we're going to take a look at Killswitch's deck selection. So Bubbles, take it away. What do you think?
Well, so Killswitch not only is one of our oldest players here, having been playing the game for a long time, he's also got some of the more popular decks today. The Soviet-Japanese deck, which is an aggro deck, is the only one which really stands out here. This is sort of a reverse of the Japan-Soviet aggro deck, which we see a lot of players bringing. But it's just sort of here, I think, to fill. I think it's probably his weakest deck, but it can still go the distance, especially with cards like 99th Home, which is very, very aggressive. I just think this is overall a well-balanced deck, but definitely the weakest of the three. Then we have this Germany-France OTK deck. This has become very popular in the release of Homefront. It can be very difficult to deal with, and it can do huge amounts of damage. It's sort of one of these burn OTK decks that you just cannot out-heal, so you either have to beat it down and try and kill it very, very quickly, or play Disruption and make it so they don't have their combo pieces and they can't combo off. The combos, of course, you put the B26 down, you play second front of it, you get 2 copies of it, and then next turn they both come back, and any order you play, you double its cost as damage. So if you play Bismarck, you're going to deal an additional 20 damage, which is a huge amount of damage. This deck is very, very popular, and it's very strong, fairly consistent as OTK goes. One of the more popular decks we see today. And then the next one is Japan Soviet Aggro. Japan is split today. We've got Japan Soviet Aggro, which is very, very fast moving, very aggressive. And then we also have Japan France Shuffle, which is a little bit slower, but still fairly aggressive. And we see Killswitch has gone for the aggro variant. He's just gone to try and move as quickly as he can. I mean, the most expensive cards are 4K. We've got 3 4K cards. Everything else is 3K, 2K, or 1K. This deck just goes so quickly, and it's so good at killing people. This is one of the ways people are dealing with decks like this Germany-France deck, which feels very dominant on ladder at the moment, is you just go under it, you play very quickly, and you try and kill it before it can get its combo off. And then the last deck we have is the most popular deck. Every player has this deck. This is Brit Buff Aggro. Buffs are this 1K unit. Whenever you target within an order, it grows and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So you really get a huge amount of value out of your buff orders on the buffs unit. With things like For Freedom and USS the Sullivans, you have a good amount of card draw from your buffs to stay in the game to sort of keep up. Because that's always one of the downsides with these style of decks, is when you're putting cards to buff other cards, you're essentially 2-for-1ing yourself if your opponent kills that unit. But these give you a bit of workaround for that. And then the real key card to look out for here is Kangaroo Transport. This turns a unit into a tank. This turns a British infantry into a tank. And what this means is this deck has a huge amount of explosive power. You can use cards like Tactical Withdraw to basically give the unit fury. You can play your buffs from hand and then go straight into the front line, straight into attack in the HQ. Now, this card was recently changed. It used to have Fury, it no longer has Fury, it now has 0 operation cost. But this means when you play it with Kangaroo Transport from hand, it just moves even quicker and can just start doing damage super early, and it's one of the scariest decks in the game at the moment. I expect we'll see most players banning this deck. I think it'll be a lot of always ban Brits today. So these are Kill Switch's decks. 3 very classic decks that we'll see a lot of today, and then one is a little bit different, but it's still overall a fairly solid deck, and it is something we've seen players do in the past. So it's not completely new or crazy.
No, this is very true. Right, so very quickly, as is convenient, it turns out that Thanatron's pick of the day was in fact Killswitch's first opponent, which is HQT. So, Than, do you want to take us through HQT's deck list with a little rapid pass through what he's brought for us today?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to see HQT's deck. Like we mentioned, this is Killswitch's first opponent, so this is a round 1 matchup. These are going to go directly at each other. Killswitch with a triple aggro lineup. This might be a quad aggro lineup if we take a good hard look. The first thing we're going to see is a Heinz deck, the return of Fast Heinz being a great buff for these tanks, but the real new banger card here is that SD 250/9. Some people call this Cycle Heinz. That 250/9 gets a wonderful +2 attack buff every time you draw a card. So with a lot of card draw, you can get that guy up to almost OTK levels. Really interesting synergy as well with things like First and Homeland can make all of your 1-cost cards for free. So things like a Rado can go very fast. Next, we have Juffle. As Bubbles said, the Japan decks are basically brought into 2 separate varieties here this year at our World Championships. You have the Soviet minor nation with Japan for a more traditional Jagro, and here we see the Juffle that has been kind of going since the previous expansion to this. Very strong deck. It'll be interesting to see how that sort of fares against maybe some of the slower decks that other opponents have brought. Next, we have the same buffs deck that Killswitch brought with a couple of minor changes. Some players are favoring that Tiger Moth, which adds the +2 to the defense and then changes the attack equal to the defense, so that can buff your buffs up very quickly. Also, some interesting calls here with the Sunderland, not a card in that deck for a lot of people, but it is here present for HQT today. And then the last deck, maybe the most interesting one in terms of how many other players have brought something like it, a rare US Finland. So we see some really strong Finnish cards, especially things like Fokker to provide some extra suppress, and then some of the very strong US cards, especially Tiger Cat, that can really sort of hammer someone down very quickly. So very interesting decks here from HQT, and it's going to be a really aggressive match between him and Killswitch to sort of get everything going today.
Absolutely. We've seen some really interesting choices. And for those of you keeping track, you can always check out on Discord. There's been some information posted in tournaments chat there. I threw some breakdowns of the decks that are being brought. What I will say is it is definitely interesting. I know both of you have called it out. Technically speaking, I will say that one player has kind of sort of not brought Brit US buffs. They've brought Brit US Air with buffs in it, which is kind of buffs, but not. But beyond that, yeah, 15 of our 16 players running very similar lists of this buffs list, and I do expect to see quite a lot of those banned. I think Bubbles' call on ABB probably being back in fashion this Worlds is probably true. It's certainly one of the decks I've had the most trouble with just on ladder, but I think in a competitive format, you just don't want to risk in a best of 3 losing one match to such an easy high roll, because the mechanics on the high roll of that are very high. But going a little bit further than the buffs, I will say, outside of buffs, we have got an incredibly diverse tournament. Like, beyond buffs, we haven't got more than sort of 7 copies of any other deck. We've got lots of diversity and attempts to shift away from it, and I think that's going to be really interesting to see. But I've got to do it because there's 2 of you here. So let's start with Thanatron. Who's taking it away for you of these 16? Who do you think we are going to be looking at on Sunday as the new world champion? Because everyone's going to want to know.
So I would have to predict, if I took a good hard look at it, Kill Switch. I know that he has plenty of experience, right? He's been playing a long time. This is not his first rodeo, so to speak. And I also really like the decks that he's brought. His lineup of triple aggro with the one combo deck, I think, is really strong. I think anybody bringing any kind of control is going to have trouble with him. And I also think that basically we're not going to see the buffs deck in this tournament much at all. As everybody's alluded to, I think Brit is going to get banned in 90% of scenarios today and tomorrow. So I think that if we see any buffs on stream, it'll almost be a rare treat. And because of that, Kill Switch with two other aggro decks, but still having the combo deck, I think is really, really interesting. The most interesting is that he's probably playing somebody with the only quad aggro lineup in the tournament. So his first roadblock might be his toughest. Very interesting stuff.
And Bubbles, what about you? If I ask you the same question, who do you think's going to take it away?
I think experience is very important in these sorts of big tournaments. And I think Spoker has a lot of experience. They've got good deck lists, and it's a different answer to Thanatron's pick, which is also, I can't take Kill Switch. Kill Switch has been taken. So I think if I had to hedge my bets, I'd go with Spoker. But with 16 players, there's a lot of variance. There's a lot of things to consider. So I'm favoring Spoker to win it, but there's so much room for disruptions, for upsets, that it could really just be anyone's game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at that bracket and see what those players are going to be looking at for their first matches. So we'll bring up the bracket and I'll run you very quickly through. So obviously we have Hashiman, who is taking on 259. Siswister will be taking on Azzy or Princess. We have Henry and Dandelion. Tesm takes on Taboo. Radish picks Love Zin. Tweed and Tweedicargo and C, which I expect to be one immense match. The reigning world champion Spoker will take on Pancake, and as we have mentioned, Killswitch will take on HQT. So we are going to open with Spoker and Pancake, and that means I get to hand off to our first casting team, and that is the magnificent Berto and Starry, who will be taking you through the first match. Berto and Starry, thank you for joining me. Thank you for getting up ludicrously early in the morning. It's a lot easier for me than it is for you. For those of you who don't know, I'm in the UK, so I get to do this at a relatively civilized time. Berto and Starry less so. How are we doing this morning, guys? We excited?
Of course.
Yeah, it's a cool 3 a.m. Chilling.
Perfect. So let's make your 3 a.m. less cool by bouncing straight to the last two members of it. Berto, got to be the same question. Who do you think's taking this one away at the end of this weekend?
I really liked Bubbles' logic to go with Spoker, and looking at the deck lists, I really liked Spoker's lineup. I think that's a terrifying set of cards if I'm on the other side of it.
True. Starry, what about you?
I was taking a peek at Radish's list, I should say. I really like a lot of the picks that they made. Really a fan of some of the things they're doing. I think they have a good call on the meta, so.
Okay, see, that's awkward because Starry stole my pick. But yeah, I've got to say, I do think Radish has teched quite nicely. But as I say, the first thing we've got to do, obviously, is taking a look at the next matchup. So, Berto, would you be kind enough to take us through Pancake's deck selections, please?
For sure. So, Pancake firstly has a Japan-Germany aggro deck, more of a traditional Jagro deck, which is nice to see. As it's been mentioned before, a lot of variation with these sort of Japanese aggro decks. Next up, we have of course, and quite a unique version of this list with cards like Unity as Strength, the Thunderbolt, that you don't see in most of these other lists. A few tricky countermeasures with interception and evasive action. And then we have Fast Hines. This is Fast Hines again using that KFZ10 pack 30. really a mouthful of a name, but a very terrifying card. A little less all in on that strategy, running more of the good finish cards that makes a more balanced Heinz list. And then we have this Soviet main Japan secondary rush deck. So a little similar to the kill switch list we saw before, with a few notable changes. Running that key 81 Tei, I think is very powerful top end, especially in an aggro deck. If you're able to blitz that out and then your opponent kills it the very same turn, that's 9 damage you're dealing to your opponent for 9k. That is really terrifying, especially combined with things like the SU-100 and the Little Cobra. This deck has a very strong start and can deal a lot of punch in the late game if it even gets to that point.
Absolutely, yeah. We're definitely leaning rapid when it comes to that deck and the lists in general so far. So, Starry, how do you feel about taking us through our reigning world champions deck selections?
I would love to.
And as if by magic.
So Spoker has a Japan-France shuffle list. It's playing one copy of Plan D, which we also see in at least one other of the Japan-France shuffle decks today. It's playing one copy of Type 93. A lot of these tech choices that kind of help close out the late game, and going all in on those Duggins because they're a really good draw engine with your recons, and being able to play them on curve with any of your other shuffle payoffs is really great. Then we have a Britain US buffs list. Playing one copy of Seahawk, which is interesting. I'm not exactly sure what that's for, and I also think that the Sunderland is really cool. A Sunderland guarantees either drawing one of your copies of the Sullivans or your copy of HMS Formidable. So really cool tech choice. We haven't really seen that card on a competitive light since it got reworked. Then we have another Germany-Finland Heinz list, but unlike Pancake's list, this one is more traditional. Pancake's list is looking to draw a lot of cards with the Pack 38, but this one only has one copy of Pack 38. So this one probably has slightly less burst potential with the Prolonged Siege Enigma, whereas this one is more traditional and looking to play a solid mid-range strategy. And then finally we have a US-Germany frontline deck, except that there's one card that very much does not impact the front line at all, which is Tiger Cat. Tiger Cat has been an all-star ever since we've seen it enter the game. It pretty much sees play in any kind of US deck, and it presents a threat that kind of needs to be answered right away. So it's really cool to see a frontline deck, which we haven't seen in a while. Haven't seen frontline in a while, coming back with Tiger Cat in it. Very, very cool.
Absolutely, yeah. I think seeing frontline's always cool to have. But yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I've got to ask it. I mean, my prediction, I suspect, is I have a feeling that both of these players are probably clinically going to be looking to ban buffs. But I wonder if either of you would consider an off pick. I've got to say, my competitive instinct is I just want to get buffs off the table so that I can rely on the rest of my decks.
Yeah, so I think it's really hard to not ban buffs if you're not bringing a deck with at least Bree route in it, and we are not seeing any routes in any of these decks. There is a fair bit amount of suppression, which can be a viable way to play against buffs. So, the matchup isn't unplayable, but it would be the deck that I definitely lean towards banning.
Absolutely. Well, let's find out what they have banned. I'm told our bans are ready, so let's see. Did we pull it right? Have we banned? We have not. Spoker chooses to ban the Soviet main list. Pancake does ban buffs. Now, that's an interesting call to me. I am curious. Thoughts as to why Spoker might have chosen to feel more threatened by that Soviet list than by the buffs list?
Well, I will say that I was more expecting, if anybody, to not ban buffs. I was thinking maybe Pancake, because Pancake's
Yeah.
Heinz list has those 1/2s that every single turn after you play it is bare minimum of 3/2. And so if you go first, you can counter any buffs that they play on turn 1 if you drop that on turn 1. And I felt like that one would be able to push the front line a little bit more than maybe Spoker's list. So I was definitely surprised to see that out of the non-buff bans, that Spoker was the one that chose not to ban buffs. So
Yeah, I didn't see Spoke of, particularly as Berto pointed out, we've not seen anyone well teched against buffs. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Berto, I mean, you've been doing this a long time, my friend. Any idea why Spoker might choose not to push that buffs list off the table?
Well, I suppose, if Spoker is thinking, well, my buffs is getting banned, then maybe he thinks he doesn't have the speed to kill this Soviet deck before it starts getting things like Little Cobra online.
Oh,
This
I
burst
best
potential in the late game I talked about.
interrupt, I'm afraid, to kick it over to you guys. We have the mulligans in hand, so it's over to Berto and Starry to run you through the first match. Thank you guys, and have a good one.
yeah, thanks. So it looks like we're gonna see like turn 1 Sasebo and a turn 2 Motorize. Pancake going for that full mulligan.
Yeah, and Spoker, it looks like he's questioning whether to keep the Sabe Regiment. Of course, one of the strongest cards in this shuffle deck, but if you're able to hit a Duggan on turn 2, that would similarly be huge.
Yeah, and Spoker hitting the Dragon off the mulligan is such a big deal. It means that after you drop the Motorize, after Pancake goes for that presumably 106, um, instead of just being able to clear that Sasebo really nicely, there's still going to be an additional board to deal with. So
Yeah, I do like this early suppression from Pancake. Uh, there's definitely a temptation there for any cards player to greed. What if I draw a Rado next turn? But I think he's well recognized that he is already on the back foot and needs to be proactive about things here.
yep. And as we see this 106, if this 106 can get to the front line, it's going to be a pretty big problem for Spoker. One of the things that you struggle with as Juffle is if you don't have access to the front line, then you only have access to 4 unit slots in the support line. And so you're not going to be able to make these really big boards with Motorize. And as long as the opponent isn't super greedy, you're also not going to get super big Savai turns. So Spoker opting for the tempo play here.
Yeah, in some sense, I like the play. I think that, using this pin now just to, probably preserve one of these units has a lot of value in it when you have this 11th 110 Motorize coming out. Will each unit you have on board will get you a lot of value.
Yeah, and Spoker excellently playing around the second brigade. Spoker could have curved out earlier to drop that Motorize and on this turn be able to play like Desperate Measures plus the Recon, but it had a really high probability of eating a Suppression or a Raiding Brigade, so Spoker instead opting to wait until you can play both the Motorize and the Shuffle effect in the same turn.
We do see here that nerf to the Motorize really making a huge difference. Pancake would be forced to use a suppression here, which puts him down a credit if that was at Greepery.
Yeah, and what a nice clear. So Spoker definitely getting down to a point where there's not a whole lot of cards in hand, but of the cards that you do have, they're pretty good. It'd be really nice to see something like a recon here, so that you could Savai into the recon, dug in, and then attack with the AA gun. Pancake can really just do whatever they want, and is gonna be trying to look for a way to get this 106 into the front line, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do that. It is pretty much impossible to get this artillery off the board, though, which
Mm-hmm.
presents some difficulties.
Dina is nice because it allows you to curve out well. You can play your 2-1 drops and attack, but instead going for the Savai.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Especially if you do send this guy to hand by killing it on your turn, that will be an overdraw for Pancake. If
True.
Sabai works with you here, which it does.
And Pancake is getting down to a life total that, especially with the Savai on board, is really scary. 8 plus the artillery there. I mean, Spoker has, as far as damage from hand goes, stuff like Anne for 4 damage, Desperate Measures for 2, and I don't think Pancake has any healing, because Japan Germany isn't exactly known for its healing abilities, so pretty much any damage that gets through is going to be permanent.
Yeah, that is true. What I imagine we'll see first here is the Dina to see if you find a cavalry would be really helpful. But double recon. Well, you definitely aren't opposed to having draw in this situation. I'll say that.
Yeah, I mean, draw is good. You definitely want to close out the game as quickly as possible. Pancake does have sort of the value engines that they need. But at the same time, Smoker has a pretty sizable board. When you're at that low of a life total, even the Dina is a bit of a threat.
Yeah, honestly, it looks quite awkward here for Pancake, considering that when you push up these Type 93s to the front line, it's a bit of a liability.
Hmm.
In that, the Spoker will have 1 damage for the Type 93 in the back line, then you can value trade with a recon, something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it does feel like you need something in the front line to get this draw off of this 2-1, this 22nd.
I was surprised to not see the other Type 93 come out. I mean, I get it because you need to draw here, but now if you played the other Type 93, then Dina actually has to trade it out. But yeah, I could see a world where the draw is really what's important. Sally just to retreat the air unit. Interesting.
Yeah, that does allow for the immediate play of the shifting doctrine
Ah,
to
mm-hmm.
guarantee 1 credit draw 2. I like it. It is tempting to draw with the recons first. It might
Oh,
give you a better option.
well, we know that the Savai is gonna get pushed up and the Dina is gonna attack face because that would oh no, I was thinking that that would be lethal next turn, but it actually isn't. I missed my math.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see this trade come out from the Dina. I see where Spoker's coming from with this play too.
With the Anne in hand, I mean, you're so
Yeah,
close. The Dina unanswered, the Savai unanswered.
yeah, every point
Either
of
one's
damage
enough.
certainly does matter.
This would be really a miracle for Pancake to get out of just because of how low they are. It looks like the Tokyo plus Type 93 might have to happen, but
Or list desperate measures that
oh, true.
Pancake just found. That is something, all right.
Yeah, this actually really works, and with the fighter in the back line, it means that Anne is max gonna be able to do 2 damage. This game is actually quite turned around. Wow. That's a huge deal.
Oh, that's just
So the
about.
Regiment is like the exact card you needed here.
Yeah. I'm not sure how many cards in the deck. That's something like a 1 in 25 for the best card in your deck.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is this just guaranteed lethal? If you play the
Uh,
Sasebo, you play the Anne. How much damage is that? Uh, oh, it's one off
it's
lethal most of the time, I think. Okay, I don't see why we're not playing the Sasebo just to wait. Oh, no, it was lethal guaranteed if you play Sasebo, but not this way that Spoker did it.
yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't think it really would have mattered either way. The game looked pretty over there, but really interesting. I It was a good back and forth. It was a good back and forth if nothing else. The game looked quite dire for both players at different points. So
Yeah, I think the main saving grace there for Spoker, I mean, obviously that draw at the end, but also that Pancake didn't find a single expansion that whole game. I mean, that's often Jagro's downfall, right? And that seemed to have a really huge impact that game because there were a fair number of turns in a row where Pancake was able to play any expansions found and really keep up the pressure, but that's not how it played out.
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, this is probably the slowest Jagro deck that I've seen in a really long time. It definitely is super mid-rangey, playing the Ite, playing the 20th Panzergren. So interesting to see how this deck fares over the course of the tournament. Of course, it's double elimination, but obviously we don't know who's going to win this match. Regardless of who wins this match, we're going to get plenty of opportunities to continue to see it. So really curious how this slow roll Jagro mid-range list goes. It's pretty slow even for Japan Germany mid-range standards. So playing nine credits for Ite. What do you think about that?
I think that it's not unreasonable. I think that, it lines up well into the bombers that people play at the moment. Not that there's a ton of bombers around. Uh, but, if you have just a little bit of space in the game where you're able to play it at all, it can do a lot of work.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting. We see Pancake take the same deck again and Spoker on the frontline deck, but Spoker doesn't get to go first here, so gonna be difficult to fight for the front line going second, especially without a Chocolate Boys.
Yeah, and what a curve for Pancake here. Now, it will come down a lot to
Ooh,
draws. Ooh, expansion is
it's
something
kind
you
of
love to
big.
see here.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, and the
I'm
Desperate? Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
I'm not sure if Pancake has to play the expansion this turn because I think if you have three cavalries in the front line, I don't think there's any way for Spoker on turn 2 to kill all of them. So it seemed to me like you're always able to get the expansion off next turn. Although you do have some food
True.
drops that would be nice to get down this turn.
Yeah, is Spoker playing Patton? Let me double check. That would be the only thing that I could think of off the top of my head. Yeah, Spoker is not playing Patton, so not a whole lot that you can do against those three cavalries. But maybe you're looking for something on turn 3. Like, there's a world where you're turn 3 taking a credit off is more important than your turn 2. I'm not 100% sure. That could be part of the logic, but yeah, I'd say in general, it's pretty impossible without something like supply priorities in the game to get that front line.
So, Starry, I do feel like we've made a pretty big oversight on why Spoker wouldn't ban buffs, because he's running direct hit in this US deck.
Oh,
So that must be the reason and the justification. And direct hit pretty good here too against this Tokyo.
this is kind of crazy to see the Sullivans come out on the engineers. I mean, it makes total sense, but this is not a play that I would have been thinking about going into this deck. Really interesting. Spoker kind of just playing like a bunch of good cards. Like it's kind of just a good card pile.
Yeah, but it is US and therefore slower than pretty much
True.
every deck Pancake has today.
Yep. And Pancake has the continued pressure with the desperate measures. It's gonna be very, very difficult for Spoker to get out of this one here. Without the infantry for the 35Ts, I don't really see how this is doable in the long term. You can take out, you can survive. You can survive if you go for the artillery and then just play a raw 35T without infantry. You can survive, but it certainly is difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I was even thinking like, if I'm Spoker, am I ever playing strategic bombing and just saying, well, if he has desperate measures, I'm dead because like the situation is so dire.
Yeah, and Pancake going for the long-term play here, knowing that Spoker isn't going to be able to get the front line, there's really no way for Spoker to not die next turn to the 35T. I
Yeah,
think it makes sense to not greed there.
I don't think Spoker runs US military research, which getting that off the Sullivans would be just about the only out if you even had the
Yes,
card.
Spoker does not play that card, and it makes sense why not, because it is obviously like a frontline deck at the end of the day. But we have occasionally seen it, have we not? Have we occasionally seen U.S. military research in frontline?
Yeah, it's definitely happened before.
Yeah, Spoker desperately looking for something off the draw there, but not gonna find it. And Pancake getting through with the mid range. So it is not the fastest Japan Germany mid range list in the world, but it is fast enough, especially on the play, especially with an opening like that. I mean, crazy opening hand that it can rush you down very quickly.
Yeah, I mean this. So Japan, Germany, Jagro hasn't really been at the forefront for a while, but this has sort of been the trend of Japan, Germany decks that they have been going slower. They have been running these 20 Panzer Grenadiers to give a lot more value in the late game. And this deck was also running cards like, the name is Blitz Doctrine. Was really popular in Jagro for a while there before it got rotated.
Yep. And looks like Spoker has a pretty strong opening hand, but we also saw that Pancake has a very aggressive buff start here. Very aggressive buff start. So Spoker doesn't have any instant uh, answer to this, like for example, that direct hit.
Yeah, interesting decision here at turn one for Spoker. If you play the combat engineers, if your opponent played something like a Land Girls this turn, then you would have the option for Panzer 35T. But of course, the 32nd is better if Pancake goes for buffing this unit and just getting it right up in front as fast as possible.
Yeah, and Pancake is really playing with fire here because Spoker is playing Duress, and Pancake is just investing their entire hand into this buffs, which is going to pay off in this particular case, but you really don't know when Spoker's playing the Duresses and the one copy of Duress as well as the two copies of Direct Hit. I mean, that is a gamble.
Yeah, huge gamble, and it's paying off. One can imagine if it was a direct hit off the top.
That is huge. That is one of the only cards that allows Poker to continue to play the game here. So, really, really critical draw.
Absolutely. One of, I think, only 3 draws in the deck that just let you play until the next turn. And more than that, putting you very much back in the game. Now, I guess it doesn't really matter which card you put on top because you know when you're putting a card on top, you can't hit another copy of the Chocolate Boys, this 32nd Regiment.
I would love to see Engineers 35T double push up. Like, you can even attack the 1/8 to prevent the draw. Pancake is still a couple turns away from wave after wave. Spoker has a key opportunity here, an opportunity that might not present itself again to get into that front line and start creating a threat.
Yeah, I'd love to see the drop prevention this turn. I really think Spoker is going to go for it. Yeah, we do see that come out. And, if you buy enough space and enough time to get this Tiger Cat online, that can really just take over a game.
Yeah, not wasting the opportunity. I mean, look at that. Imagine if Pancake had access to Bowcage Warfare into push up, or even like Formidable into push up. I mean, absolutely taking this critical opportunity right now while you have it. And Spoker looks like thinking about whether to go for damage directly to face or going for the more conservative play to take out that 1/5.
I think I like this line, just...
Yeah,
Yeah, keeping the board clear seems like it has... I mean, keeping the board clear always has a lot of value against buffs. We saw Spoker was even considering between attacking this 2/6 and getting the 7 damage to the HQ.
yeah, and Pancake actually isn't playing the wave after wave. Some people are playing it, some people aren't. So Spoker knows that this is actually a pretty safe line in general. If you can just prevent them from doing anything crazy with the something like a Formidable, then yeah, you're pretty much chilling for Spoker here.
Yeah, you could say this Unity of Strength is a little bit of a punish for Spoker here. I mean, it's definitely not unreasonable to, not play around it because your opponent needs 2 infantry, and it's also a 1 of in the deck. And you're not even too upset about it when you see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we asked at the beginning, like, what's Spoker's plan for buffs, and this is it. Like, this is it. This is Spoker doing exactly what they set out to do, taking down buffs with those couple key tech cards. It's interesting because the direct hit, I'm thinking about the other decks in the meta. It's not that strong against Juffle because it doesn't take out Sabai or Motorize. It's not very strong against Second Front because they have literally no cards that have 0 operation cost. Those direct hits are really for buffs and buffs alone. So I think we're going to continue to see this pattern of Spoker not banning buffs. Like Spoker has figured out how to avoid banning it, which I think is a huge strength.
Yeah, although we did see, you know, he was very close to disaster in this game. And, you know, I think it's, you know, a
And that's going to be
really
lethal.
hard situation if you lose this matchup to buffs. And then, you know, you're running some tech cards that aren't so consistent
True.
against
Yeah,
a
because
lot of the other things.
once your opponent wins with buffs, it doesn't really matter if you have the tech cards. Suddenly you're sitting there wondering like, oh, this is awkward.
Yeah,
So
and to find the matchup when each player has, you know, 3 decks after bans can be pretty difficult.
yeah. So I mean, I do think though that if you are able to create a strategy where you don't have to ban buffs, that puts you a step ahead of the rest of the competition, I think. I mean, I know that J King predicted that buffs was going to be banned almost every game. I know that uh, somebody else here, maybe it was you even, said that they think that buffs is going to be banned basically every game. So if you're able to fight through the buffs matchup, it definitely puts you a leg ahead.
Now this is oh, you do not want to play buffs.
Oh, that's
Turn
awkward.
1 going second against
Surely
this little
Middlesex
guy.
Regiment is better than uh
Yeah, I definitely would have gone with the Middlesex. I mean, you do have another buffs here, but I mean, you got to go uh buffs kangaroo transport now, right? No. Interesting. Um I feel like this is, you know, giving maybe just a little too much value to this KFZ. If you use buffs kangaroo transport, then you are permitted to immediately take out this unit as a 1/1, which seems like it would have a lot of value here.
yeah, so I guess from Pancake's perspective, playing the buffs means that your opponent has to spend credits attacking it instead of developing their board, and given that you have fairly solid mid-range cards sitting in your hand, like just buying yourself time. I don't know. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. It really is unfortunate though for Pancake that Spoker got the one copy of that SDK with the one on the right. There's 2 SDKs, but the one on the right, that's the only copy in Spoker's deck. So pretty crazy that they went first and started with it.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely unfortunate for Pancake, but you do have that information available to you going second that, you know,
Yep,
you know what's
it is a
happening on
possibility.
turn
Yeah.
2. You know, you don't know the Greif's coming out, but I don't think that's too major either way. Now, Pancake, however, has had 2 more buffs since the first one has died on turn 1, and that has been really big for him. And
Mm-hmm.
this is going to be tough for Spoker. You know, he has reduced the cost of almost every card in his deck by 1, and that will also be very powerful. But to do that, he is almost passing the turn 4.
Yeah. It's really interesting that USS The Sullivans is kind of the defining card of the expansion because For Freedom used to be 2 credits and almost never saw a whole like any play. I mean, it didn't see very much play, that's for sure. And that was at a time when Cards was a lot slower and so it's interesting to me that having a slightly better old For Freedom is now like pretty bonkers good and is used in like every US deck. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you don't need a very large effect for a one cost card that draws a card to be very powerful,
Hmm.
is sort of what I think about the situation. And especially when a card, costs a low amount, a buff of -1 credit is absolutely massive. Now this seems very risky,
Oh,
leaving
risky
this guy
indeed, but
alive again. I feel like the Greif isn't a big deal. Like, I know it's Heinz, and Greif is terrifying, and you know you have those memories of all Greif can do, but I'm not certain it was the priority here.
yeah, this Admiral Hipper coming out onto the Frontier Force just because it has the heavy armor, right? If it didn't have heavy armor, this would be a pretty easy decision, I think. But Spoker opting that getting the Frontier Force back to the hand, but then you have to deal with another garrison. It's a really interesting dilemma for sure. It's really cool to see these important decisions being made.
Yeah, and Spoker getting fairly fortunate to have these decisions to make, even, I think. Because, you've seen the research come out, you've seen the Hipper come out. If you're missing these important draws, then you're pretty much out of the game.
Yeah, and Pancake is threatening a very, very large Frontier Force that Spoker is not in the know about, right? Like you don't know that they have Chain Home. Oh, but Pancake's actually going to use it right now. Interesting.
Yeah, you've seen most of the potential answers for this, I think, already.
Yeah, I suppose we'll see Jaeger into draw. And that is not going to be it. So Spoker has one turn to figure this out.
Still a chance for a suppression, but no. Yeah, and this is one of the scariest things about buffs right now, is that you can kill 3 copies of buffs and still get killed in one turn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that without Frontier Force and Chain Home and all this other stuff, that we would be seeing 16 copies of buffs in the top 16 of the World Championships. Without the fact that it's an OTK deck that has an extremely solid mid-range game plan is what makes it so good. If Second Front had the mid-range game plan that buffs did, I think that we would also see Second Front as basically every single person's lineup. But buffs being able to pivot on a dime from an OTK deck to a mid-range deck where every single random 2/6, random 1/8 with guard that's a value engine also just might kill you if you get it into the front line. Like that's what makes it so solid.
Yeah, it seems like the game might be frozen a little bit here, but I think I saw Spoker grow his head back, maybe not finding the suppression off the Enigma, which it seems like he would have needed to have any chance of just surviving one more turn.
Yeah, it's worth noting that the client restarting was not Spoker's client restarting, that was the spectator's client restarting. So nothing crazy going on. We shouldn't need to have any restarts or anything like that. I don't think. I can't imagine that we would need to. But hopefully we'll get that right back in running up for you guys. Yeah, really interesting. The buff stack is absolutely beating down. I'm so curious to know what is gonna come from the Enigma. What's gonna happen? Is Poker gonna play the Lotta before playing the Enigma, or gonna go for 2 cards but have more credits, or 3 cards with less credits?
It did look like from the way the cards were stacked that Lotus Fired was played first to get that one extra draw. Enigma for draw 3. I believe Suppression is the only out in the deck.
Yeah, you only have 3
Uh,
credits. What you gonna do with 3 credits? So, yeah, very, very interesting. The fact that Spoker was not making any sort of visible signs of defeat, maybe they drew it. I'm very curious to see. But we'll have
Even
that
if you
running.
do, I still don't feel like Spoker is long for this world
I
because
I agree. I agree.
I don't really
Especially,
see the way back.
I think there was another Frontier Force in hand. You don't have a way to deal with the garrisons anytime soon, and those 2/6s are just gonna keep marching. They're just gonna keep marching. Even if you deal good damage on them, uh, Pancake had a tactical retreat, I think is the name of the card. So even if you can get some damage in on one turn, unless you kill it completely, it's just gonna come back and be a giant nuisance yet again. So um, definitely interesting. It looks like we're gonna see a game 5, if I had to guess. That we were 2-1 for Spoker, right? So
Yep, so now we're 2-2, game all tied up. It comes down to the final match.
yes, very interesting. So in the finals, it is going to inevitably be it's gonna
Heinz
be
v Heinz.
Spoker's. Oh, is it Heinz v Heinz? It is definitely Spoker's Heinz. Yeah, is that the deck that Pancake hasn't played? Or that
Yep,
Pancake hasn't won
that's
with?
the one that Pancake has not won yet, and the Soviets are banned.
Oh, you're right. Oh, how interesting, because I feel like this was the thing that I was most interested by when looking at their deck lists, is the difference that they had between their Heinz lists. You see Spoker playing not a whole lot of the crazy SDK draw stuff, like not going for sort of that like OTK potential. Um, I don't know. What we're gonna see is Prolonged Siege. That's the card that I'm really most curious about. Is Prolonged Siege fast enough? Like in 2025, is Prolonged Siege fast enough? Obviously it's an OTK with the little tank that buffs when it draws, but
Yeah, I'm realizing now Pancake doesn't actually even run the new KFZ. He's running the old KFZ. Um
is it
or
not the one that
KFC.
is it not the
No,
one that draws cards? Or
he's
that gains
drawing
buff?
he's running the KFZ 10 pack 38. That's the give +1 attack to adjacent units. He's just going uh more traditional with it, with 3 copies of Blitzkrieg. you know don't really worry about the kind of tank you're getting up to the front line. As long as you have tanks in the front line, these Blitzkriegs will solve the issue of your opponent's total defense.
Oh, okay. I looked at the client earlier and I could have sworn that that was the one that gains a buff off of drawing cards, but now that I'm looking at it, you're right. So, I mean, we've seen the support SDK, the support KFC, as the Anatron likes to say, be used plenty of times in the past with Heinz, because after Lotta, it is pretty strong. A 1/2 with 0 operation cost that just helps out your dudes. Um, but yeah, really interesting then. In that case, I'm very curious about the Prolonged Siege. I'm really confused about it, especially on top of the Prolonged Siege. You also have 1 copy of Enigma? Like, that just seems like a lot of draw if you're not planning on doing something spicy with it, I guess. So, I don't know.
Yeah, well, don't underestimate Blitzkrieg. I mean, that is, all reliable, for sure. Um, the potential of that card, especially when you make it 2 cost on turn 4
Yeah.
with the front and homeland, which reduces the cost of all odd cost German cards in your deck.
Yeah, the front and homeland is super cool. That card, when the expansion first dropped, people were really, really interested by it. People were, I heard some people say that it was like the best elite of the expansion, which I definitely don't agree with, but it was definitely something that was on people's radar for sure, because you get it for free. Anything that you get for free can't be bad, right? I mean, like, even if it was like a 9 credit card, if you just draw it for free on your 4th turn or whatever, like it's just free.
Yeah,
So,
you do have uh 4 or 3 turns if you're going first to draw the card um normally from your deck, and
which is
that
true.
feels really bad. It's kind of the same feeling you get when you draw a, a a 30-second when you already have them in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, both players are playing front and homeland. So definitely, I definitely, I just think it's really cool because I haven't really seen it on ladder since like the very beginning of the expansion, and so finally finding a place. People were trying it in second front. People were trying it in mid-range lists. People were even trying it with like, I guess in my opinion, the way that it seemed like it was intended, because it seemed like they were trying to support the like even cost archetype with Jet. Because they gave the 4 cost 4/5 that like draws an even card from your deck at the end of the turn. So it seemed like they were trying to support the even cost, which I never really saw any of those get off the ground a ton, but it's really awesome that we have a place for front and homeland to call home. So it looks like we're gonna have a replay of the last match due to technical issues, which I did not expect. So we'll see what happens. I don't know how much of a difference that makes. It's really hard to say, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, this these are two pretty like high variance decks, I think, that either can really just like pop off and win very early on. Buffs more so. Uh, but that is very frustrating for Pancake
Yeah,
to
for sure.
have what was pretty much a one game, but
Yeah.
based on the rules of the tournament, we do have to run it back.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't necessarily either the player's fault, but yeah, just because we weren't really able to record the result, I think is more or less the lines of. I'm not exactly sure. That's up to like tournament organizers and stuff like that. We're just getting the information, so definitely really frustrating if you're Pancake. But I also am fairly confident that Pancake is gonna be able to pull off something similar. I mean, it's definitely possible for Spoker to steal a win here, but it looked like Pancake was pretty favored, even going second, even having to sacrifice the buffs on turn 1. So I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely still in this game prefer Pancake, but uh, it's not a sure thing by any means.
Oh, okay. So I'm receiving information that it looks like there was no windscreen, and windscreen is sort of how we track the formal results, like having a screenshot of the windscreen or something like that. So that is why it looks like we're gonna do a redo. But I'm definitely confident that Pancake is favored. I think the Pancake is definitely favored in the replay, but it's definitely frustrating, especially being that close to the win. Best of luck to them that they're able to gain gain a at least as solid of a position as they did in the last game, right?
Yeah. So I'm just looking again at Spoker's lists here 2 copies of Suppression, 1 Reich Research, and 1 Jagd Bomber. That seems a little, you know, it's definitely enough that it can get you over the line against buffs, but when you only have 2 copies of a card in your deck that you're so reliant on in this matchup, being the suppressions, it looks really quite difficult.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, you said 2 suppressions? How many suppressions in Spoker's deck? Let's take a look.
2
Yeah,
suppressions
2
in Smoker's
suppressions.
deck.
2 suppressions. So, 2 suppressions. Yeah, I mean that really is the main. Yeah. Well, this is interesting. Pancake has a pretty aggressive start here, and Spoker is going second. So I guess for Spoker, you're really looking for one of those 2 suppressions, right? I mean, what else? What else are you trying to look for here?
Yeah, I mean, I think the KF said 259 is a fine keep, just because it forces your opponent to have more than just the buffs. Like, they need to have something to go along with it. Of course, we know Pancake does, but it at least puts a little pressure on your opponent to have what they need. Now,
Yeah, and oh,
sorry,
go
go ahead.
ahead.
Okay, so what I would like to see here from Pancake is for the trade to come out. The Kangaroo transport the Bokaj Warfare and really keep this board clear, especially when this is the unit out on the board. But no, just going. Ooh, and now it's just unplayable. Not using the duress either. That feels like a big mistake here, because now you don't even have a unit to play this for freedom on.
I mean, you can play it and then duress it, but yeah, that's not
It's an
great.
option. And then Fast Heinz. This is a Greek tragedy playing out in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, oh my gosh. That's so unfortunate. What a crazy result for a game. I mean, kind of just like I've heard the term used before, guns at sunrise. Have you ever heard anybody say guns at sunrise, where it's like you both just like play your hand, and then within like 1 to 2 turns, it's pretty much decided what's gonna happen. I've heard it used to refer to like really hyper aggressive formats in the past.
Oh, there was a result. Welcome back, guys.
Yeah.
That certainly complicated, but we got there. And that last match, I'm still catching up. So Spoker burns off at great pace, and we are away.
All
Yeah,
right.
Pancake laid flat.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we had that situation, but Pancake still has a shot, to continue to play. This is not single elimination, so thankfully we should get to see them at some point
Indeed,
later.
yeah.
So um,
It's all good. So we will just so I guess wrap up thoughts on the match. Certainly full of drama.
yeah,
Yeah,
definitely drama filled. Go ahead, Berto.
so you obviously hate to see the match get canceled in the middle of it. I do think that there were very thin lines that Spoker could have made it back into the game, just because when every card in your deck costs 1 less, and you have so many 1-cost cards, there are ways back into it. That would have been very hard to find. But I also feel like, Pancake made some critical decisions that could have given him a little more consistency with this buffs deck. I mean, it's likely his least practiced deck because everybody assumes that it's going to get banned. I don't know
Yeah.
that for sure, but that's kind of how I would prep for the tournament if it was
No,
me.
100%. I was about to say something very similar. I assume that most people will have, not no reps. Obviously, these guys know what they're doing. They're competitive players, but you're not going to high rep on a deck that you expect not to necessarily see play. So, well, we said it from the beginning. It was an interesting choice not banning buffs, and it turns out that interesting choices lead to interesting matches. We're certainly opening with a bang.
Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly where we go from here, but definitely.
Okie dokie. Please hold. I am receiving some information from our tournament officials. We are, in fact, going to need to restart that game again because the rules of the tournament require that if a game is restarted, the players start in the same player order. So the same player must go first. I'm just catching this. For those of you who are watching live, I'm doing my best to keep you up to date with the information as it's coming through. But we are obviously, I get pings from the tournament officials, which Berto and Starry are not getting, which is why you may occasionally see me looking this way. Yeah, so we are going to have to restart that to stick to the rules as written. So we are off. Berto and Starry, please, if you would take us through one more time.
Yeah, so it looks like we're still gonna have to reset because it looks like Spoker again went first, unless I'm crazy. Oh, is that,
So
or maybe
if
that's intended because I guess Spoker originally went first?
Yeah, so it seems that in the rules there's a stipulation that in the rematch, it's to be played in the same starting order, which was not the case with last game. So we do apologize for that mix up, um, and that's now also a little hard for Spoker to think that you've taken the win away and gone back. So both of these players, you could say, getting a difficult situation mentally
Yeah,
to try to
tilting
recover from.
for both players, right? I mean, definitely tilting. Um, it's definitely, I mean, we've been doing this for a while, and I know that you've been doing it for, I think, like a couple months longer than me, and I've never seen this clause ever come into effect. This is just such a rare situation, so I wasn't even aware of this tournament rule. Very interesting. So it's interesting that Svoker again started out with this functionally 3-2 Panzer, and is in a very similar situation before. Do you think that it's actually better for Pancake to go second, or do you think it just is different hands?
Um, well, we've seen the player going second winning 2 times so far, and it seems even advantageous for Pancake here. But obviously that's anecdotal. But I'd say I do generally like going second on the buff stack, just because you can run out of cards very quickly on this deck.
Yeah, and Pancake has a really strong front line here, albeit it does get punished pretty hard by the Reich research. Uh, but that still challenges Boker to find a solution for the buffs. And with those garrisons and the buffs in the backline, Pancake has a really solid board here, even after the Reich research.
Now, Panzer 35T here, if you play it and you hit suppression, how amazing would that be? Not going to come to pass here and now. I'm a little surprised that Pancake, took 2 damage against his opponent versus killing the Arado when, suppression is surely such a big fear on the mind. But, he knows his game plan, and that's to be just about as aggressive as possible.
Yep. So Spoker doesn't have a whole lot of ways to deal with this 1-8, nor with the front line. It seems like everything is a 2-turn solution, right? Like everything is going to require a turn of setup and then a turn of attacks. And that's really scary when Pancake is going to be drawing 2 cards next turn. You're going to be eating 2 more damage from the garrisons. There's a pretty high possibility, especially since we, as the spectators, see that tactical retreat. There's a pretty high possibility that Pancake finds some sort of lethal line here. Because all you would really need is like, I guess, some way to buff the buffs, because yeah, I think you would need some kind of buff card for the buffs.
Yeah. We do see 3 orders in Spoker's hand right now, and Pancake does have that Ultra. The good thing about having all orders into Ultra is that you at least get to choose which of these cards gets countered, unless you just die, which is... I think, yeah, that's just the case here.
It should be lethal, yeah.
Spoker is dead. With Kangaroo Transport and Tactical Withdrawal, you get to hit the HQ again. And
All right, and we're gonna see that
finally
Germany
get that
Finland.
K5 we were expecting, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Yeah,
were
so
excited to see the Heinz mirror match.
yeah, I'm very
and
excited.
We got treated to it.
Yeah. If you had to give the slight edge, of course it's a mirror, so it's not going to be a super big edge one way or another. And I think especially with Heinz, who goes first is going to be critically important. But let's say that we ignored those aspects for a second. Who would you give the slight edge to here?
Well, if I'm looking at hands,
Is that
I'm
cheating?
Spoker's spot. It might be, yes. I mean, there are some cards that are notable for Pancake. This T26FL, I think is really powerful in this matchup. I mean, it's a really powerful card in general. I mean, it's pretty much like impossible to get better than a 1-for-1 trade on this card in the early game.
Yeah, I like this. I think it's a T26, the Finnish T26. It's a really sweet card into a lot of matchups, but in this particular matchup, I don't know how good it is. It seems like a slightly suboptimal draw SDK. But I could be wrong. It's hard to say with exact certainty.
Now,
Both
another
players
heavy
just
hitter,
yeah, the Shermie.
Sturmy. What
Yeah,
a
both players just
crazy
building the
card.
board. Just playing a little solitaire before we get into the frontline action. I'm curious. I'm gonna take a look at Pancake's list and see if they're playing the White Death, which I think is pretty important right about now. They're not playing White Death, so this board is gonna be pretty difficult to deal with. Obviously, you do have the shock on the Sturmy, which is pretty great. But oh, you also see the. I want to say that's the Panzer 3H. That's the buff one, right? Am I crazy? The one in their hand?
Oh, yes. Well, it is the buff one. I'm certain of that. I do think
Okay.
that you're right on the name as well.
All right. Well, that was a pretty big turn for Pancake. I was not really expecting that, but
Yeah, you do miss home in front on 4, which is never the most comfortable position to be in, but it seems like Spoker is maybe doing the same.
yeah, and if you play Lota, then you're not gonna be using the credits the next turn. So like it's like an investment, I guess, in a way.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this finish Fokker in this deck? What do you think?
Uh, I have been pretty impressed by it from what I've seen on ladder. Um, I think it's just like a really solid option. Um, like I don't think it's like so good you have to put it in your deck, right? But it's another fighter for suppression. You know, you might think that it could be a little awkward to have a fighter that suppresses as like another activator for suppression because sometimes you don't have two things to suppress, but honestly at this point in the game usually you do have two things to suppress that you care about.
Yeah.
So I haven't found that to be a major issue personally.
In my mind, the fact that both players have not played Front and Homeland is kind of the reason why Front and Homeland didn't shine as brightly as a lot of people expected it to. There are matchups where it's super helpful and you just get to uh, play it on 4 and not worry about it, but there's a lot of matchups, and I'd say probably more than half, where it's really awkward to play it on 4 and you really need to fight for tempo. Then again, at the end of the day, it is free. As long as you don't draw it within the first 3 or 4 cards, it is free. So I guess no harm, no foul.
Yeah, now I I do think I like seeing this Panzer Grenadier come out for Pancake. I'm probably trading this fighter with that KFZ. I mean, the card's just so scary, right?
It
And
is, but you're at 20 health.
you can take the pre-damage to the enemy HQ. I don't mind it.
I would have probably pushed the Panzergrens personally, but again, I'm not in the tournament, so
Yeah.
um,
I have been noticing Pancake's playstyle is to push the damage
mhm.
uh more often than trading. Obviously, he's done both in this tournament. He's not like a single track mind, but he errs towards that side of things more so than I personally do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when things have operation cost, if you have the HQ defense advantage and you can force them to try and trade out with your stuff, then that's a way for you to stay ahead on tempo. There's all sorts of different factors going on. It could be the Pancake red that Smoker doesn't have Lotta in hand. Um, yeah, it's really hard to say. Really hard to say. I think this might be a good turn for Front and Homeland.
For Pancake.
Yeah, you could also drop some tanks and buff them.
Yeah,
You
it's
also
just
do have to worry about Smoker's Blitzkrieg.
Mhm. Ooh, Lotus Fard is pretty nice here. It's kind of a credit short of doing exactly what you want to do with it this turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, play the 35T and the T26. Yep.
Also,
Alright, well.
part of the consideration for hitting the HQ with this fighter for Pancake has to be that combined arms, it's quite relevant having the fighter on board. Of course, if he traded, he'd still have the infantry as well, which is, even a little bit better. But, you don't know what's in your opponent's hand. They could have missed that one damage that, easily goes into it. Um, if he had something like a blitz bomb to deal that one damage, then that's -1 draw, for example. Not every +1 damage is as good as what Spoker had available to him at the time.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting that Spoker's opting to trade out. It does make sense if you are pretty sure your opponent's setting up a Blitzkrieg or a Lota. But it also is a bit awkward to spend all those credits if your opponent doesn't like have those things. I don't know. It's a heads up play. It's a conservative play. It's a way to not lose, which generally speaking is pretty good. And especially in this case, it does work. But the question is, well, now Spoker's pretty meaningfully behind, and what do you do now?
You also, Spoker's looking at his opponent's deck list frequently, and you are constantly reminded that he is running 3 copies of Blitzkrieg. And, when you take that into account, then it makes a lot of sense
3
how much trading is
copies.
going on.
I did not even notice that. 3 copies is a ton. I mean, I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen like OCC or expansion tournament deck lists that are running 3 Blitzkrieg. 2 has kind of always been the number. Because it's a lot easier to brick on your opening hand if you're running 3, but wow, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean that definitely makes sense. I'm glad you pointed that out.
Now, this is a nice little value trade for Pancake, really taking advantage of the ability on that T26 to deal +2 damage against units with more attack.
Spoker being rewarded for the front and homeland play. Definitely rewarded for this front and homeland play. Pancake. I don't see a way for Pancake to close out the game this turn.
Oh, there it is. Wait, oh no, sorry, because the other Blitzkrieg is not 2 cost, of course.
I guess, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, because the cards are reduced and you do have stuff like Greif, it is theoretically possible, but you would have to get like some kind of blitz tank, which didn't happen. So Spoker is going to be sitting at 2.
This is a difficult position for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Although, not impossible.
No, certainly not. Certainly not. That's not the most ideal draw here. I do think that means that with the Panzergrens and the Panzer 3L, because they both have Blitz, that you're gonna be able to get in with the Panzer 38T. Or maybe I
Do you have the
miscalculated.
credits for it?
I think I miscalculated.
Yeah, I don't think Pancake gets to end it this turn, which, you know, gives Spoker a very small window to find something to bring him back in, but it is beyond difficult.
Yeah, and if Pancake goes down to 2 cards in hand, then that means Enigma is only going to be drawing 2. And that is going to be the game. So interesting. Interesting to see Pancake get the win there. With the Germany-Finland, yeah, the prolonged siege really ended up working long term. I wasn't sure about that. That was really the card that I was the most suspect of, and it definitely worked. So
It
very
certainly did work in that match, and welcome back. Yeah, okay, so lots of drama, lots of bits going on in the background, but we do in fact see the win, and quite an impressive one in a mirror match. Perhaps not the way I would have expected it to go, but Prolonged Siege, yeah, absolutely doing work. Well, we are going to take a short break and come right on back with the next match. But stay tuned, and we will be back with yet more action from the Cards World Championship 2025. And we are back. Welcome back to the KARDS 2025 World Championship. After a short break, I'm rejoined by Thanatron and Bubbles. And let's take a look at the bracket. So let's take a look at the top bracket of the double elimination tournament setup and see where we are. So as you can see, we've had some matches come in. We've obviously seen a few matches that are still in play, but yeah, we've up top we're going to see 259 and Scissorwist have gone through. Love's In and C. So those are the two matchups we have on the top bracket that we know for sure are going to happen. Oh, sad to see Mr. Tesm going out. He's gone 3-1. But obviously we will be able to see how people do in the bottom bracket. So if we swap over to the bottom bracket, let's see what's happening at the other end. And you can see two matches, of course, are now set in the bottom bracket. We've got Radish versus Tweed Cargo, and our next match on this broadcast should be Hashiman versus Azzy, or Princess. So what do we think, guys? I think certainly we're off to a big start. I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, absolutely. We just saw an incredible first match, right? Pancake sends last year's champion down to the losers bracket in the very first match of the day. He even hits the "there can only be one winner" emote as he exits the match. Incredible stuff. And really excited now to go ahead and take a look at a losers bracket match here where both players are really going to be, backs against the wall.
Yeah, 100%. We've got some similarities in the lists as well. Speaking of the lists, Thanatron, walk us through Hashiman's lists, if you would be so kind.
Yep. So here we see Hachiman. He is starting off with the Japan-Soviet Jagger that we've seen a lot of with the rushes and the combs. The list that is different so far from what we've seen is this big Soviet France kind of keyword soup list. What we are seeing here is a lot of stuff based off having multiple combat keywords and using units like the Silesia, which will draw for every unit with 2 combat keywords, including itself. There are also some very nice, powerful French cards. The return of resistance is something to certainly be reckoned with. And that new sabotage change from a couple months ago, where sabotage is now targeted discard, can be super, super deadly. Only 4 players out of our field of 16 brought Soviet France, and actually 2 players that are matched up here, Hachiman and Ozzy, both brought it. So it'll be really interesting to see how it plays into this set. Moving on, we see the German-France B26 combo list. That is an absolute monster. And then, of course, buffs, possibly the scariest list about these days. Really, really interesting set of 4 here for Hachiman.
Absolutely. Well, let's hop over, let Bubbles take us through his opponent. Let's see what Ozzy or Princess has brought for us.
So yeah, we have another Soviet France deck. It's a little bit popular, these 2 players bringing it. It's a very interesting deck. We have things like Sally, which can act as a very versatile early game card. It can act as removal, it can act as stall. We've got a little bit of resistance in there, which is quite nice in those longer games. You can dilute your opponent's deck a little bit with some sort of, bad hits. It can be especially good against this B26 OTK deck, because if they draw the resistance card, that counts as their first order played that turn. Obviously it will draw and replace itself, but that does mean that the B26 will do 0 damage that turn, which is very nice. You've got things like sabotage in here as well, which can allow you to both disrupt your opponent's combos, but also steal their value pieces and use them yourself and turn them against you. And there's a little bit of a sort of keyword sub-theme in these. Not too heavy on that, but it is nice to have just a few things in there. It does mean with the Monastery as well that it's more likely to be one-sided removal. We then have a US-German frontline deck, which is somewhat popular today. We've got Buffs, which is the most popular deck of the tournament. It's an incredibly successful and just a real beast to play against. And then we have this Japan-Soviet aggro deck. We've seen some players going Japan-Soviet, some players going Japan-France. Azzy here gone for the Japan-Soviet.
Absolutely, yeah. We've definitely seen some different choices coming through in these decks. I'm quite excited, actually, I have to say, to see the Soviet France lists out there. I will say, many of you, if you run into me on ladder, will know that I've been climbing a few times recently on my own version of this list. So I think it's quite interesting, and I do think the disruption can be very effective against that OTK. If they're unlucky enough to proc a resistance, it is enough to nullify that OTK, which is always something you're looking for if you can get it. Plus, don't count out just how much liberation will heal. I've got to ask, are we still suspecting that we're going to, I mean, obviously Spoke has thrown a spoke in the wheel, as it were, with the choice not to ban buffs, but are we still expecting to see buffs be a popular ban? I mean, I'd be inclined with these two lineups to ban buffs.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be the move. They're super similar lineups, right? They have three of the same deck. There are definitely changes in those decks. Uh, Another interesting change, I believe, was Ozzy had a complete top end on his Japan Soviet aggro. He has two tanks and two little cobras, whereas Hachiman, the only Soviet cards he took were Colms and the Rushes. So a much more fast and slimmer deck in that regard. But both of them picking the same decks, I would think Brits would be the ban.
Well, we're going to find out. I've just been told that we are going to find out. So Bubbles gets to dodge the bullet, and we find out whether Thanatron and I were correct. And we weren't. Again, one of the players choosing not to ban buffs, but one does. So Hashiman has indeed, as predicted, banned Azzy's buffs list. But Azzy has chosen to remove that Japan aggro list. Interesting choice.
I mean, this is definitely what I was going to predict. Given the chance, I definitely would have predicted this and not something else. But I think the Japan deck is a pretty safe deck to ban out as well. It's so aggressive. It just gets so much down on the board so quickly, and then with these expansions, it's able to draw quite a lot of cards and sort of stay in the game towards the mid game. And it's been a bit of a menace today already. I do think it's a safe deck to ban. I also think it's slightly more difficult to counter it, at least with the lineups we see today, than compared to buffs, where one suppression can throw the whole buff deck out the window.
It is true, and I do think that as we saw with Spoker, the player who has the little bits of tech that might just be enough against buffs is the one who's chosen not to take that ban and let buffs go. Because as you say, if buffs has a downside, although I know many people at the moment would argue the point, it is that it can be neutered fairly quickly by a couple of well-targeted cards. But yeah, I'm quite interested to see where this one goes. Would you suggest, either of you, that, I mean, I honestly don't know if I could call this at all, but I'm thinking maybe Ozzy's experience might be just enough to give an edge in this, but I think this might be a very close matchup.
I mean, Spoker had a lot more experience than Pancake, and Pancake was able to take the lead there, or to take the win. We did see Spoker getting an early lead, but even up against the wall, Pancake was able to put up a fight and end up taking 3-2.
True words. Thanatron?
Yeah, and the person that banned Brit won the first set, right? Regardless of the experience as well. So there's a lot of things at play, paralleling or mirroring that first set. We have the, once again, more experienced player not banning the buffs list, correct? So we'll have to see if that sort of holds out as a poor idea, but it's interesting that it is coming from the experienced players both times, right? So
Yeah, definitely.
very, very interesting highlight. We'll have to see how that plays out.
It appears the veterans are not intimidated by the incredibly hench Brits.
But sometimes intimidation is very useful. Sometimes a deck is so scary, and you tell yourself, I can play around this deck, I can beat it, I'm not going to ban it, I'm going to counter it. And then it turns out the correct thing to do was just to ban it and just be sensible. So sometimes these scary decks, it can be worth getting intimidated by them, and it can actually pay off to sort of respect them a little bit more.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think we are definitely. I mean, we have got a lineup in these 16 players where we are seeing some real veterans who I think are going to come at this. I mean, we talked about it a little bit in the draw show. is that veterancy going to give you a different perspective coming into this? Because there's a lot of these players who aren't grinding heavy on ladder and haven't been deep in the meta, and maybe they just have a different read of how intimidating or how problematic these decks might be. I think this is one of the things that's made this format definitely interesting, is that we've got players who have come not only with different perspectives, but with, as I say, outside of the buffs, we've got such a deck variation. I am excited to see two players who seem to have had relatively similar thoughts in their lineups here. Both players going for maybe a more balanced lineup with a little bit more control leaning than we've seen. A lot of players have leaned very heavily aggro in their lists for this tournament, which I think is understandable. And
It
I
may be
am,
why we saw, sorry to interrupt, but it may be why we saw a Jagro ban, right? Like banning Jagro is never really a terrible idea. You can make the case, right, that Buffs is a higher power level deck right now and is maybe a better ban. But maybe that does speak to Ozzy's experience, right? They know that they brought a control deck. And a control deck, if teched properly, might have the answers to beat Buffs in a way that it just doesn't for Jagro, because Jagro's whole thing is the speed. That does seem weird to say when the speed of buffs also seems kind of ridiculous. But the thing about buffs is that you kind of have to wait until the turn 3 to 6 range to really be able to pop off, right? You need to be able to afford a Bocage Warfare. You need to be able to afford a Kangaroo Transport with the actions to play the unit, especially if you're using the unit with Fury that doesn't have 0 op cost, right? And then maybe you want to throw a tactical withdrawal and do the whole thing again. Those huge pop off turns, they can get pretty expensive pretty quickly. So perhaps anticipating that, maybe you ban Jagro, because obviously a Jagro roll, you can start taking 5 damage, 6 damage a turn on turn 2, on turn 3. So the tempo, I think, is probably what Azzy is really kind of got his eyes on, what he's really focusing on, and super interested to see how that plays out.
yeah, I will say the one thing that as I say, I've played a lot of Soviet France recently, and the one thing that it does do against buffs, which can be crippling for buffs, is, as Bubbles has alluded to earlier, the new resistance mechanic can be so disruptive to your actual curve. And I think Jagro tends to care a lot less about that level of disruption, whereas for buffs, as you're saying, Danatron, it can be absolutely brutal.
And there's also having a random unit pinned. For Jagro, you're like, okay, that's maybe a couple points of damage gone. But for buffs, this could be, it's even 8 or 9 damage in a single turn being missed out because of this pin. So it can be real deadly for buffs when this resistance card actually gets drawn. Something I
Yeah,
just
I
want
mean,
to. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I absolutely, I can attest that one of my most unfortunate recent opponents did manage to get their Frontier Force buffed up to 8 attack, have the Kangaroo Transport ready for that 16 point of damage, one random resistance pin, and that's 16 damage you're not getting. It's not fun. But yeah, please finish your thought.
Well, something I wanted to look at with the sort of lack of control in the decks we're seeing is I think control decks, you always have to consider, how am I going to survive against aggro? How am I going to beat aggro? And one of the really interesting things we see in aggro and cards at the moment is we've got a real split where we've got cards, decks like Jagro, Japan aggro, where they're going very wide. So to counter this, you want things like Crossfire, things that are going to clear the board. But then buffs is going very tall, and they're only going to have a couple units, but they're going to be very, very big, and they're going to be outputting a lot of damage. So right now, if you're building a control deck, to be consistent against aggro, you need to better defeat wide decks and tall decks, and that's a very difficult thing to do. It's often you have to pick one or the other. If you end up trying to do both, you then lose out on value. You're not able to beat other control decks. You're not able to beat mid-range decks. So I think this is one of the big issues for control at the moment, is figuring out how to beat wide decks, tall decks, and these value and control decks all at once. And I think that's such a difficult question to approach and answer that a lot of players have just decided, you know what, I'm just going to bring aggro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's certainly been as an avowed and very openly control-loving player, especially when I'm trying to make an effort and I can't just play air, as everyone knows I'm known for doing, which is a little less effective at the moment. I will say you do need a lot of longer turns at the moment on control to figure your way through. But I do think the smattering of the use of very specific parts of the kind of the keyword soup has powered this deck up a bit. So Silesia does have the power to fix one of Sove Control's biggest problems, which is really struggling for draw. But I mean, there are times where I've actually had to not play, even on a thinned down version of it, my Silesia, because you risk overdraw, because that thing can draw so much from your deck so quickly. But again, that can work against you against a very fast deck, because if you can't go wide enough to empty your hand, you can start getting bricked.
I mean, we do see some interesting tools as well in the Soviet deck to counter both Jagro and buffs, the wide and the tall. We see Confusion.
Yep.
Confusion is good against wide decks if you can get it off, because you can take one of their units and trade it into one of their other units. You're taking out two of their units at once, which can be very powerful. But then also against buffs, if you're able to steal the buffs itself, you might just better destroy your opponent on the spot. But obviously, after you take a unit with Confusion, you're going to give it back to them, and you're probably going to give it back to them in a fairly healthy state. So one of the really powerful things Confusion lets you do against buffs is no matter how big that buff is in the front line, it lets you take back the front line. And often with buffs, they need that front line to be able to use their tactical withdrawals to combo off and keep healing this buffs up over and over again. So when you play Confusion on the buffs, you're not only able to trade or get some damage out from the buffs itself, but when you take the front line, you buy so much time, and it can just really halt the buffs deck, for a couple turns, buy you that extra time, let you find maybe a Sally, maybe some removal, and something to get rid of it for good. So it's a really nice card which techs against both types of aggro.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's certainly interesting to see. And I will say, I know we talk a lot about the kind of the buffs tech cards, but they are, as we've noted, so interesting in this, because when you have like 15 players bringing the full on Brit US buffs deck, you have to be aware, as I'm sure you guys, veterans as you are, will know, you've got to be so aware of the tools that are in your deck that can answer the big threats. And buffs doesn't just threaten with buffs, despite the name. Like, Frontier Force can be one of the most devastating things, because if you can get a good buff on it, and then drop something like HMS Formidable, it can be a board clear that then turns into a threat of 14, 15, 16 huge amounts of damage just sat there waiting to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of ways to do a lot of damage very quickly in this deck and in this tournament. Obviously, the German France combo deck that we've seen, but there's actually quite a few players bringing a old school, or it's not really old school, it's from this year, right? But the German naval burn is also present in the tournament as well, right? And anytime you have these kind of burn decks, it's going to have sort of a ripple effect over the whole tournament, because the burn deck is going to kind of control the tempo for the other decks as far as how long you have to live on average,
Yeah.
for how you can go under or over or around or what have you, right? So there is certainly a lot for the players to consider when they were sort of rounding up all these decks.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's certainly both of the burn variants that we see in this have a tendency to be wrapping a game up in and around turn 8. Certainly, turn 8's the one that you obviously watch out for with the Group Bretagne Germany second front combo, because that's when you've got those 8 credits to put down the bomber and pay the 4 for it. But equally, that can be a very key turn for Navy burn, because you're usually in that position where you've gotten just enough of your burn tools on the ground that one well-timed big thing can do it. Well, anyway, we're going to find out. I shall hand it over to you guys as we go live to Hashiman and Azi.
It looks like Azzy is going to be starting on their Japan deck, their Japan Soviet aggro deck, and it's going to be facing up against the German France deck. How do you feel about this matchup?
Well, Hachi is definitely, or I'm sorry, Ozzy is definitely trying to go quickly here. It's going to be, I mean, obviously, Combe turn 1 is a nice start. They've got to sort of get off the ground running. It can't take too long. But then again, Hachiman is at, the mercy of the RNG a little bit. If in some crazy universe his last four cards are, uh, uh, all of his bombers or second fronts, yeah, that's going to be a way for Ozzy to have plenty of time. So we'll have to see as the
Quite a good
tempo ripples.
quite a good opener here for Hachi, right? As openers go in this deck, there's quite a few tools here to fight back. You've got the guard, you've got the extra production from the infantry, and you even have the henchel, which can come down and fight a ground unit. So quite a few ways to sort of contest the board here.
Yeah, and the 5E is being used in a lot of these French variation decks, both in the Soviet more control and in the I'm sorry, in the France, German France combo, right? Both are taking French as a side nation, and that 5E generating a second unit into your hand that is that nice big 4/4 guard, as well as being a nice little blitzer that can pop something out of the front line for you as well. That card has certainly made an impact.
Now, a bit of a decision to make. Am I going to go for the production and play one of these 5k cards? Gonna go for the Hipper. This will mean a Raiding Brigade is added back to hand, but fortunately for Hachi, there's not going to be too many valid targets for that. Now,
Yeah,
as
and
a
getting this credit change as soon as possible and limiting the money for Ozzy is just so powerful.
oh, and that's going to be a slightly awkward credit count. It's going to have to put down the 33rd recon and presumably pass the turn, as you would want to hold on to this removal here to take out the 4/4 guard. It just works out so perfectly that you can't bring yourself to play it for the cycle. And now up to 5k Hachi's cards all starting to come online, has so many options in hand.
Yeah, all a bit too powerful, right? The Henschel being basically removal, the Yag Panther being bounce. Nothing really worth bouncing or removing quite yet. So I would assume we just see Errado Guard. We're not worried about the one credit. This is interesting because with the 18E, will not get its reduction in op cost from the Errado play, but you're playing it as a guard, so that's basically irrelevant for you.
It also makes the draw option slightly awkward here. For also, if the removal option slightly awkward, we might even just see the raiding brigade come down, get rid of this fighter here, and this means when there's only one unit on board, you know this rush is going to hit something very useful. But could also just see the Anne come out here, start trying to get a little bit of damage out. Is a
And
much riskier move, but
the suppression battle already afoot as well, suppressing the draw for Ozzy and gaining a draw for Hachiman, being that he has the Errado out before the suppression, which is a big deal because the rush play on the recon is just so satisfying. You obviously get the draw from playing the rush on your own recon and the removal. This is an interesting play here, just taking out the Errado but getting some face damage as well. I don't hate it.
no, I mean, if you can get this and down on curve, you can really dish out a lot of damage. Obviously, it can do blitz damage straight from hand, so you can sort of hold on to it as a finisher. But just playing this on turn 4 or turn 5 in Azzy's case here, because they were hippered, it does mean you can get this sort of big threat down on board and force your opponent to answer it. So I expect we'll see a fighter come out here. I would kind of prefer to see the Henchel come out over the Yag Bomber. If you play the Yag Bomber, you're either giving them another surprise attack for Azzy, or you're unsuppressing this 33rd Recon. So yeah, gonna go for the fight.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Obviously, the bomber gets some return damage on a fighter, which is something that you generally don't love, but you have your big fighter behind the guard, and it was really the only sensible option as far as a threat.
We did see suppression coming out just to cycle cards, because obviously that was a 1/1 with 0 operation cost, and it's still a 1/1 with 0 operation cost. So Hachi not happy with the suppression, wants to find something a little bit more useful. However, look at the size of Azzy's hand. Is there the potential that Hatchie just starts hitting face with this fighter and then goes for a Kriegsmarine lethal. It's not that far off.
Not only that, but some of the cards in Hachi's hand, like the recon party, are going to go right back to drawing him more cards as well. This
Here
is a
comes
pretty slim
Shinano.
Shinano, yeah.
Oh, doesn't quite clear at all, but I think you're happy with this. You got rid of the fighter. I expect you take this trade just to get rid of it. Now, I'd be tempted to just play the Kriegsmarine here. It's going to be 6 damage and a bit of discard. There's nothing that really is worth getting at. I mean, going to go for the block. And then you healing here. I feel like you might be. You're down to 10 HP.
Yeah, against a Jagger deck for sure, it can go fast. Isolation, very interesting. Ozzy, maybe one of the only people bringing Isolation. Certainly a card that uh, finds its way into Jagro on occasions, but has not necessarily found a place there permanently. Very interesting tech call in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what's Azzy's sort of main route into this game, because obviously you need to apply the pressure. Hachi is going to kill you eventually. There is B26 OTK in the deck. It will just finish you pretty much straight away the moment it comes up. So Azzy needs to apply pressure, but needs to figure out how to apply the most pressure. You can just go for the 33rd recon, and this will give you a little bit of card draw, but no, going to go for the SU.
Which is very interesting. I for sure thought we would just see some card draw and the rush to take out the block the exact same way. But now we have this very injured but also very powerful SU
My
on the field.
main concern is just the expense here. When this gets bounced, it means you have to spend your whole turn just to play it again. It's such an expensive card for this Jagro deck. However,
And
with
draws
2 of
another
them
one.
available, that's a lot of damage from hand. And I'd be tempted just to throw the first one out because you do have the rush available for the second one, which is a potential 12 damage across the 2 of them.
He will need to find the second rush. That is a surprise attack all the way on the left.
Oh, you are correct. It looks
Yeah,
very
similar.
similar.
Yeah, absolutely. A little beige in the background, sort of.
Yeah.
But he will need to find a second one of those. It's also worth noting that maybe you just burn one of these SUs to take out that Yag Bomber. You just spend 6 for 4, 5, 6, put it down, take it across, and make that trade. You have
But
your second SU, and Yag Bomber kind of scary.
would Hachi risk leaving it alive on board? Is the question, because there you can do a lot of damage if you're Azzy here. Considering just going for the isolation, I mean, when you isolate this and then follow it up with a surprise attack, you are able to just pin this essentially for a long time. Gonna have to make a decision.
Yeah, really coming up against his timer here.
Gonna get the AA gun down, which means this Yag Bomber will come back with 1 defense. However, 2 ways available for Hachi to deal with it. Can go for the crossfire, but can also just go for the V1 flying bomb, get rid of it. You do need to get rid of this AA gun if you want your Yag Bomber to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see Hachi just sort of draw for something here. See what
So,
possible answers his deck could hold for him.
very interesting interaction, though, isolation with the AA gun. I don't think it's something I've actually seen before, but it does allow you to essentially remove an air unit no matter how much defense it has. There you go, it comes back 1 HP.
Yeah, interesting. Hachi didn't really find any answers off his draw that really made a lot of sense, so he just went with the Schützen play.
Now, slightly awkward here for Azzy, as no matter what you're doing, there are good answers available for Hachi with this crossfire.
Yeah, certainly the Raiding Brigade
Also,
on
could you
the
just
draw Panzer.
Leopold here? Just drop the Leopold, send everything back. Yes, there's pin available for Azzy. Yes, there's the SU-100s, but It's just such a powerful move because it essentially means Azzy's whole turn is spent with the SU100 trade. Unless
Uh,
you want to
it-
go for the pin, but if you go for the pin, then you can respond with second front, and that sets up a huge amount of damage with second front on Leopold.
Absolutely. I agree with that play a lot because even if you're not going for that particular line, you're just setting Ozzy back and giving yourself more time to find your combo pieces, right? Because the Leopold is going to reset your board, which takes time to rebuild. It's going to demand an answer. So that's further time and resources that you're going to have to spend on it if you can answer it.
Gonna go for
Instead,
the
second
second
fronts
front.
the Schutzen.
Well, is the crossfire.
Really interesting to see second front be used on something other than the B-26. A lot of people like to use it on the big Henschel because when two come back down the next turn, if they're not able to guard or such, it's a very easy 12 damage. They both get the buffs to the +2 damage to attack when they're hitting face.
But
So
let's think
that is
about
certainly a secondary, but seeing it on on a Schutzen, sorry to drag on here, seeing it used on a Schutzen, very very interesting.
But thinking about where that leaves Azzy, you can't push up at SU100 now because you're just giving it away. You know, it has
Eh,
4 attack, the Schutzen has 5 defense, and is going to heal itself. It puts you in a pretty awkward situation. You're just going to go for your scouting party, put down the 5th as well. Maybe we'll see the 99th home come out, but it's a very awkward situation to be in.
Yeah, and doesn't want to put anything on the front line because, as we said, just immediately going to give those Schutzens
This
targets
could be
a
a
very heady play.
This is a huge Leopold turn as well. You put down the Leopold, you put a 4-5 in the front line, as he's going to be forced to trade into that. However, you could also just go for the Henschel, get rid of the SU, and just move up 2-4-5s to the front line. No matter what you go for here, the pressure is really starting to put Azzy in just these bad situations. I mean, this is the issue with this aggro deck in this sort of meta is if you don't end the game very quickly, you stand no chance of actually finishing the game. There's enough heal to stabilize when you're running France as an ally. You've got Liberation, you've got Call to the Colonies. You do really need that flash out the from the get go, and as he's just not quite had it, it's just been a little bit too slow. And Hachi, with that very, very early Admiral Hipper, was able to essentially put the game at a halt and just completely control as he's pacing.
Yeah, this is a huge board for Jagro to try to get around.
Oh no, never mind. I thought he traded before using the Type 93, but he got the Type 93 off the trade.
Yeah, he can get rid of one of these. The now the comb with
Get rid of
the
both of them
recon, he
now.
could get rid of the bigger one, and then the SU to get rid of the true. I
Yeah.
mean, it spends everything, get rid of everything.
It's
But
your whole turn. And it
and
leaves you with no blitz units available.
almost no
Eh,
units available.
Yeah, I mean, these fifth will draw you additional cards, but at such a slow rate, and surely now we just see the HQ starting to get taken down. You've got Bismarck available in hand. It's such a quick route to killing
It's
Azzy here.
16 out of 17 damage, correct? So he doesn't goes for the Kriegsmarine because it would be obviously 16 out of 17 not lethal, so we might as well attack the hand. But
That's
now
gonna
the
be game.
game certainly assured when you're holding the biggest gun that we've got to offer. And a great start against a very talented competitor for Hachiman. As we said, the uh, lead in experience certainly going to Princess Ozzy, so winning that first game sets a very nice tone for the set.
Yeah, and I mean that Japan deck, I'd almost say it's favored in that matchup when you have the correct start, but it wasn't so much that Azzy had a bad start, just that she had all the tools available to fight back. And I do think the Hipper was really the turning point for that match. And once the Hipper had been played, Azzy had been slowed down so much that Hachi just basically had free reign to do whatever they want. They weren't in a rush to finish the game. They weren't desperately looking for tools. And so often when you're against these aggro decks, you're like, oh, I need healing now, I need removal now, I need to end the game now. But Hachi's just had so much time, was in such a relaxed position. And as he just wasn't able to find the tools to apply another wave of pressure after their first couple were shut down.
Yeah, and it's also really interesting too, right? And just sort of the lifespan of this game now that we're in what, year 5, year 6, I'm not even quite sure. Hipper been around for so long, and how Hipper sort of is comboing with some of these newer tools or coming together with the newer synergies that we're playing. It's just those early, some of those early elites are still just such mega cards, mega value cards.
Now we see the Soviet France deck making its debut on the stream.
Ozzy, of course, with War Machine, basically the best start that they can hope for. Having a turn 1 play directly into War Machine can go right into 175th.
However, some very strong units coming down here from Hachi. It's going to make it slightly awkward. Just going to go for the Seahawk, not going to occupy the front line. Going to let Hachi take it.
Which does seem sensible. He would honestly love to see the Kirks moved up, as that would set up a nice trade for him on a very troublesome unit. But we're going to go right into a very nice draw with Silesia. We talked about that coming in.
Retreat the Seahawk as well. Sally, a very interesting card. Retreats a fighter. Destroys an artillery. I believe it suppresses an infantry and pins a tank.
Yes, I think so.
We'll go with that.
But yes, the versatility is immense. Very, very interesting turn here from Hachiman, and sort of where he wants to go. Does he want to sort of start to get some resistance draws on tap, instead just going for the Ilyushin, knowing that the last unit he lost being the Big Kirks, something that he would love to get back?
Yeah, I mean, everyone, Big Kirk gets in a lot of work. He's a very powerful unit. However, I doubt it will be the last unit that was destroyed when this eventually dies. And Azzy has a few options here on how they want to sort of handle this board. I would be interested in trading with one of these units in the front line and then immediately
Immediately,
killing.
Ilyushin, yeah, sort of
But hold on,
forcing a bad value pop for
I'm
it.
not sure if you can. That will spawn in a guard on destruction. So we have to kill the guard. It spawns in a guard on destruction. When we do that, we can no longer attack the fighter.
There you go. Very good placement by Hachiman.
Now Z just has to start trading away with these units. Able to get a relatively free trade. We may see the first chocolate boy come down. Might also see for freedom on the Seahawk, which would force it to be double traded, but not going to go for that route.
Yeah, I do like getting the chocolate boy out. Keeping the Seahawk alive for a turn, or at least forcing that double trade, would have been very nice. But thinning out the deck is very, very important. If he were to draw that second chocolate boy next turn, that would be a little devastating.
I mean, you can always put it back on top with 175th, but it's not ideal. You don't want to
Yeah.
be. And now this ambush actually starting to be a little bit annoying. You're going to have to trade into it with one of these bigger boys. Panzer Grenadier coming out could be the move.
And the other part about these ambush boys, right, getting both Silesias on the board and in the front line, not only are they this nice 3/3 body with this ambush, stopping a US deck from just sort of clambering into the front line at will as it wants to do. They also, as we said early, are basically the new draw engine for this sort of keyword soup Soviet deck, and you can see a very nice thick hand for Hachiman. Still plenty of great options, which is sometimes what these Soviet decks lack as you're, as you have something for turn 3, as you have something for turn 4, as you have something for turn 5, you end up
Yeah.
spending all your dang cards. So
I
very
mean,
nice.
it's a bit of a saving grace because 5-year plan is available in the pool as Soviet draw, but it draws you, frankly, too many cards. You often overdraw, and you don't really have the health at the moment to sacrifice. Obviously, you do have some French healing to try and stay alive, and it is very powerful healing. But tanking 5 damage against Jagro or against B26 OTK, you just can't really afford it right now.
Really, really interesting game as both players are taking full clocks here, really taking all of the information in, trying to find the best route for these turns.
We've had some good emotes coming out from the players as well. I must say, there's been some top tier ones. There was a Geronimo earlier. I can't ever say that word. You know what I mean?
Geronimo.
Yeah, there you go. Gotta
Yeah,
get
and
one
an,
of
and a,
the
and a rev the engines as well, which you love to
yeah.
see. It's a big front line staring down US, and
Yeah,
it's
I
it's
mean,
gonna get bigger.
typically the frontline deck wants to take the front line, but there's just so many units. There's so much clog everywhere. You've got these guards, and then behind the guards are units with ambush. It's just so awkward to get through.
Yeah. Big, valuable Soviet units, right? And as Bear sort of mentioned earlier, one of the problems with these big, thick Soviet decks was the draw. We sort of have that problem figured out with Silesia or maybe some other draw engines. We've got plenty of removal. We've got big tanks. I'm sorry, big guards rather. There is probably a big tank. The shock KV is probably in here
Yep.
as well. It's got a lot of answers, and if you get behind it at any point, flipping the table on it seems to be maybe nigh impossible. We'll see the combined arms here. Basically, the only way to get around some of this extremely oppressive ambush. Honestly, this is very fun. I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen the very classic and old combat keyword of ambush be so factored in.
Yeah, it's certainly more relevant than it has been for a long time. But what's worth noting is no matter how much Hachi, spams units in the front line with ambush and guard and shock, Hachi does still need to win the game. Simply clogging the front line, it's good, but it's not enough on its own. If you trade blows back and forth, but then as he's able to take the front line and play a Sherman, as he can certainly be putting you in a really difficult situation. So we do need to see some sort of game-ending action starting to happen soon. The armored train being in the front line could massively help towards that, but just any big Soviet finisher is something Hachi's really going to start to need fairly soon.
And only 2 Shermans for Ozzy, so light on the Shermans, but that also means that when you are light on the Shermans, you have a bunch more responsive units. Those slots have been replaced with things like Blitz, like these big
Yeah.
175ths. I will say I expected to maybe see more Rangers,
Mhm.
but it's really working out. This 6/5 instead of the 4/4 body, because obviously this is a 3-cost unit with a 1-cost attack, whereas you get the free operation on the Rangers. So they're both kind of like a turn 4 play, right? A turn 4 play where you get to instantly use the unit to attack. But that 5th health has been crucial in getting over some of these ambush units, some of these ambush walls, where Rangers might have had a much tougher time. So that ends up being an interesting tech choice almost.
Oh, draws the resistance as the last card for the turn, basically nullifying part of the effect of it. Your unit's not going to be as pinned for as long, and the credit doesn't matter. Possibly the best card you could draw off the 22nd, or the best time to find a resistance card is off the 22nd. We do now
There we see the
see
big boy.
the big boy coming out. However, Tiger Cat you know, both players now finding their big boys.
And as you said, right, it's really interesting here that
It's just
all of that
how
guard,
fast
all of
it's
that
gonna take it
ambush,
out.
all of that thickness that Hachiman was able to put up, just the war machine of the U.S. is just too much.
I mean,
Just
it's
eventually going
not
to come over
enough.
that front line.
It's not enough just to hold the front line against these US frontline decks at the moment. You do also need to apply pressure because they will eventually find the front line. They will just for one moment they'll take the front line, but that's enough. They only need it for half a second, and then they can put on so much pressure.
Big smile from Ozzy as well, drawing his only priest. Perhaps feeling that like a lamb to the slaughter, he says, it's coming up Ozzy right now.
However, Hachi does still have a lot of AoE available in deck. It's not impossible to swing this back. If you find one of these big AoE tools, you can shut down Azzy's advance and put it back onto the middle ground.
Yeah, 5 damage to the all ground units would go hard right now. Montesir also is looming large. Montesir could be a great answer for Tiger Cat as well after it starts
Yeah,
to put down some bombers, wipe that whole back line. So that's, I think, what we're going to see here from Hachiman. He's got plenty of stall, plenty of guard, plenty of health.
the rest
Try to find his
available.
board clears.
Just able to bypass this Corson. Obviously, it's still a 5/7. It will still trade with your unit, but it does mean Azzy's able to put on so much more pressure.
I do like getting Corson out first. I feel like Armored Train is the better guard to not get suppressed. So if
Yep.
Corson is going to eat that suppression, obviously not great, but it means Armored Train is coming out next, and he's much less likely to have an answer for that. So he'll have to saw through the big Armored Train.
I mean, we've seen Hellcat and Duress come out, so now you've got to be very confident that your armored train is going to survive. And we do still have some options available for Hatchy. They've got a little bit of healing, they've got some draw available, a bit of removal. So that's to figure out how to best utilize the credits they have.
Yeah, there's multiple healing options as well. You'd almost like to get the resistance online so that you can maybe get some more pins, but the extra 2, I believe it's what, 6 for resistance and 8 for Call to the Colonies for health gain. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, that extra 2 probably something that you might want to consider here, but the extra pings could also be so
Yeah,
important.
the
Resistance
extra
pings could be
pings, but
so nice.
being credit efficient, I think, is really important right now. So, gonna go for the removal and the liberation.
Yeah, no, I think that's excellent. Swinging with the block to destroy the artillery. Obviously, that was the real problem child amongst all these units now that we have the train online. Sherman's going to be great here. I got to imagine we see the Sherman draw. If he had board clear removal AoE, you probably would have seen it already. That's probably
I
what's going
mean,
through Ozzy's mind.
If Azzy can find the strategic bombing, though, that could be huge. So I'd kind of like to see the Sherman coming out
That's a
here.
great point, too. Strap bomb would be amazing choice. I mean, if he's going to Sherman and we're going to see some draw last, then truly we're going to have some angry viewers, maybe one in specific.
If we're going to Sherman and draw last, I want to find the strategic bombing just to sort of nail home the points.
Yeah, just so that everybody can learn the lesson together. Nice. We see draw first. Draw first with the resistance. Oh, okay. So it goes. The resistance goes onto the unit with the summoning sickness.
Maybe
so
draw
not
last
too bad.
Draw last is the strategy because of resistance.
Up against the clock here.
Goes for
getting
the
all this
direct
in.
hit.
Yeah, and Tiger Cat online. This board would be devastated by Montesir. It would be almost interesting if you could say that Azzy was sort of playing the diversified board, knowing that the Hachiman would have to choose between 5 damage to air and 5 damage to ground units. But Montesir exists, which would just blow his entire spot up. So hard to call that a a heady play more so than perhaps an oversight. But looks
Red
like it's going to
banner
work
on the
out for him.
core gonna
Oh,
find a second
more
train.
big guard.
There's going to be 2 light infantry produced every turn. There's not even the space for them at the moment. There's too many little guys. Not enough space for them. Now, Hachi has to decide, do I want to give myself a bit of health or a bit of draw? Gonna go for the draw. I think it's sensible. Does find the Sally.
Yeah, and more removal.
Which
Prolonged siege for next turn.
has to decide, where is this Sally going? Gonna bounce the bomber.
Ooh, a big German Sherman here. That is a nice draw. That is that is a nice active unit for Ozzy.
Yeah, and I mean, the combined arms, you can get a huge combined arms bonus here. I don't think you wait until you have the fighter and the bomber. I think that's a little bit greedy. But you can certainly get a another one down here.
And we certainly need to be cashing these 3-1s in before these light infantry start making incredible
Yep.
value trades. So
But
the
now there's
3-1s need to be knocked in.
Now, I think you're going for the 6-7 with these 3-1s, though, because it doesn't have armor. You're able to bring it down very quickly.
Such a big swing turn right after another big swing turn.
Decisions to make. But the clock is ticking. They must be made. We're going to see the Seahawk come down.
Little bit of the greed that you mentioned. Oh, just putting it okay on the first 35T. Nice. Now that's got to be a timing bug. I'm sorry, not a bug. That's got to be a timing mistake. We're using full clock every time. Not only do we completely waste a credit, but we really waste a 3-1 because it's going to get traded by a absolutely free generated light infantry. Every single iota of value could matter in this matchup, and that is going to be something Ozzy is going to think about when this is all said and done.
Now, not completely over, but certainly in a difficult position. You need to get rid of this Seahawk for your light infantry to come online, as it does 0 damage at the moment. So we're going to have to see removal coming out on the Seahawk.
Which I think is fine, right? We have plenty of, well, I guess not plenty, but we've got units to take care of some of these other units. Clock has run down, but that might just be a spec bug. Yep, it's just spectator. We're going to see all the hose has been unkinked. We'll see all the moves at once.
Resistance coming out.
A very nice pin. That would have been a very annoying turn if the Sherman would have been pinned.
Yeah.
Instead, it's the engineers. That is a great 50-50 for Ozzy.
Now, resistance coming out at the last possible moment once again, so doesn't matter too much. And as a reacting to something.
And is this the sabotage turn? Obviously, you basically have nothing else you can do. Stealing a Henschel here.
I mean, it's a powerful steal, but it's not enough.
It's certainly a slow play that doesn't help a ton, but out of what you have afforded to you, perhaps drawing twice would have just been better.
Ooh, this is a strong find. We Can Do It is a very powerful card here.
Yeah, We Can Do It might sell this game up. We're starting to get you're going to have both a tank and an airplane over 5 health, therefore making the AoE choice of Hashiman much, much worse.
I'm gonna say,
Really
I love
going to
the
need to rely on
difference.
Montesir then.
I love the difference in player reactions. Everything that's happening as he's like, there's so much expression, and then Hatchie's just a face of steel, just not bothered, just pure focus.
Yeah, absolutely. Ozzy taking his time here again, really thinking out this whole turn. One short of the we can do it on the same turn as the 41st Infantry, so we are just going to go with a full push. Also interesting here as well, we don't take the 2 damage to face, we instead take the
Ooh,
2 damage to...
confusion.
Yeah, that's going to be big too. But what does he take? He can really only take
We have to
the
draw, right?
22nd.
Go for the draw, surely. It's not good enough otherwise. We can take the bomber, but we're still going to have it afterwards. So you have to go. I mean, you could heal as well, but I don't think healing is going to get you out of this. It just buys you a bit of time. And as he is revving the engines,
It's there's certainly a lot to think about,
if you
right?
find Monaster, you survive. If you find any of your AoE, you survive. You've got multiple AoE tools in the deck. Gonna go for the draw. Finds guard.
Gotchina's. Oof. So much
mean,
at
you
play
gotta
right
play
now. The
quick.
confusion play.
You gotta play very quick. What are you healing? How much are you healing?
The
Gonna
gotch
heal
play.
for 3. It's not gonna
Only
be.
gonna heal for 3. Hellcat gonna sew it up. Nice long game here. Hachiman with the, I'm sorry, Ozzy. Ozzy with the a bit of a pop off there, having a good time. We're gonna tie this set up 1-1.
And I mean, the USA deck, I had my doubts about it. It felt, I don't want to say outdated, but it felt like it might be too slow to face up against Buffs and Jagro and not quick enough to face up against sort of B26 OTK. So I think it's one of the weaker decks we're seeing people bring in a sort of popular way today. But coming in, taking its win, proving its worth, I think it's quite a difficult matchup, right, for Soviet France. We saw they had the front line, they were applying pressure, but there just wasn't enough without any of these win cons. And the moment you sort of find one of your win cons, it gets just taken out by a Hellcat. So I think what we saw here really is a very difficult matchup, and the USA deck showing where it shines, which is still against these slower, more grindy matchups. It can still just, you take the front line once, you win the game, and that's very much how it felt this time.
Yeah, absolutely. We will roll right into our third game here.
We see Jagro against the control deck. I think this is a much nicer matchup for the Soviets. And a lot of powerful tools here available for Azzy, but Hachi does have a relatively strong opener. Able to get some guards down, buy some time. And then it does have the option of both healing and draw, whichever they would like.
We bloom in adversity. Show me something new. Ozzy becoming our emote king. Wow. He didn't need to top deck the rush. He already had one, but quite a nice top deck. Choosing instead to saw through it the old-fashioned way. 2-3 is going to trade into a 1-4 pretty nicely. Z deciding to save the rushes for something bigger. Ozzy's next turn probably looking at getting some recons online and an early liberation from Hachiman. Trying to get the resistance going right away.
I mean, this guard is pretty much the perfect guard against Jagro. You know, you get a guard, it dies, you get a second guard. There's not much more you could ask for from your guard. As 2 guards for the price of 1. That's double the guard.
Classic 2-for-1 sale.
Twice as much guard in your guard.
Perhaps thinking about drawing 2 here for Hachiman. Otherwise, 61st Kirks would probably be the play, which will set up your Silesia down the line. But instead of drawing 2 that way, we can just draw 2 now, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, this rush combo, which I don't think Azzy was able to pull it out in their earlier match because there was just so much suppression coming out. But we're able to
Really
see this.
considering right or left here on the recons. I'm really not sure what this choice is. We got Billy and Bobby, and one of them's got to scuff a knee. It's tough for a parent to choose a child, I suppose.
Ooh.
I
What do you?
imagine
I
he's
it's gonna be
considering
left.
other
Make
things
your
here.
bet. Make your bet. I'm saying left. I'm saying he's doing the left
Bet
one.
all your channel points on left. You would have been correct. Perhaps thinking out his whole turn why he waves his hands of judgment over 2 recon units. But yeah, we're setting up a big board here, small board, but a wide board, you know, so very nice. And 5E again. It gets played first, so it generates that second unit, that nice big 4/4 guard. Throws the 4/4 guard down immediately. Of course, isn't going to get the operation cost reduction since it's not the only unit played, but he does not care. Ooh, there's another 50-50 here that
Oh,
would be better one direction.
I think.
I really
Oh.
appreciate trying to attack face before the animation goes through, but it doesn't work out. Does not get his 50-50.
Do we just go for the surprise attack removal? I mean, a 4/4 guard is pretty chunky. Not having to clear it is very appealing to me here. Obviously, there are more guards coming out, but we do have isolation. You don't really know how many guards are available. You're not aware that there's a 0k99 guard available for Hachi, so I'd personally be very tempted by it. But considering as well, just
Yeah,
gonna
the
go for the
isolation here,
isolation.
I think that does make sense, right? Because next turn you can use the 2/1 and the bomber to kill the guard relatively easy while still getting some face damage from the KI bomber, and then rolling all of your 0 op cost 1/1s in.
I mean, Little
As-
Cobra also trades very nicely into it. Being a 4/5, that extra point of defense. Now we're gonna see bit of draw here. Sally, quite a nice find here, as you are able to use it, you know, whenever you need it. If this artillery comes out later, the AA gun, you can just get rid of it.
And now, obviously, with the Kirks out, the bomber will probably go that direction to pop the ambush.
I think we're
Oh,
just gonna see
interesting.
Little Cobra. Just go for the Little Cobra. Get rid of it. Pop the unit all in one, because then there's this fighter on board. It can still apply pressure from the back line. It can trade with another 4/4. And with the units you have, I mean, if you trade away this 33rd Recon first, there's pretty much nothing but acceptable hits.
Yeah, certainly a lot of options.
Here comes that clock, that dreadful ticking sound in Azzy's ears.
Also doesn't even need to make the trade, right? We do have both surprise attacks and the 4/4 ambush guard. Certainly a good target for that. Really thinking the turn through again here for Ozzy. Oh,
Finds the
resistance.
resistance. And we're going to
Is
see all
going
the
to
actions now.
Gunk the works up. Okay, and we go with sort of a hybrid of the 2 plays I analyzed. I kind of like it less than both of them, but no problem.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I predict that the resistance screwed up the turn
Yeah.
there. I think it was meant to be Little Cobra. But then the resistance came out. Oh no, I only have 4 credits. The clock is ticking. I just have to go. But I like that Hachi's holding on to this 4th guards here, the 0k99, waiting until they actually need it, not allowing it to be vulnerable, because it is very vulnerable to removal. But if it doesn't get removed, it's such a big threat. So holding on to it. Oh, the overdraw, the Shinano gone.
Expansion was nice, very nice overdraw, especially when your hand is completely full. But yeah, seeing that Shinano go right after is definitely tough. 5/7 guard absorbing the surprise attacks is very nice for Hachiman when he's holding the 9/9 guard. Obviously, much more big value stats. And we are seeing just a game of a vehicle versus a roadblock here. How many times can Jagro saw through all these giant guards? Both players with considerable resources now, but as this game goes later, obviously all of Ozzy's units are less impactful and the game starts to favor Hachiman. He has found giant AoE blasts. He has found even more giant cheap guards, including armor train. So really feels like it's starting to turn around here for Hachi. I don't know how
mean-
Jagro solves through this.
Ambush is such a threat for Jagro as well. The Soviet option, the Soviet deck does have a few more ways of getting through it, but it's still like the Japan Soviet aggro deck. It still has a few more ways of getting through it, but it's such a problem.
And now that Hachi has this sort of defensive shell set up, right? He can focus on things like the ambush and making you discard your little Cobra, making you discard your SU, and suddenly the only bits of back end high value, like big units that you had are gone as well.
Looking for a desperate measures, does not find it.
Nice to kill Yak though. That's gonna find a lot of extra juice for Hachi, so certainly not nothing getting that out of the way.
I mean, Hachi does have options.
Yeah, and the ability to heal back up now that the health total is starting to get just a tiny bit scary, and that's exactly what we'll see right back up to 20 health.
Desperate
And a-
measures still could be a game-changing find here for Azzy. I'd be tempted to pop this
Recon and
rush.
rush.
Yeah, well, my question is, do I recon and rush, or do I SU 100 and rush? That's what I'm unsure on, because having a 6 attack unit could be really powerful right now.
A lot
So-
of interesting options, and the block also really nice in blocking this fighter to make sure that it can't value trade on some of the
He's gonna
nicer,
do it. He's gonna
juicier
roll the
targets.
dice. But
Yep. Let's see what we get. The fruits of victory are souring. Oh, and it goes to the 3/1. Probably the most damage
was he
wasted
gonna?
possible.
No, surely you don't. Surely you just pin it.
Yeah.
That would be ludicrous.
Considers himself there for a second.
And I don't mean the rapper.
Easy to get those confused.
It's easy to get those two mixed up. Now, Hachi, just gonna
Front
go for the front
formation.
formation. I've got 20 HP. I'm throwing this out.
That is a very interesting play. Foregoing all of the tempo. But hey, a free tank every turn is a free tank. I guess it's not free, but 1 HP.
It's
That's
a
a
pretty
bargain.
cheap tank. As
That's a
tanks
bargain.
come, that's
You
that's
come to my
cheap.
house, you tell me you only take one of my HPs and I get a whole tank for the day.
That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
I take
show
that
me
deal.
show me where to sign up. How much blood do you need from me for 1 HP?
I mean, you start with 20. We could calculate that in years. We could figure out how many years you lose. You know, it's a 20th. You're giving up a 20th.
Bloodletting is back, according to some health experts. Now we're gonna see Little Cobra. Seeing Little Cobra after the buff wagon is interesting, perhaps meaning
Oh
that you
no!
wanted maybe the buff wagon to be what was taken out by Little Cobra. That's the only reason you would do it first.
I mean, you reduce the odds of it being your bomber, but it's the bomber still.
I agree. It's strange to me though that it would be Buffwagon. Buffwagon would seem to have some really great uses. But hey, we got the board cleared. We've got a diversified front and diversified ground units and air units.
Oh,
Which is
the recently buffed KV1. Recently given just a little bit of more stats. And now the red banner is going to come out. And another
wow,
KV.
very nice. Much more to saw through for Jagro. At some point, Jagro has to run out of gas against these just huge value units. Oh, and the res onto little Cobra. It's alive. And that was enlightening. We've got full conversation today with the emotes. I adore that.
And there's no space for anything. You can't play any units.
Yeah,
Resistance is
Ozzy just said-
futile.
Ozzy says, I'm done with this nonsense. Get me out.
Now, as he's saying, resistance is futile, but it seemed the opposite there. It seemed very useful.
Yeah, resistance is currently
It's tile. The opposite
hurting
of
me.
futile.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with something that was more PG.
Now, getting a real nice close up here from Hachi. I hope we've got this cam for the rest of the match. And now our players getting ready for the next one. And the Japan-Soviet deck has been struggling a little bit here for Razzie. Gonna go for it again against the buffs deck. Can Azzy find the win on this deck?
And we'll see buffs played again.
Very good hand here for Azzy. Against buffs, you've got Isolation, which can reset buffs completely. You've got Rush, which clears it without targeting it.
Yep, Recon Rush will be very, very nice. And yeah, Hachiman with no 1-drops, no turn 1, no turn 2, perhaps either. But
And this has been my experience on the deck.
yeah,
just
I was
3
gonna
drops.
Not such a bad problem. The buff stack does feel very aggro-esque, and when you don't have a turn 1 or turn 2 on an aggro deck, it does feel very, very bad. But kind of when we were
But hear
alluding
me
to
out.
in the deck as a selection process, for those turns for buffs, you really need it's that turn 3 to turn 7 range where you can really afford to make some real moves. So it's not too much of a problem.
No, it's not too much of a problem. But if this Frontier Force gets taken out, you might be left just with no units available, whatever. And I mean that you do need units to play your things on. So it could be a real problem here if this all gets taken out. We're gonna see the duress come out. Prevent the rush combo, I would assume. Go for the 33rd recon.
But I assume that we also still see it because we sort of have the exact stats to maneuver around this.
Oh, Type 93 is a huge find.
Yeah, absolutely.
The
So
buff
Type
wagon.
93, we kill.
We can clear board.
Yeah, we didn't need Type 93, I believe, to clear board, but more efficient now.
Well, yeah, we do it in a much neater and more enjoyable way, and it puts Hatch in a really difficult position. They're not able to go for the Sullivans anymore. Before, you were able to go for the Sullivans on the 33rd recon and then duress it, and that would have given you a little bit of extra draw. I would have liked to maybe see that, but quite a preemptive move to buff your opponent's units on turn 2 and then duress it straight away. Not something you have to do in most of your matches. Now, Azzy has to make a decision. You can trade away the infantry and cash in on the draw, but you have a Shinano in hand, which will it counts as a navy card. It will buff this infantry. Gonna go for the draw. Not worried about buffing the infantry.
That is a good catch. I did not have that in mind. I was thinking, well, it's that big of a decision to go for the draw now, go for the draw next turn. He's not going to be able to use the draw if he gets it now anyway. But yeah, that is very astute, and has to Sullivan's for draw and then suppress to get rid of the buff he had to give to his opponent just to draw. And he's still not sitting on any units against a Jagro deck.
And isolation is available for Azzy. Shinano is going to come out, and I got to say it, would have been one more damage. Would have been one more damage. We've done
Would
my
have been
route.
one more damage, and that does not look like it's going to matter for this game. But in this
Oh, but
matchup, I
Buffs
can
is able to
imagine
come
it
out where
mattering
we
quite a
can
bit.
buy a bit of time. Give it Kangaroo Transport. We can trade away with one of these units. We can try and buy time for the big AoE next turn. If we
Chain
find a
home and
duress,
trade. Oh, the chain home on probably the worst option.
expansion, it's gonna come out.
Oh my
Rush!
god. Rush.
Ruins it all
For a
for
a 4
Hatchet.
health unit. Good night.
But okay, maybe I'm coping here, but if we find duress off the top, we are able to survive here if you're Hatchy. Wait, no, if you rush that one, you can't rush the 2-3. If you rush the 2-3, the AoE from Hatchy clears your board if you're Azzy. You have to either kill one of your units or play the... Yeah, you have to kill one of your own units here. Or go for the
Or just
isolation. That works as
isolation
well.
is a safer bet. And now puts Hachi in his position where he has to draw for survival. Once again, really, really astute comment by you, Bubbles. Really excellent play by Ozzy to play around the just available turn 6 wave after wave.
Yeah. And he's going to come out with the raiding. And finally, he's going to better find a win on the Jagro deck. Very happy. Look at him. He's very happy about that.
And we've
And
got
that will take
another beautiful full 5-game set.
Yeah, it'll take us to a game 5. Now, is this... I'm just trying to remember which deck we've got. Is this the Soviet France deck against buffs? Is he going to have the Soviet France and then buffs still available for
I believe so,
Hatchet?
yes.
So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. We've got some really powerful tools available for the Soviets. We've got Confusion, we've got Resistance, which can be very good against buffs. However, your Sea of Guards, your Wall of Guards, they will buy time, but they won't win you the game against this buff stack because it has the ability to generate a lot of value. We've got the cards which buff and draw, like the USS Sullivans. We've got cards which buff and fight, which are very good in these sorts of matchups. And there's a good amount of card draw available with cards like Convoy and the Land Girls. So you do need to do more than just clog the front line. However, clogging the front line will buy a lot of time, and you get like the shock 6-6 T34. You get this going, and the game's essentially over. So time is precious, but you have the ability to buy it.
Yeah, Buff's sort of, I don't want to say underperforming quite yet, but maybe not popping off as hard as some of us thought, especially with all of the calls to ban it. It's been very interesting that the difference seems to have been the ability for these tactical withdrawals to be found and go off. We haven't seen, I think, a single tactical withdrawal played in the Buffs deck as the Buffs deck has got going. But also that ability to maybe just go under the Buffs deck. As we said, it really needs like a turn 3, 4, 5 before it can really start to get going. And Jagro can be doing a lot by that point. So it is very easy to fall behind the ball.
Now, from having no units to having as many units as he could possibly want, Hatchy is being taunted by the buff stack. Azzy has some interesting options. Probably not going to want to keep a lot of this. Extended Barrage is good at dealing with buffs, as 6 damage is a large amount, but the credit taxed is kind of impactful in this matchup. Liberation, get some resistance cards in the enemy deck, buy a bit of time, but 6 HP isn't that much against the buff stack. They're able to do so much damage when it starts popping off. Monaster way too slow, and Red Banner, it's a useful card, especially if we find the confusion, but maybe just not what we're looking for. And Hatchie just has to decide how much of this they want to keep, how much of this they want to put back. Could just keep the buffs and the chain home and try and high roll as much as possible. I would certainly be tempted at getting rid of everything other than the units and the order.
Both players taking a good hard look. Not sure if that might be a spectator issue. We will figure that out as soon as we can.
And hopefully, based on the buff stack, hopefully it's not completely taken over the match when we're back in. Now, we did see, like I said, some good tools there available for Azzy. So I expect Azzy will be able to buy some time, but there's not exactly what you're looking for. I expect we don't keep more than the Liberation and the Extended Barrage. I think that would be pretty much as we want from that hand. Everything else can go back in the deck. We'll find it later. It's possible we kept Red Banner. I'd be very interested to see what decision was made. And then, yeah, I do think here for Hatchie, you just keep the buffs and you put back everything else. You've got your unit and you just try to go to town with it.
I do agree with you, although I believe that the game is going to be reset due to a sync error on the server side, so they will be
Yep.
getting new mulligans. But that
No
is,
worries.
I believe.
It was the mulligan. There's a lot worse that could have happened. I think it's perfectly fine to have a reset during the mulligan.
Yeah.
And we'll see what our players are given. Hopefully, Hatchie's able to find some units still, and hopefully, Azzy's still able to find some good tools to sort of combat and buy time for the mid game, which is where their cards really start to come online. But I mean, we've got another game 5 here, so we've had some full extent as these series go. Players fighting back and forth, which is what we really like to see. It's always fun to see it really coming down to this deck against that deck. Just you've got no choices. There's no thinking to that. I'm taking this deck and I'll do the best I can. Now, you have played in Worlds before, so I want your opinion on this. When you are in those situations where it's the last game in a best of 5, do you ever think to yourself, I wish I'd played my decks in a different order so that I would have a different deck available now?
Certainly. You kind of have to, but at some point, right? Like that's for tomorrow. Like you're in the situation you're in, you don't really have a choice. It is worth thinking about, but it's worth thinking about sort of in review, not like necessarily like at the time, right? So you probably try to block that out right now because there's only one situation. It's this deck versus that deck. There's, how we got here doesn't matter anymore. We can only move forward. But certainly when you are in a situation in these big heady tournament situations, lineup is incredibly important. And we have seen plenty of cases where there have been cases where players have the exact same decks, right? Where the lineups are literally the same, but the choices of when you actually play the decks and the order in which you play the decks can be just as crucial.
Both players having strong hands here. We did see Landgills come out on turn 2 for Hatchie. However, now that they're not against a Jaguar deck, they have much more time to find their tools and just, it's much less of a rush. Now we're going to see Kirk come out here, which is a very powerful card. However, with Chain Home available, Hatchie is going to be able to apply a large amount of pressure. They're going to be able to put a 6 attack Fury unit into the front line, but they're also going to be able to guard it. Now we'll take this out. A 6-2 available. A real threat, and Azzy has to make some decisions. Probably going to go for the mobile. And this is now a very nice curve. Hatchie, hold on. Duress plus USS Sullivan's. We're very close to just popping Azzy on the spot. So you go for the USS Sullivan's. You have a 7-3. If you can find a 4 freedom off that, you have an 8 attack unit. With the duress, you can put Azzy down to 1 health this turn. Here comes the duress. Just considering the options. Could also go for the buffs plus kangaroo. Is going to move very quickly here. And attacks with the garrison for good measure. Down to 3 health already for Azzy.
Real whopper of a turn. As soon as we say anything about buffs maybe being slow or not popping off, of course, we instantly get a game where Ozzy has only 3 health left on turn 5.
This is going to come down to it. We're going to see Hatchy come down to 1 health this turn, but with confusion available, not going to go for the Mustang attack. Going to wait until he can go for the Mustang plus the Sullivans in a single turn, but this will give Azzy the opportunity to try and heal up a little bit. And of course, the rest on this guard now means that it's not dying. Oh no!
Ozzy perhaps
Azzy's,
screaming out
Azzy's
some prayers.
Dead. Sullivans plus Mustang. With no guard and no healing, Hatchy's able to do 6 damage from the support line and end the game.
Sullivans will cost more once Wrath comes down because
You
it's
are
not
correct.
a US card, so it's just out of the range. But yeah, we are certainly very close.
It is now you that is the astute one.
Yeah, the both players' tournament lives hanging in the balance. Friendly reminder that this is a loser's bracket match. So someone is surviving and someone's day is done. Their world championship run will end at a very unfortunate 0-2. Does have to happen to some people. You definitely don't want it to be you.
I mean, Azzy's in such an awkward situation here, being given a bomber in the front line, and now Kangaroo plus Chain Home means that the front line is going to be taken back, and it's a very difficult situation to be in. I'm not sure what outs are available here, but we're going to have to draw. Healing isn't enough.
Yeah, healing not going to get us out of the woods. 4th guards at full price.
I mean, we can heal this turn, and in theory we survive, but...
Yeah, draw first. Vive la resistance. Not going to move the needle here.
But with Valentine available, it is going to be a world of pain here. And 6 plus 8, that should be game.
Yeah,
As
buffed Valentine as well because of Sullivans. Yep. That will do it. And that is going to be Princess Ozzy with an unfortunate early bout. But Hashiman, stoic the entire match until it's time to smile. Finally lets one go. Really, really nice win from him. What a battle.
Yeah. And I mean, the buff stack finally coming in and being able to do what it's feared. You know, there's this huge amount of damage. It was like turn 4 or 5, I think it was turn 5, we just saw this huge amount of damage to the HQ. It can take you from 20 to 0. It just in the drop of a pin, just like that.
Yeah, not an OTK deck, not a combo deck, but sometimes it certainly feels like one. And we saw it basically rush Ozzy off the board in that game 5. So a tremendous win. And maybe speaking back to now, players that have banned buffs are 2-0. Players that have not banned buffs are 0-2. So we have seen the deck maybe go a little slower or a little under maybe what we initially thought quite of its power level, but we also are seeing it bore out in the results that it is probably still the deck to ban, although this is a admittedly very small sample size.
So, because we've got a lot of best of fives today, and they're going all the way, we want to keep things moving very quickly. So, I believe we're going to take a quick look at the bracket, and then instead of doing a panel section, we're just going to throw it straight to the next casters, and we'll just get straight into the next game as quickly as possible. Because they are, we've got the full best of fives. We want to get we want to get straight to the action if possible. But quickly, just before we do move on to the bracket, I can talk a little bit. I can keep people here a little bit longer than necessary. What decks are you expecting to see banned going forwards? Now that we've had the first round, the first wave of matches sort of come through, players are getting a little bit of a better feel for it. Are people going to keep banning Brits? Is Japan going to keep getting banned? What do we think the future is going to look like for the bans for the rest of today and tomorrow?
Well, so far, right, we've seen players that have banned Brit move on. So obviously, if that idea is working for you, you're probably going to continue that idea. So it's very possible that the bracket sort of just weeds out the people that are not banning Brits, and that the only thing that remains are the people that are banning Brits. Say what you will for it being a good idea based off those results yourself. We do obviously have more than 2 matches finished, right? This is a very big double elimination bracket. There's a lot of matches happening at once, so it would be very interesting to take a look at more of a deep dive of what some of those other matches banned. Unfortunately, that's a little more in the weeds. We don't have that information super available. We can obviously take a look at the bracket, but we don't necessarily know who banned what, right? So it'll be interesting, as you said, as we continue on here, what continues to get banned and what continues to get banned tomorrow. And again, the consistency, right, of the Brit deck being the only deck that every single person has brought. We've mentioned that there is a weird sort of air buff decks. I believe that's 259. 259 brought basically what you might call like a Brit air deck that just brings buffs because they're good and they're fast. And I definitely don't think that it's an insane choice. It'll be really interesting if we get to see that one get played, but it certainly speaks to how robust the deck is, that, or even just how robust the card is, that every single person brought it.
I have to say though, playing against a deck that has buffs and swordfish, that's got to be how. Like those are the two of the
For the mental.
two of the scariest one drops that you're, do I want to play swordfish? This sort of terrifying one drop that's dominated cards for years now, or do I want to play buffs? This terrifying card that's now dominating. It's like you've just got these two amazing one drops, so it's a very scary thing to face up against.
Yeah, and the directions that that can go, right? Once we're literally talking about a situation where buffs can be receiving CAS,
Yeah,
and that in and of itself, right? But that also speaks to the synergy because you have to target buffs. I haven't played the deck myself, right? So you have to target buffs for it to
yeah.
get the
You
extra
have to
+1.
target the
So it's
buffs.
not getting an extra buff off of CAS. CAS obviously has to target the aircraft. So it's just going to get a regular CAS buff that any unit would get for being next to the aircraft.
But
But
we
there
do
is
have,
still
yeah, the
certainly something there.
Freedoms, the USS, the Sullivans. We've got the Tiger Moth, which is very powerful with buffs. So you certainly have a good number of things which can target buffs directly, and that can just be very powerful.
Yeah, Tiger Moth is a very interesting card because it has been chosen by like quite a few players in that deck, but it also is absent in quite a few players from that deck. So Tiger Moth, I believe, adds 2 to defense and then sets attack equal to defense after the +2. Is it only +1?
+1 to
Only
defense,
+1. But the
and then
big deal,
sets it
right, is
equal.
exactly. So I guess it's, I probably have been playing it on buffs so much that it is +2 on buffs. Obviously, you're
Yeah,
targeting buffs, so it gets its own +1 plus the +1 defense from the Tiger Moth itself, right? So that's probably what's tricking my brain. But either way, what we're saying is that that unit grows. It grows fast and it grows big, and it can really smack you down. So let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket since we've been talking about it so much. Let's take a good hard look. We see 259 and his air deck has advanced. Again, no idea if he has gotten to play it or if it's been banned, but it is there all the way in, what is that, the semis. And Taboo beating Dandelion and Ezentezim. Psy moving all the way as well, and HQT, all of our 4 semi-finalists.
And yeah, there's the lower bracket. We see Hachi taking up 3-2 against Azzy, being able to advance. We see Henry versus Ezentezim, Henry taking 3-2. Killswitch versus Spoker. Killswitch was able to take the lead there. I believe Spoker dropped. And then Radish against TVI, TVI advancing as well. But that's enough from us. We're going to pass it back to the other casting team of Berto and Starry.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it was a really interesting match to watch. And yeah, I'm really excited to take a look at the decks for the next one. As you guys kind of previewed, we have some really interesting stuff in the tournament today. And yeah, if we could take a look at the decks, that'd be great. Alright, so first up we have Taboo, who's playing a Germany-France second front deck. Obviously, if you've been playing ladder at all, you're familiar with this deck. I think the big innovation that's come recently is when the deck first came out, people were mostly using Liberation, then people switched to Call the Colonies, and now people realize it's kind of just best to be doing all of it. Just play all of them. play 2 Liberation and 3 Call the Colonies. Otherwise, this list is really standard, except for the Honor and Loyalty and some of the bounce effects that are going on with the Dornier. But other than that, pretty much you guys know what the strategy is going to be. It's going to be to play those Britannias and go for that one-shot kill. Next up, we have a buffs list, which is pretty standard. We've seen very similar lists before. We even see that Sunderland coming up again. No wave after wave, notably, and a couple copies of Duress for the mirror match or just to get through pesky guards. Then we have a Soviet Finland combat keywords deck, which is pretty much, I think it's exactly the same list that Radish has, so it looks like some teamwork was going on there. It's a really cool deck. I have always been really impressed by it on ladder when I've run into it, and I'm surprised that it didn't see more play today. But this is a list that I personally am taking a look at because I think that it's pretty underrated, and I think it has a solid matchup into a lot of the things in the field. And then lastly, we have a Japan-France shuffle list, also playing an Honor and Loyalty, which is something that we don't see all that often. As well as that one copy of Plan D as a poor man's Blitzkrieg, or I guess a French player's Blitzkrieg. So super interesting to see, and let's take a look. Berto, if you would show us who Taboo is playing against and what they're playing.
Yeah, certainly. So here we have 259 bringing also the second front deck. And this Mayor matchup can get really interesting if they play it, because when you shuffle the resistances into your opponent's deck, it has the chance to completely brick the Britannia combo, because it counts as you playing a zero-cost order on your turn if you draw one of those. So that's something to watch out for. Next up, we have this air buffs list that everyone has been talking about. I'm excited to see how it performs. It's definitely a very unique take on the deck, and I am curious the rationale behind it versus the regular buffs list. If it just worked out in testing, or if there's some matchups that this deck is specifically looking for. Next up, we have Japan Intel. I really love this deck. It's very powerful. Stretch the Line is a crazy card. it's just a little slower against OTK lists. That I think is the reason this deck has been pushed a little out of the meta recently, but still very powerful. And then we have this US France ramp with sabotage at the top end, high altitude bombing, seaborne invasion. This is a chunky deck, and it's nice to see a really greedy ramp list, even. It's just something that when it gets going, if you can survive the early game, it's a really fun deck to play and a really fun deck to watch.
I'm personally super excited to see 259's lists. They're just so unique compared to a lot of what else is out there. The US France is super interesting. We haven't really seen anything like that, at least that I've seen at any time recently. And I know that Legions was a really popular deck previously, but I haven't seen it around a ton. So I don't know. What do you think about Legions in the current state of the game?
I think Legions is very good. I think if I was in this tournament, there's a very good chance I would have picked Legions. It would be between Legions and Shuffle for me, but I think that Legions it just has some particular cards that are such powerful tools, like the Tarnov and the Punish, that can really just like swing a game when you find them. And there's a decent amount of those cards that can just swing a game like crazy in your deck. So it feels pretty consistent too.
Yeah, I guess my big concern about Legions is that it struggles against second front, but as it turns out, the Legions list is getting banned, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Um, Maybe predicting that the second front deck is going to get banned, which I think is the deck that would fare the best into Legions. If that's the case, then I think that's a very solid play. But we are living in the NBB, Never Ban Brit timeline. Both players leaving the deck up.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm thinking about it, like Legions does seem to be, in my opinion, pretty strong against buffs, right? I mean, like turn 2 4/4, yeah, sure, you can make buffs a 3/5, you can make buffs a heck 4/6, 5/7, whatever. But if you're just dropping 4/4s left and right, and they're having to spend all of their resources on getting buffs big, then I feel like you're kind of winning that trade. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised we didn't see a bit more Legions. I feel like it's fairly well placed into the meta. Um, but a lot of people have been going for like almost as aggressive as a lineup as possible, and that lends itself more to playing Shuffle or the Japan Soviet.
Yeah, and I feel like those aggressive lineups are A, because you have to contest buffs in some way, and B, because you have to contest second front in some way. I don't think it leaves a ton of room for the mid-range decks, but when we have seen them today, they have worked. I mean, we saw some interesting like US mid-range lists. We saw some interesting Japan mid-range lists. So I don't know, maybe this tournament forces us to reevaluate what mid-range looks like and how to play it optimally. I don't know.
We do get to see this new and potentially improved Oxford here. I actually think old Oxford might have been better in that precise situation, but it's fun to see new life, breathed into this card. Uh, and this is a very dangerous hand for Taboo.
In the sense that you think it's a pretty strong hand. I mean, Taboo
Yeah,
definitely is gonna start drawing like crazy in a couple seconds here, and maybe even heal out of the range of a Breton combo.
I was more talking about with the for freedom and unity as strength with Gree infantry and a Fury unit in the front line, that is a very dangerous line for
For sure.
259. Like, you have the suppression afterwards, but you've already taken so much damage, it puts you in a precarious spot.
For sure.
Deciding between heal and draw here. Not so much that you would draw off Call to the Colonies, but you would draw with Bree H or heal with Call to the Colonies.
Yeah, it's a very like proactive play to go for the heal. I don't mind it at all. Yeah, this is a very large frontier force.
At 12 damage, opponent down to 6. There is a decent amount of healing in hand. There is the suppression.
Yeah, except the chain home means that even if you suppress it, if you don't kill it, you still could be taking another 6 down to 8, plus another 1, maybe 2, you know. So yeah, that's still a precarious situation.
Which unit do you chain home? I mean, Taboo opts not to chain home. There are 2 6 health guys in the front line. Crossfire seems quite good, though. Yeah, this is nice. You can
set it up, yeah.
Yeah.
You can do 1, 2. You can attack with a 4/4 into either the front line guys. Do 1, 2, 3. You could attack with the cuirassier into the other one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, that's a pretty solid crossfire. Although you'd have to set it up over 2 turns.
Oh no, you can do it this turn.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was thinking you had to attack with the 4/4.
So this is really nice to play around the chain home in particular.
Yep.
Another 70th Brigade presents maybe even lethal with chain home and the kangaroo transport, but it's not clear how that's going to play out. A lot of options for 259 here.
Yeah, and Taboo is setting up these very, very difficult to hit 70th that I think long run present both a problem in that it might get them out of range of a Britannia Blast, and it also is gonna get them pretty ahead on value.
Yeah, I was wondering for a second why Taboo didn't play this garrison, but I think it's to play around route plus crossfire. Now, 1 crossfire used, but I think he recognizes how strong his position is here, and the very unlikely options that could transpire to result in him losing.
Yeah, I mean, I
think
think
that's very impressive.
Yeah, I think you read exactly what's going on, and I think that the fact that those are the kind of plays that they're making shows why these people are in top 16 of world championships, right? Like, it requires really, really precise play and not making sure that you don't get blown out. Like, it's really impressive play, really impressive.
All right, well, I think Taboo has sufficient chain homes to to take this game the distance. I mean, it's to the point where you're like, oh geez, that's kind of scary if this front line gets clogged up or something. How am I even going to use all of these? But you're not too uncomfortable with the situation just yet.
Will we see heal come out from 259? If not, it looks like it could, depending on how this turn goes, be very sticky, if not even lights out. You got to do something proactive here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to play around Kangaroo, Transport, and Chain Home. And, from 259's perspective, you might even be thinking it's not all that likely, even though it ends up being Taboo's entire hand.
I mean, we might see some resistance pins. Who knows what's gonna happen? Yeah, okay. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. It's really proactive. Taboo has the option to clear at least 3 of the 4 enemy units with Formidable. Interesting.
Ooh, not a good hit.
Not the best. Certainly not the best. Not what you wanted to see.
I think the worst, actually.
Yes, probably.
Now,
So opting to sacrifice the 70th to get 4 on the HQ, or sorry, opting to sacrifice the 70th to get 8 on HQ.
yeah. It limits your draw a little bit, but I do agree that I think the damage is worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Might need to be a call to the colonies for draw. There's just nothing that really does anything in 259's hand here.
There's the
Oh,
suppression.
that does something.
However, with the garrison and the chain home, it's still going to be lethal.
Yeah, that is game 1 to Taboo. Well played by both our players here.
Oh, yeah, or this line too. Because there's several different lines.
Yeah, it takes a few more clicks, but it gets there all the same. Showing off how much damage he had in hand.
Yeah,
But
alright, Buffs is, showing its level of consistency. If you don't the problem with the problem with buffs is that even if you route or suppress the initial troops, that anything that you let live and get into the front line with like more than 4 health is a huge problem. Sometimes even letting it stay alive in the support line is a problem if you have both Kangaroo Transport and Chain Home. So it definitely is a tough deck to not ban, right? It's a really tough deck to not ban.
yeah, I mean, we saw a deck with routes and suppressions there lose to it, and that's kind of the matchup you're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it has such a solid mid-range game plan for like an aggro OTK deck.
Now, do we see the legendary turn 1 Sally?
I'm honestly so excited to see this US deck here, this British US deck. It's so creative, so different from everything else that's going on. Definitely the most unique spin on the buffs lists that we've seen today.
I'm excited to see it too. I will also say I think turn 1 Sally is pretty crazy there. I'm not really advocating for the line, but it's something that goes through your head.
There's a world, probably not that world, but there could be a world.
Yeah, maybe if you had like a more valuable 1-drop, like a Sabo, and you already had the Motorise in hand or something like that.
Well, Taboo is managing to get a lot of value here. So 259 has the challenge of, oh, that's such an interesting trade to protect the Type 93.
Really heavily playing around Cast, really heavily playing around Seahawk. I definitely don't hate it. It is like a difficult line to take because it like doesn't feel good to do, but definitely not unreasonable. given the strengths of 259's deck. Now, I wouldn't mind seeing just a Sullivan's on this buffs here. I think Seahawk is also okay. It, probably dies, but it should be eating this cavalry and maybe getting one more thing, unless your opponent has a Motorize and a Shuffle, which is a big concern.
Let me ask your opinion. What's your opinion on the Japan develop infantry, the 151st?
I haven't put it in any of my decks yet, and I haven't been overly impressed by seeing my opponents use it on ladder, but it is a card that gives so many options that I think the more the better the player is, the better the card gets, disproportionately to other cards, just because there's you have 3 different options, and most cards in your hand are one option, maybe a couple, depending on trades or what you're targeting. But I
Yeah,
think
I've been running a shuffle list that I think is 2 cards off from this taboo list, and I've also been playing one. And my biggest problem with the card is that it kind of telegraphs what you're doing. Like you can make a proactive play of making an amphibious strike, but then your opponent's gonna play around the amphibious strike. So because 99% of the time, if you're making expansion, you're gonna play the expansion immediately, so your opponent knows, oh, okay, my opponent didn't play an expansion immediately after. Oh, I guess they have amphibious strike. So
yeah, it is tricky, that scenario. You do have the ability to play it on turn 6 and do things all at the same time, but it's for a deck like Jagro or Juffle, the cost is just a little bit restrictive, when the games have the potential to be decided so early.
yeah, and we see Taboo developing a board and clearing that Seahawk, which I think says something to 259 here about Taboo's hand. It means that uh you know, I mean, I guess it says that that's really my only answer, but it also says I really, really need these 1 damages to go through, probably for something like Savai. I would say it's not 100% sure from 259's perspective that the Savai is coming out next turn, but I think it pretty heavily implies that that's the game plan.
We see
So,
we see 259 with a bit of a face palm, realizing that he has mispositioned his air units with the buffs, and he can't get the close air support on all 3 of the units, which does cost him here. One thing I would also say about the double surprise attack is that it's kind of feels like permission to go all in on this buffs, although with your US cards costing 2 more, it's sort of difficult to do that at this point in time.
yeah, I mean, if you had the for oh, never mind, the Kyoto would have been a huge punish. I was gonna say if you go for if you had something like the kangaroo transport, then yeah, I probably would go pretty all in on the buffs. But yeah, definitely that Kyoto is the one other answer to the deck. There's Sally, you have 1 Sally, you have 3 Type 94 TKs, and then you have 2 Kyotos in this list.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so from 259's perspective, 2 answers left in the list. a fair bit of draw in this deck, so I guess it is still fairly scary, but it's a risk that, you know, sometimes you feel like you got to take, although not gone for here.
Yeah, 259 doing a great job of uh getting rid of the important threats, but unfortunately there is still a second Sabai looming, and Taboo still has the units on board for those pings. The question is, it will be enough pings to wipe the board and or deal enough damage to HQ to secure the win with Anne. It's really hard to say. It's super close.
Yeah. This is minor. I would have liked to see Taboo play the Kyoto first if he's playing it that turn to get the intel to see like,
Mm,
oh, is it like actually like really important that I push up this sub-I regiment, right?
mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
sort of
if
like
you
a
saw
drawing forced kind of situation, but it comes up less often. It's usually less important.
if you saw, for example, a wave after wave, which 259 is playing, by the way, then that would definitely impact your decision making. It's very minor, but yeah, I suppose that it is relevant.
It's I bring it up just because I'm an in Japan Intel player, and I I like those little small things
The
about the deck
information,
that can give you a slight edge.
yeah, I think that especially, and this isn't relevant in this matchup, but I think one of the real strengths of Intel is that when you are playing against OTK decks, it allows you to play around like pretty much everything that they do, right? Because their OTK pieces usually sit in hand for 5+ turns.
Wait, I'm really
And
confused. Sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, go ahead.
uh, Taboo just he did his first shuffle without playing Motorize there, which is really surprising to me. Um,
Yeah, this is definitely a strange line. I'm a
because
bit
you had
confused.
like so many units up front that
Hmm.
this Motorize, it seems like the natural thing to buff all these units up, and that gives you really a lot of options. I believe there was just recently a patch before the tournament where now if you play Motorize and then you do the second shuffle of the turn, I do not believe it will buff the board, but I'm not
I don't
100%
think
certain on that.
so. I'm almost certain that it's not
Oh,
because,
okay.
like, for
Okay, my
example,
bad, my bad.
second front, or sorry, not second front, Britannia. If you like play a production or something and then play the Britannia and then play the second front, like it's not hitting your opponent. So, I'm pretty sure that all of the first time you do something units, if they say first time in the turn and you already did the first thing in the turn before the unit was on the field, I don't think it triggers. I'm pretty sure it's consistent for all of them.
Yeah, you are correct as demonstrated by Taboo on his last turn. I'm just spreading misinformation on the internet. Ooh, close air support might be... Is that just lethal?
Is it? That's crazy.
Um, oh,
Wow. Wow, that was not the end to that game that I thought it was gonna be. I was looking at 259's hand, like, how are we gonna get there? What's your counterplay to the Sabai? But oh my gosh, that just came out of nowhere.
that's air, baby. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a crazy deck, and you know it rewards keeping an eye out for those lethals out of nowhere. So you know, well played to 259 for even spotting that there.
for sure. And I think that, we haven't seen air be relevant in the meta for a while, but one of the things that made it such a preferable deck for like really, really high level players back in the day is I feel like even when you were lost, you always had a chance, and if you could just extend the game long enough, then there was always a decent chance that you won off of like, hitting a lend lease into, yada yada yada. Yeah, it's one of those decks that rewards you for just like continuing to play the game. Kind of an
Now,
underwhelming start from Taboo.
yeah, he didn't keep the shifting doctrine, although he does now just find another one. Um, so
Interesting. We're gonna see the Reich research come out, but Taboo has the option of just playing another one. So
I would say I do generally like, Juffle into this sort of deck just because it's very fast, although obviously for Taboo, he doesn't have the fastest start here.
yeah, in my experience, the big thing that really matters is having a strong one drop, and then the icing on the cake, if you're Juffle, is to have the Dragon on top of it. But if you don't have a one drop, this matchup becomes quite difficult, just because the margins are often really narrow, forcing them to call the colonies instead of playing something proactive. Like there's the margins are really, really narrow, and you really need to be hitting with one drops like right off the bat. Normally, Juffle really wants to see draw early. It wants to see those expansions early, but this is one of the few matchups where I think the draw isn't that important for Juffle. What's more important is pumping out some guys.
Yeah, one of the things I find interesting when playing against Crossfire is the use of recons, because they're kind of one of the, you often won't have any other 2 health units, but then you can play the recon, and then sometimes it enables Crossfire, but it's also getting 2 draws off of Crossfire, which is like also okay. So, in this position,
Yeah,
definitely right for Taboo to hold it back, but it can become interesting in certain
it
situations whether or not you play into the Crossfire.
it all depends on what else is on the board, right? Like if I have like let's say 2 15th calories, I'm dropping that recon every day because there's a decent chance that they're going to play the crossfire anyway. Like, I'm not enabling anything that I wasn't going to enable. I'll play it every day. But if it's allowing them to get rid of my 3 4 defense units, then it's not something I usually like to do. And 259 is hitting this critical position close to the late game where they have enough life to survive. They have enough HQ defense. They have a strong amount of the combo in hand. Um, you know, even if you don't find the Britannia Blast, you do have the Henschel into second front, which is also functionally a kill a lot of the time. And so I think this is going to be pretty difficult for Taboo, especially with those resistances sitting like that.
Yeah, but the ping's very favorable to take out that fighter. That is the one saving grace here for Taboo. One thing I'll
Interesting to not draw
one
first.
one thing I'll say about like this sort of combo deck, sometimes it's like really nice not to have the combo right away and just have more options in your hand. I feel like we've sort of seen this for 259 here, that finding the combo pieces now rather than like in the mulligan has given him the tools to really slow down Taboo in a big way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering if for 259's turn we'll see trading off Verado into Britannia second front. Because that could be nice. The thing is, though, is that Taboo does play that plan west, and I do feel like if you have those 2 tanks in the back line as well as 2 unpinned units in the front line, you're definitely taking a risk. So let's see. So with the Anne, I think it would be lethal. Oh, never mind. I completely forgot about Salamander. You weren't gonna be able to get your double Britannia anyways. The Salamander and the pin on the Arado, Taboo's making sure that 259 can't clear the support line for the Britannia. That's actually such a cool play.
Pinning the Arado is also relevant for playing around Crossfire a little better as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, multi-purpose, that line. And I like the line a lot, but
Yep.
I still don't see how you win from this spot, at least knowing 259's hand. Because it just feels like Taboo is running out of steam. If I'm 259, I might even just kill off this Salamander to clear the board better. Although you don't have a huge order in hand just yet. So perhaps not. Dragons is not what you need. Better than a resistance, but that's not much.
Yeah, and this is why I don't like having too many Dragons. Many players aren't playing more than 2. The ones that are playing more than 2 are playing 3. Pretty much nobody's on 4 Dragons, and that's because, yeah, aggression is great. Yeah, having an early board for Motorize is great, but you get into these positions where you're like, all right, I just need to draw. Honestly, you know, anything even mildly mediocre, and you hit the Dragons, and you're like, oh.
Yeah, it's very hard to find the balance in this deck, not only with the dragons, but like just every aspect of the deck, finding the balance between the max aggression in the early game and being able to, keep going if you don't have a opponent on turn 5.
Yeah, and I can't help but think that the starting turns were just critical for that game. Like I think that having only a Dragon on turn 1 into the Motorize on turn 2 without the immediate dug in, like, is just slightly too slow against the second front deck. The second front deck punishes pretty much everything that is not very, very, very aggressive, which is why we keep seeing all these like Japan Soviet decks, why we keep seeing these other sorts of very aggressive decks, the Germany, Finland, Heinz. So
Yeah,
yeah.
not only very aggressive, but very consistent as well is one of the key pieces there
Mm-hmm.
because, you know, 1 or 2 cards different on turn 1, turn 2, then that game can look very different for Taboo.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I think we're going to was that game? No, it's 2-1 right now, right? So we're waiting on a game 3,
Uh,
I think.
yeah, 2-1. Waiting on
Okay.
game
Yeah.
4 then.
Yeah, so I think that second front was something that people were very concerned about going into it. Like it seems like second front was definitely in the minds of a lot of the players. We see a lot of hyper aggressive decks, but not that many people ended up taking it, which Yeah, I know that we just came off of a game seeing second front win, but generally speaking, I think that's the right call. I think that if you know that um, everybody's going to be on hyper aggression to deal with the second front, to deal with the buffs, that not taking the deck that falls prey to that. It's just that's the deck that everybody's worried about on ladder. I wouldn't say that it's stronger than buffs, but I know that there's a lot of talk about second front. Like, I don't know. I don't know how in tune you are with the community. What do you think the community is generally more worried about, second front or buffs?
Um, I think most people would be able to recognize buffs as the more powerful deck, but it does feel like there's more you can do to interact with it. I think
Mm-hmm.
second front is maybe the more frustrating deck for most players.
Mm-hmm.
Um, although, yeah, I kind of want to disagree with you a little bit on
Okay.
people not bringing second front. If this was a 3-deck tournament with one band, I would agree with you. But I find the consistency of the German Finland Heinz a little bit low. And for
Fair
that
enough.
reason, I like the second front deck, even if I wouldn't consider it like the best deck to have in this tournament.
So you would, if you were playing in this tournament, you would bring second front, you think?
Yeah, just because I think it's better than like
The
my
alternatives.
like fourth or third best deck. Not
Mm-hmm.
because I think it's better than like buffs or any of the Japan main decks.
Sure. Yeah, and
But
Taboo has the start that you need if you're gonna play against a control deck. Moreover, I mean, what does US France have as far as board clears goes? I don't think very much.
yeah, high altitude bombing is not exactly it.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call that the best board clear.
uh, oh, this Michigan is relevant though, I would say.
Yeah, 259 is already very, very much on the back foot. Missouri is nice.
Oh, sorry, it's Missouri, not Michigan. Michigan is the 6/6 with 3 up cost.
And this might want to be one of those rare cases where 4 prosperity is better. You could also, of course, go for expansion. Yeah, yeah, okay, so I would say that 4 prosperity, you pick it like less than 10% of the time. But when you do pick it, it is pretty game winning the vast majority of the time.
Yeah, that's definitely fun to see it come up here. And that Taboo is flexible enough in his thinking to pick it.
Yeah, and suddenly Seahawk doesn't have an easy answer anymore. If those were Type 94 TKs, maybe that would be a different story. But it's going to be relatively difficult for Taboo to get through that Seahawk as long as 259 is willing to clear the larger units. So are we just going to see like a Warbonds Missouri? Are we going to see a Warbonds Attack Liberation?
That's what I was
Both those seem
thinking.
good.
The Liberation line was what I was thinking we were going to see. Now, that does mean that 259 could almost just lose to a draw of a shuffle enabler. Wow, and 259 does
Speaking
play
of,
around it. Yeah, I was thinking like from 259's perspective, what's the chances your opponent has double Motorize, Type 93, and a shuffle? You know?
yeah, it's interesting for sure because 259 really needs to rely on this Seahawk to remain in the game, and this double motorise into the shuffle.
Oh, this
Honestly, you can
Seahawk
even
can
play the
still be
Type
killed
93.
this
Yeah, the
turn.
Seahawk can be killed.
Oh, Taboo doesn't go for it. Just goes
Yeah, this is pretty
for getting
crazy.
another unit on board for in the front line for stats.
Oh, yeah, so 259's real strategy is gonna have to simply be preventing them from dealing damage to your HQ, or to really anything else you have. But they are gonna be able to clear out the Seahawk, right? Because the M7 doesn't protect your Seahawk, it only protects your HQ. And so this buys maybe generously a turn, but I don't think more than that.
Oh, resistance on the Sasebo. That's big.
That is big, but the
Although
raiding
right
brigade,
draw is also big. You know, you could unironically just go for
the slow
a
roll.
draw off of the Seahawk um with your little recon here. I kind of like that.
Mm-hmm. And that looks like it is gonna be lights out for 259, and we're gonna go to a game 5. This has been a very, very well fought match.
There
Very
are
precise play.
resistances in the deck. Oh, but 259 still opts to concede.
Yeah, I mean, without a board clear, it doesn't really matter if your opponent's units are pinned for a turn. You just got to deal with them the next turn, right? So
Yeah, I mean, I yeah, with like another guard, maybe there's something there, but
true.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's exceedingly unlikely, if not impossible.
All right, and for our last game of the match, we're gonna get to see. Now, this I think is a much better matchup for the U.S. France deck. This I think is much more reasonable for the U.S. France deck because these combat keyword decks, they like to sit with like a pretty big backline. They're not usually super worried about pushing up until later in the game. And I wouldn't say it's a completely go tall deck, but it's certainly taller than Juffle is, that's for sure. So
This is a pretty nice vicious salvo. There is
yeah,
some consideration for which unit you hit, but I think 259 made the right choice. You just don't have the stuff to protect yourself if that 5-2 moves up to the front line.
hmm
And you don't really care about your opponent's defense total too much either.
I will say of the combat keyword decks that I've seen, I haven't seen them play the plane, the Fokker, and I think that it's really good. Like I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow, suppress is good. Suppress is a strong mechanic.
For
So,
sure.
but yeah, as I was saying earlier, this is kind of what the combat keyword deck looks to do, where it's just making like a big old support line, and that's gonna be a lot easier for 259 to deal with than having a wider board with more frontline units like the last game.
Yeah, this US France deck, I mean, it looks decently positioned, and that's with missing War Machine on turn 2 both games.
Mm-hmm.
Although, yeah, War Bonds have also been important, of course, as is pretty much always the case with Ramp. Taboo just flooding the board, though, really exploiting the weakness of US France being not really having any wide board clears.
Yeah, Taboo just willing to play it slow, get in with the plan. Well, I guess that's not really playing it slow. Willing to just go for the slow push up attack with the plane. We'll get there eventually. You know, Taboo will get there eventually. Even if you play those Call to the Colonies, you still have a board that 259 has to answer. So it's hard to say. Hard to say what 259 is gonna do to be able to take out these units as they come out. Oh, interesting. Some achievements going off. I don't know if that's spectator or if that's players. That's fun.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine Taboo doesn't have that achievement, but I suppose it is possible.
And this is interesting. I believe that card's called the Professionals. We have not. I personally have not seen the Professionals used at all. Um, yeah, I have not seen that card used whatsoever. And it definitely is not ideal against the White Death. But it is cool that we are getting to see it played.
Yeah, I really
don't.
love the card,
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
it's just a little ill-positioned in the meta, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even in this deck, do you have the critical unit density for it to be worth it? Like, I'm looking at the hands that 259 has drawn, not just this game, but last game too, and it's not like I'm seeing these super pumped units or, you know, super worthwhile units to be pumping. Maybe like the Seahawk? I don't know. Other than that, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it doesn't get suppressed and your opponent can't pressure your defense on the HQ,
Mhm.
I think that it's really good. But the issue for me is just that, well, it can get suppressed, and it
Yeah,
can
yep.
also it can also just be too slow. It doesn't
Yeah,
do much immediately.
I think what it is really good at is getting in the front line and being a problem that even if they do suppress it, it's first of all, it does kind of lightning rod for your opponent's suppression effects, and then on top of that, they do have to get it out of the front line. But again, the deck doesn't do a good job contesting the front line anyway. Like that's not really where the deck's strengths lie. So I wonder how much that's relevant. I don't know. I'm definitely curious to play around with the deck on my own time at a later date.
Well, this is a lot of potential damage for Taboo, right? With just the 61st here. To get a lot more combat keywords on board, I was thinking. Before the attack.
Interesting.
Well,
That's a lot of pins coming
playing
out.
around the resistance definitely paid off for Taboo here. Ooh, Seaborn Invasion is awesome, though.
Seaborn Invasion is super good. Gonna make the opponent overdraw. Also gonna remove their pretty valuable stuff. I would
Oh,
have
you don't?
preferred to see the Seaborn come out before you did that.
Yeah, I mean, they are pinned, I guess is the argument.
Oh, I
Uh,
suppose, yeah.
I still think I like just getting more stats off board, though.
So what is
But
259's like end game here? What's the goal?
well, this P51B, if it could avoid getting suppressed, which it won't, would be a lot of value. I mean, there's so many units that they have so much value, and they're like almost win cons in themselves if they don't get suppressed. It's just Taboo is the deck with like every suppression in the game. It's kind of crazy. I mean, that's one of Finland's strengths, right?
Yeah. I'm looking more closely at 259's list, and I do really wonder where the win condition is, because normally if you're gonna like give up the front line, which I do feel like this deck generally speaking does, like it doesn't fight super hard over the front line except for maybe like Missouri and professionals and some other stuff like that, some fifth rangers, but generally not that much frontline fighting going on. Most of the decks that do that are looking to like OTK your opponent, or like make some big plays later in the game. Like we see a lot of those control decks that like to play the Maki, that like to play the Ite. So I'm kind of surprised to not see some more bigger units that are capable of closing out the game. I guess
Well,
U.S. military research? Question mark. I guess that's like.
we do also have to remember that 259 is running 2 copies of Sabotage, right? And that
Oh,
definitely
true.
has
Yeah.
enough
Who needs win conditions
value
when
to
you have your
swing
opponents?
games.
We do see the U.S. military research, although a tiny bit too late.
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean,
much.
it keeps you alive for this turn, which is something, but knowing that Taboo has more suppression in hand, it just means this P51B isn't going to do enough.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to go for the 6 cost research, because if you could get to the 9 cost and also survive, next turn you'd have 9 cost in the Manhattan, which is very much able to win the game. But with this line, it keeps you alive, but the question is for how long.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if there wasn't a suppression here from Taboo, then 259 has a chance.
Mm-hmm.
If you're, well, I guess you're not able to kill your own P51B, and that's a bit of an issue, but you know, it's at least worth playing out.
Was there a reason that Taboo went for non-lethal there? Was like crazy?
What? His 259's HQ had smokescreen.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Talking so much about it and then completely blanking on. Okay, but it does look like this is gonna close. One
Yeah, that's
damage
lethal,
off,
right?
right? Isn't it 1 damage off because you need to. Oh no, no, it's lethal. It's lethal.
Okay, crazy set, and very well played from both.
Yeah, very, very, very well played. I think that the deck choices were creative. I think that they had a huge impact on outcomes of the games. And it was really cool to see some different stuff. It's clear that some of the players were like working together with other players to come up with some of these deck lists. So yeah, just a really cool match in general. And that was a winners bracket match. So both of these players are still in, right? But we are going to have Taboo advancing into the kind of final section of the winners bracket. We don't have that many spots left in the winners bracket for so yeah, but we are going to take a break after this one, so thanks for watching, and we will get back to you relatively soon.
And welcome back to the Cards World Championship 2025. I'm Bear Gardner. I have returned after a brief medical respite. Thank you kindly, by the way, to everyone who covered for me while I was out there. I'm very excited to be back and catching up with things. And joined by Thanatron and Bubbles to help me catch up, the first thing we're going to do is take a look at the two brackets. So we'll start at the top bracket and see if I can catch up with what I've missed while I've been out. So, we have, of course, got Taboo has gone through. So, Taboo is through to the finals. Looks like we've seen. Oh, looks like we've seen plenty of long matches. Lots of 3-2s up there, which is very cool to see. And CHQT, and if we drop down to the losers side of the bracket, as it were, the bottom of the bracket, we'll see the second half and the remaining matches. And we have got what do we have? We have Dandelion will be playing Tweed Cargo, which is indeed our next matchup. And then we will have ASEAN Loves In are obviously still in a match. We've got a lot catching up. Yeah, it sounds to me, guys, like you've had plenty to keep track of while I've taken a brief break. Lots going on. Very excited to see what's coming up next. So, still plenty of excitement. Picks of the day? Excited still? Or just wanting to go home and sleep?
My pick, unfortunately, is out. So, pick of the day, not my pick so much. So,
My pick has also managed to not make it this far, but I think that's one of the wonders and joys of predicting who's going to win is getting it wrong. You know, it's always very exciting when new people come up and it's not who you thought it would be, sort of taking the lead.
Oh, it's true, but it's also the power of it. We have to have the power of the caster's curse. As soon as we pick someone, I mean, everything's going tremendously wrong if suddenly we pick someone and they actually go ahead and win the whole thing. I'd feel like I'd missed my job. But yeah, we are, as I say, our next matchup will be Tweed Cargo and Dandelion. And at the moment, we are going to have Bubbles walk us through Tweed Cargo's decks.
So we have the Japan-France deck, the Juffle deck. We've seen there a real split between Japan-Soviet Jagro and Japan-France Juffle. Tweed going for the Japan-France option. We then see the sorry, I lost my voice for a moment then. We then see the buffs deck, but Seahawk being used in this, which is a little bit unique, as well as the Sunderland, which helps you find some of these buff cards. It's overall pretty much the same deck as everyone else, just with a few changes with the Seahawk and the Sunderland. We then see the Germany Heinz deck, which it's not been as popular as any of the other decks, really. We've seen a couple players bringing this. You bring Finland just for the lot of Svard, really. Other than that, it's all in on Germany. We do also have front and homeland in this deck, and a lot of odd cards, a lot of 1s, 3s, and 5s. So you're very much able to take advantage of this. It's a very fast-moving deck, but I think the Japan-Soviet deck is sort of slightly more consistent in its aggressive nature, and the buffs deck is more explosive. This is sort of in an awkward point between the two, but it is still able to beat down opponents relatively quickly. And then we have the USA-Japan ramp deck, which is very peculiar to see. We've not really seen anything like this out of our players so far. I'm very excited to hopefully see this deck in action. We've got things like Command Failure and Kyoto in here to buy time. We've got the Tiger Cat in here as late game. It's a very interesting deck, and I do hope we get to see this get through the ban stage.
Yeah, I have to say, I am definitely with you on that one. This deck is one that I've had my eye on since I saw the lists. It is one of the most different lists we've seen. It took me a while as I broke the stats down to run through this and work out exactly what it wanted to do, but it certainly got some punch. I very much hope it does, in fact, not eat a ban.
This deck reminds me of an old face we used to see a lot of cards. This very much feels like a no and 5 deck. where
Yes, it
you're
does.
leaning into that war machine. You're trying to play this sort of ramp through the early game, play the mid game. And this very much reminds me of what his decks used to look like.
It's very true. Noen's MO was very much accelerated mid game, and this definitely breeds that. It doesn't really have a massively heavy top end. Well, we've got Thanatron with us, and he's going to let us have a look at the opposition. So, Thanatron, let's see what Dandelion's got to combat Tweed's lineup.
Yeah, you almost, excuse me, you almost wonder if these two players prepared together. We see an extremely similar lineup here. We see the same four shells. We have Juffle, we have a German Finn Heinz, we have an extremely similar US Japan deck, and then we have buffs. What is more interesting to go over maybe is some of the differences in the decks, since the lineups are effectively the same. Even in this US Japan, which I believe these might be the only two players bringing it, there are, just a couple slight differences, like the amount of Kyoto regiments and things of that nature. The buffs list look to be maybe identical, the same with, I think, the Heinz list as well. So definitely feels like these players perhaps were training partners, or maybe brainstorming together, or perhaps just both with some extremely similar ideas. But it'll be very, very interesting to see how this shakes out, especially these minute tech choices that sort of separate these two players with their decisions here.
Yeah, 100%. Like the tiny little difference of running Sturmy in Heinz, couple of little tech choices across the decks, but otherwise, as you say, this looks like two players who know themselves really well, which is definitely going to make it interesting to find out what it is they'd rather not face from their opponent. And I'm told we can find that out right now, so we should be able to bring up the bans for you. And we can see that both players have chosen to ban Japan. So both players wanting to see that Japan list taken off of the game. Happy to take buffs, happy to deal with Heinz, and happy to go with that accelerated mid-range deck. Both players wanting not to deal with that particular Japan deck. Thoughts, guys?
I mean,
Well, if they've prepared together, sorry to jump
I
the
was
gun
going
there,
to say
Bubbles,
the
but
exact same thing.
they prepared together, they banned the same way. Every match so far that we've had, the bans have been different. It's either been someone banning buff and someone doesn't, or even in one of them, I think that was the case both times, right? Somebody banned buff, somebody didn't. In this case, the first time that the bans have been mirrored and the lineups are mirrored, we feel like these guys definitely were in cahoots as far as training. So the like millimeter that's going to separate this set when we find out what that one turning point is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, massively so. I will say, in my own competitive experience in different games, these have always been the hardest matchups when you find yourself seeded in and you run into a training partner and you've worked together on decks and you know each other. You know that the deck is only a tiny part of this because they know your deck as well as you know theirs. This can often come down to just the tiniest of margins. I don't know, Bubbles, whether you've ever particularly run into this in your own competitive career, but these can be so challenging psychologically.
See, I have ran into these situations a lot, but what I find very interesting is traditionally myself and my training partners have come to very different conclusions on what decks we're going to bring. Often there'll be one, maybe two decks we agree on, but often in, say, a 4-deck lineup, 2 to 3 of our decks look different. And typically one of us has a much better matchup into the other. We've accepted this as how it is. So normally when I've faced against someone I've practiced with, I have a good idea on whether I'm in a good or bad matchup. We very rarely pick the same decks.
Well, take it away, guys. We are off, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Tweed Cargo and Dandelion. Over to Bubbles and Thanatron.
It's
So now
the
imagine
mirror.
that scenario you just went over, except you and your friend actually agree on everything.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. I'm glad I was never in such a spot.
Yeah, well, you've never been agreeable, Bubbles.
No, well, seemingly I always seem to have gotten it wrong. So maybe I should have listened to my training partner. Now we see the mirror here. Buffs versus buffs. Duress is a very powerful card to have available in this matchup. However, no units available for Dandelion.
Yeah, that's a huge hand of orders so far.
Tweed is able to push up a buff to the front line. We're able to attack for 5 next turn if this is not the rest.
We've seen a
However,
lot. Sorry.
yeah.
We've seen a lot of buffs today that we're not taking Convoy, right? Convoy was a very popular card when Commandos was sort of running amok amongst the meta to a point where I believe it actually got a small. Well, Convoy itself was not nerfed, right? But Commandos themselves were. Either way, it is interesting to see Dandelion bringing that card. Not a lot of the buff decks utilizing that for draw and for this extra bit of production.
Yeah, well, with the land goes now, you tend to not need these little draws quite as often. Because before you had the 3k convoy, which drew you cards, or you had this 1k convoy where it's like get a production and then draw a bit later. But now land goes kind of meets in the middle where it's not as slow as a 3k draw card, but it still helps you generate some value and get things moving.
Now, both players kind
I'd
of
be
looking for units.
I'd be tempted to chain home the bus. No, just gonna go for the attack.
I
I
think
think
that
that's
might be
reasonable.
sensible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a bit trigger happy. I like to get things moving.
And that's the thing with this buff stack, the skill in playing it and what you really gain through all the reps and all the ladder work and all the grinding is when to pull that trigger, because the when is kind of the most important part of what you're trying to do and how you're trying to function. You can assemble the pieces and you can come up with all of the great chain home plays and retreats you want, but if you don't have the money and the proper tempo timing to pull those plays off when they need to happen, that's sort of the difference between winning and losing with this deck in my experience.
Now Frontier Force is gonna come out.
Yeah, perhaps considering his move afterwards. Nope, just an easy ping. We'll take our free damage. And now finally some units for Dandelion. Frontier Force, of course, going to generate the Garrison.
I wonder
And
if we want to
Garrison's as
see Sunderland soon though, because Sunderland is gonna help you find your AoE tool. It gives you the British 4K order, which allows one of the units to fight everything. You know, it really just it goes full Fight Club, and you've got a really good chance of finding it now. I think there's 2 of it available in deck, and 1 of the US Sullivans left, so it could be a very powerful card to drop soon.
Yeah, only one formidable for Dandelion, which I think has been the standard. I believe I saw someone taking 2 formidables though.
I think
Was it?
Dandelion. I thought
Was it
Dandelion
Tweed?
had to.
I
Was
just
it
checked, I
Tweed?
believe. Let's see here for Twee.
Tweed's got none. No, Tweed does
No,
have 2.
Twee is the
Tweed has
player with 2 formidables. So again, interesting, right? We kind of talked
Yeah.
about in our little bit of a preamble about the very slight differences that these guys who mostly agree seem to have made. And it might seem, extremely minute, almost like why I even mentioned, but that one slot is a lot, and then
Well,
that
that
second
takes.
consistency from formidable.
Yeah, this takes the Sunderland from a 66% chance of finding your big AoE down to a 50-50, which is a significant drop in sort of odds.
Yeah, absolutely.
The formidable acting, of course, here as the AoE, getting to fight everything on board. It's essentially AoE in how it performs. Now we can see face damage starting to rack up here. Dandelion gonna be in a difficult situation, but Tweed possibly considering just putting this unit down to 2 health, as unit defense does matter in this matchup. The land goes coming out. Does
Dandelion
find the
already
chain
looking for
home.
answers. Chain home, very huge.
And
But
with
chain home fights a random enemy, so
Yeah.
the 0-3.
But we're gonna better get there anyway with the kangaroo transport. Oh no, we wouldn't
Still
better get
safe.
there any. Yeah, no, we would have. I thought I was losing my mind. Oh, but there's a Mustang.
Oh, but there's a Mustang.
Yeah.
So the 50-50 wouldn't have mattered anyway. I was hoping for a
No.
more efficient 50-50 for Dandelion's
I'd
sake,
like to
but
point
either
out
50-50.
that Mustang was ready in hand, wasn't it? We were just tunnel visioned.
Yeah, absolutely. That Mustang was sitting there, ready to go. Tweed certainly knowing that he had that in hand. So we will have to see. Now, again, both players not banning buffs, both players starting with buffs. So sort of definitely recognizing that it was still a very powerful deck, maybe not the one to ban, depending on how the lineup goes or how you think of the power level in general, but certainly at least the second strongest because it's both what both players led with. So now as as Tweed has to pivot as the winner, Dandelion hard sticks buffs.
Now we see Tweed bringing out the No and 5 style US mid range list and getting a pretty good opener here, going first with the War Machine. Now, War Machine is going to mean that next turn the 5th Rangers comes out very quickly. However, this buffs is going to be already bigger than the 5th Rangers.
Yeah, certainly not what we wants to see, even with his great War Machine start. Dandelion off to a good start as well, with a faster deck, certainly.
However, finds the duress. I'd be very tempted just to chuck out the 5th Rangers, go for the duress, get rid of this unit before it starts dealing you damage.
Yeah, and we can see we have the privilege, right, of seeing the hand. We see only one more buff, and then the Big Raff as well. Big Raff not really relevant until turn 5, so not a ton of units in Dandelion's hand for turns 3 and 4. Could make this play even more effective. Tweed certainly
Now,
thinking it out.
yeah, I mean, there's also the option of going for the 5th, putting it down, buffing it, or get buffed twice by this order, because it's obviously a Navy card as well. But I think, that's less credit efficient. It is a little bit slower. I think just being quick with it and getting rid of the buffs right away is the way to go. Now we see there's actions catching up with the clock. Gonna take out the buffs.
Yeah, probably always the most efficient play. Middle's actually pretty good pickup. Dandelion just happy to get some stuff to drop here. Ooh, and the counter suppress. Just so you gotta, spend an entire turn to move those Rangers.
Yeah, I mean they're expensive. They ask for a lot. They give a lot, but they ask for a lot.
Yeah, good thing he's got a second set.
Ooh.
Gonna throw that right to the front line.
Though, it gives you options. Do you want to go 5th Rangers plus get down the 5th, or do you just want to get this 4-3 in the front line, presumably targeting the HQ to not give extra draw to Dandelion?
Yep, that Raf, an extremely powerful card. Any targeting of it at all will give the player draw
I'd
every
almost
single
prefer the
time as
5th
well.
Rangers plus the 5th here.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Especially, face damage with the Airborne's deployment feels bad to me. Not really what I'm hoping to get out of that.
Yeah, and also buffs can very easily trade into first airborne, so it doesn't feel particularly useful here. Oh, but there's a chain home which could be very useful in the next couple turns.
Yeah, and Raph is going to get the face party started early. Now perhaps thinking about how we can get around this. Sullivan's for the extra buff on the naval.
Now, Dandelion will be able to potentially clear the board next turn because, oh no, sorry, turn after next. They're getting close to it.
The
Oh yeah,
draw from the Sullivans is going to be big.
if the RAF is killed at any point though, this production comes back online. It's slightly sad that your production costs 2k when RAF is on board.
Yeah, as he's now feeling as well with the
Yeah, because
2
otherwise you'd have
costs to
the
press.
production into wave after wave, clear the board, but the RAF actually preventing that line here for Dandelion. So presumably you've got to look for other routes, but presumably you're hoping that RAF sort of gets taken out soon and you can cash in on the card draw from it.
Chooses to swing face, certainly bringing Twee into a extremely killable range. Yeah, and goes ahead and spends 2 on the duress because those 4 cost rangers feel so bad for the opponent. Probably has to sink basically his entire next turn, 4 out of 7 credits into just making well, he can't even make the trade because of
Well,
the
you can start by trading
oh
with
yeah, by trading the Sabo.
yeah.
So still probably the
But
play.
I wonder if there's a way we can use smokescreen on the HQ to try and set up something and take a little bit longer. So we are able to protect our HQ with smokescreen.
Yeah, that first level of research, probably the best one. This does not feel like a game that is going to give him any chance for nukes. So that's probably the only use he's really going to get out of that.
Now, I'm so tempted if I'm in this position just to start smacking face back, but I think it's far too greedy and very unlikely to pay off.
Yeah, even the face damage here with the ping feels a little strange unless you're just going with the spending the 2 units in the front line to clear the board. But if that's the case, I'm wondering why the turn is taking so long.
Just lots of thinking.
No,
Yeah,
just
just gonna
going
go
straight
face.
face.
I said it was tempting, but I do think this is a very risky way to play the game. As
Yeah,
there
only
are
needs to
so
find
many.
3.
Well, it's just there's also so many ways that Dandelion can prevent your forced lethal on board here. Obviously, the hope is from Twee is that this Graph will be forced to trade into one of these units and then doesn't offer any additional draw for Dandelion, but it's just such a risky maneuver. Chain home hitting
Oh,
the worst possible
backline.
option there.
Terrible 1 of 4 roll for Dandelion in that moment.
Now, a very, very important turn here. Dandelion has to figure out how to best navigate these waters. Gonna go for the face damage.
So now putting
Now,
him on lethal, forcing Twee to need to either win the game or answer the plane this turn.
I would assume you're going for the smoke screen. You go for the
Or of
smoke
course,
screen
just
on the
yeah, we're back to the
HQ,
smoke
and
screen.
then you can go first to the front line. This kills the buffs, and this puts Dandelion in a very awkward position where they essentially have nothing to do for that turn. They are able to then, however, go for the protected convoy into board wipe. But I think if you're Twee, you're just hoping that this isn't here. If I'm looking at this from Tweed's perspective, I think that's my best bet.
Yeah, I mean it's lost either way. It definitely feels like the only play.
I mean, the other option is to trade out and try and get rid of this Wrath, but then again, with this unit being a tank, the AoE is just going to close out this game pretty much no matter how you go about it.
Looking like now he's just going to double trade. He's going to spend 8 for the 2 attack
But
actions.
that's going to result in lethal here, which is going to be wave after wave, able to push up, take the front line, and hit face for 5. If Tweed wanted to survive, they had to have given their HQ smokescreen.
Certainly, but I believe that it was probably lost in all facets. So perhaps Twee kind of just sort of resigning himself to the fate regardless. But yes, I would have also certainly liked to see them grasp at every attempt. And I believe that the only real play there was the smokescreen play from the US research. So that is Buffs winning both games, right? We are now tied with Buffs
Yeah.
winning for each player. So now where does the set move from here? Do we see the US Japan mirror? Do we see perhaps Dandelion sensing that maybe now goes the other direction, saying if you're going to hard stick that, then I'm going to try to play for the counter?
Oh, the Heinz mirror.
And we go with the Heinz mirror. Both players pivot. Well, I guess it's not a pivot for Dandelion coming off the win, but Twee
We'll
pivots.
class it as a pivot. It's more fun if it's a pivot.
Yeah, more fun as a double pivot. Both players pivot into each other.
And we just deciding which cards to keep in this opener. Some very powerful cards here.
Panzer 2A feels like an absolute. It seemed like research was what he was thinking about.
Not the best hand you could have hoped for. Double suppression plus the buzz bomb. These are really good once you've activated your 4K cost reduction. Your
first
home
and
and
home.
front.
Front and home. Now, gosh. Another 2A is going to be helpful. Probably just 2A buzz bomb here.
Once these cost 0k, they become really powerful. But when they cost 1k, they're just nowhere near as good.
Yeah, especially with no real air in the deck to make those suppressions into something that cycles a draw. Gonna Svard a single 250 and go. I mean, face the only option.
Yeah. Goes back down to a 1-3, makes it a lot easier to trade. Finding Panzer 3F is a huge bonus for Twee. It turns these little dinky Panzer 2As into very formidable units. Now,
but instead, maybe perhaps thinking he just needs to run the suppression on the 250 immediately, and then he could also clear it with the 213s. And honestly, I don't think that's a bad play at all.
There
You're
could be
likely
a
to get
lot
more
of damage. You know, the Arado comes out into a buzz bomb. It can really get out of hand very quickly with this unit.
Not only that, Twee is for sure going to get more tanks out, so 3F is still going to be able to capitalize, possibly even better. Yeah, definitely necessary to slow the game down. And I think this is a good play to play front and home. Yeah, Greif is huge for Dandelion. But I think that we've talked before about the tempo play that is playing front and homeland on turn 4 as soon as you draw it. Sometimes it's really, really hard to work that in, especially if maybe you're playing into Jagro or something. But I think it's kind of comfortable for Twee to play it and Dandelion to play it here. I expect both to pop their front and homeland.
If Twee is able to find an Enigma now, it's going to be huge. This whole hand of cost reduction. So it's going to be the card to look out for here, because I mean the real difference I see is just hand size. You know, Dandelion has a massive hand and increased value in the hand, but Twee has a lot of tempo available.
And Dandelion going with the tempo play, right? Because they chose not to do front and homeland.
There's the Arado.
Twee benefiting from front and homeland instantly. 2 cost research off of a free Arado.
We do see the power of this when so many of your cards are odd.
And I would love to see a suppress of Greif here because it's going to get you a draw as well with your Arado out. It's much harder
Yeah.
to pull off the suppression draw in this matchup, or I'm sorry, with this deck than some of the other decks where there's tons of planes to trigger your suppressions.
No, I absolutely agree. Suppress it, get rid of the amazing ability, also get it back down to 1 health. And then you can see what you draw. You can also buzz bomb the HQ. You've got
Oh,
just a
goes
lot of options.
yeah, right back down with the draw panzer, right into flying bomb. Kills a
And
buffed tank with the flying bomb as well, which is really nice. And now we see Dandelion kind of forced to retreat into the front and homeland.
I mean, we're going to see a lot of cheap cards this match. Both players have activated their front and homeland. There's going to be a lot of cheap stuff, and it's just going to be throwing resources at each other.
I was going to say the Turpitz play here is so good and interesting. Just some really cheap little units. The buff patterns that Dandelion and this deck want to run are sort of mass buffs. They're not big targeted buffs. So this is not a board that he wants to Sfard or anything like that, despite the fact that we know that he doesn't have them anyway. So that is a really awesome Turpitz. Really painful. The 5 burn damage, not really the thing here. The not laying units for an entire turn is really about to be a thick in Dandelion's crawl.
I kind of want to see the buzz bomb personally. You know, you got a credit left. You got to do something with it. Send it out. See what you get.
Yeah, the tank, of course, having
Oh.
blitz, so could come out next turn without much penalty. I think I would agree with the buzz bomb.
So awkward now because you can't
He'd
play
love
units.
to get Sturmy out. He'd love to
Yeah.
play Sturmy
It would
right
be
now.
so nice to get a Sturmy down. Oh, and there's another card you can't play.
Free unit he can't play.
But it's fine. We can suppress something. I'm not sure what we're suppressing, but it'll draw us a card.
Yeah, we gotta.
You suppress the smokescreen unit, you get rid of smokescreen, technically. Or do you just save it? Do you not get baited?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Breakthrough, of course, could maybe destroy the draw panzer, but it feels like a terrible use.
It really,
really
does, but I
Getting
think you
anything
can
on the
point.
cost reduction. Yep, we're gonna do it anyway, though.
And yeah, just keep as
Let's-
few units on board as possible. And now it is Tweed DeCargo's time to really start popping off. Panzer 38T, presumably into the buff Panzer.
Oh, he'd love to get Werble in too, but not quite the room for it. Doesn't have the money to get rid of Arado to make room for Werble. That's okay, though. Still a very nice turn.
Presumably,
Gotta
you
imagine
go
we
for
just
the
clear.
trade, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else we would do. All right, and now Dandelion with money and the ability to play tanks again.
It's a real my turn, your turn. You know, we see players very much respecting each other's turns. I'm going to do all my things, then you can do all of your things. And awkwardly, both players having the Enigma, but neither of them are going to have any hand left.
And again, the slight changes in these deck lists between these players, right? I believe Dandelion was Sturmy's Tweed without, and now that Sturmy is about to be ever present. The shock is going to be nice, and every extra credit that it costs to target Sturmy is going to be extra annoying for Tweed. Really limit those turns. Having to double trade into Sturmy is having to waste 2 credits. And that is the kind of thing that can really separate this match. Interesting as well, right? The changes in these decks, the Sturmy specifically in the mirror, how good it is in the mirror.
I mean, shock is just such a powerful keyword. It's got to be one of the, I think blitz is sort of the only keyword I think is more versatile and valuable than shock. It's so powerful. And like you said, the normal response to a unit with shock is to attack the unit with shock, but here you're getting taxed a lot of credits to do so. Now Twee, really thinking about this buzz bomb. It's like there's the loss of Svard.
It's a beautiful Svard. we're going to be able to do a lot with this. Not blowing up the Sturmy, which I feel is maybe a mistake. I think I would have
No,
taken the 3-4
face
into
is
the
the
Sturmy.
place.
Face is the place, he says. Yeah, I guess I'm probably overreacting to the shock with how much the tempo is in favor of Tweed to Cargo, especially right after we mentioned it.
It's great, but you can just close out this game so quickly, I feel like.
Yeah, he's been in the driver's seat this entire time.
Especially with Enigma available here. It can just do so much work. And Dandelion just wishing they had another
Their own
Lotus
3F
Vard.
though.
3F is good, but not enough. There's lethal on board, and
Just not the credits to take care of all of the tanks.
I think it really came down to in that match the fact that Lotus Vard, Dandelion got it earlier than they wanted, and Twee got it exactly on time. I think that was the big difference, the big decider. It was just when Lotus Vard was being used. I mean, we saw a turn 2 Lotus Vard from Dandelion, which is highly unusual. I'm not saying it was wrong. It's just not what you're normally trying to do.
Highly irregular.
Highly irregular. Now we see Overpower actually quite good in this matchup, as there's often a couple of the same tank down on board, so you're able to get some good trades with it.
Yeah, that is a very interesting tech choice as well for playing into decks like buffs. You can certainly see why something like that would be brought to this tournament specifically.
Well, 106 is a very powerful card. This is not necessarily the matchup where it is coming in to shine the most, as most of these tanks do have 2 or 3 HP. However, it's still a very strong tool.
Pathfinders is super nice to get early. A lot of 2 health units with these little draw Jaegers and the 250/9. Getting that online could be very helpful.
Also, there's 3 Jaegers here. If all 3 of these are on board at once, this could be a huge wipe here. Now, presumably, Pathfinder's going to come down.
Yeah, that certainly seems
side. Where are you going?
Yeah,
I want to kill the tank, right? I want to kill the tank,
100%.
but if I kill the tank, I risk giving you more draw with this unit. I do think it was the correct way to do things.
Yeah, 100%.
Here they
don't
come.
think there was any
Go
question,
on.
to be honest.
Do it. Oh.
Of course, one goes back, which is really nice. Dandelion able to maybe make finders work against Twee a little bit, generate some extra draw, perhaps.
You called me very astute earlier, and I don't disagree. I was being very astute at the time, but I've made up for it with a severe lack of astuteness. I've ran out of astutes.
Well, that's okay. We both need to alarm ourselves more when giant rafts are in people's hands as well. That's what we've learned so far.
Yeah. Very easy to miss those massive fighters.
Twee letting go of it, that was a mistake, perhaps really feeling how Pathfinders maybe was not the most helpful in this scenario.
Now just having to decide how they want to play this. Presumably, buff up the unit in the front line, go for the trade.
Yeah, I do think it's fine. Pathfinders is still going to be pretty useful.
Oh my lord, look at them. They keep coming. Decides not to go for the trade, just to put on the HQ pressure. Front and homeland overdrawn. That puts a slight damper on Dandelion's game plan.
Twee lets go of another. That was a mistake. Little cheeky on that one.
I'd have almost liked to see the SD come out here. It doesn't have Blitz. Sure, it doesn't have Smokescreen, but not having Blitz is a really big deal in this situation.
more draw coming back to Dandelion as he is able to have either the Jaeger or the 38T most likely come back to his hand. That 2 out of 3 chance from Pathfinders. It is the Jaeger, so that is 2 Jaegers back to hand that he can hopefully get more draw with. That makes the sting of the Pathfinder's constant retreat a little lessened. And that interaction is really shaping this game right now in a very interesting way.
I mean, it always reaches the point when you're playing against Pathfinders. It's like, yeah, I'm generating value whenever you bounce my units, but I don't need more value. I've already
Yeah.
overdrawn. It's just not necessary right now. And Twee gonna better put on a lot of pressure. US Sullivans, oh my, they just keep coming. They just keep coming, and I think you just have to keep going for them. You're buffing 2 units every time you play one of these. It's such a huge amount of value. But no, gonna go for the Kyoto instead. Dandelion now is gonna have to figure out how to get out of this situation. V1 Flying Bomb is a good find. And you
Yeah,
just need
very
to pump as
likely
many
to.
units as you can to try and set up a Losses Vard next turn.
Yeah, just putting out as much as you can. Pathfinders once again sending something back. Just no answer for that
Twee is
Pathfinders.
potentially lethal.
Yeah,
Or
Sullivan's and
yeah, no, it's lethal. No, it's one off lethal with the Hellcat. 1 credit off lethal. They have the damage for it, they just don't have the money. However, will Dandelion be able to take the front line and prevent the Hellcat moving up next turn?
yeah, surely
Surely
Tweed's
you go
just.
face with it all. You put
I
your
was gonna
opponent on
say
4 health with a Hellcat in hand. You have to go for it all.
he also has
So
the
risky.
large KI. What is it? KI 63, the new plane.
Yeah, that's
He's
available in deck. You've
he's
got
not
that. You've got
within
the Hellcat.
credit range of it, but certainly getting them in a deck with no heal and no guard to a place where you just need to draw it and swing. And we see everything clocked in.
There's Yagbomber, but Yagbomber isn't enough. I don't think there's any out here for Dandelion. Twee is going to take the 3-1. And very similar lineups, but Dandelion not quite able to keep up with Twee's aggressive openings.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate, it seems, for Dandelion. Just sort of playing out the string, imagining every possible scenario, if there's any way that he can live for a turn.
I don't believe there is, unfortunately, for Dandelion.
A nice assured look on Twee's face. Both of these guys have had really, really incredible years. These two both players have been mainstays in all 4 expansion tournaments this year. Makes total sense to find them against each other. And Twee with the good luck. Okay, palm kiss.
Whoa!
Woo!
It's celebration time.
Fan ourselves after that one.
Oh, that's the way to celebrate, Twee.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, great victory, though, and another fantastic set for us to watch. Certainly the opening match couldn't have gone faster if it had tried. Gotta say, though, confirmed blind spot for both the boys here. Totally incapable of spotting an RAF Mustang. Don't rely on them for air defense. But yeah, that was a blast.
No,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
well, it felt like they had the same decks, but they were the decks were operating so differently. I don't know if it was just little differences in the deck, differences in player approach, or if it was just people getting what they were looking for and not finding what they were looking for. But they felt like the matches almost felt like the lineups weren't at all similar, despite being almost identical.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You could really see that the knowledge of the decks definitely made there feel much more variation there than you could see on paper, which is always interesting to see. It's definitely been one to watch and see the different things of. Honestly, when the Sturmy came down until that lot of top deck, I thought that was going to change that game completely on that one tech choice, because that Sturmy you do not want to see if you're pushing for the front line on that Heinz deck that doesn't have that shock droid.
Yeah, absolutely. The minuscule changes, we kind of talked about them the entire time, about the slight differences in the decks there, and seeing them come into play was certainly what was going to sort of separate that set between the two players.
Absolutely. It's been absolutely fascinating. So let's jump over to the brackets and see where that leaves us. So we should be able to jump to a top bracket, see where we're at, as we start coming to the last part of our day. So we can see once again we're back to the lower bracket here, and the last match that we have left today is going to be Hashiman and Pancake, which will be our next match. Should be really interesting to see. I'm quite excited to see that final wrap up for the day, and then we'll be ready to move on. Very exciting. And obviously, top bracket, we can see that we have the players already through. Taboo and C are settled quite comfortably. Soon to be joined by the victorious Tweed. We've got players coming through at great pace. Obviously, Tweed and the others have a little bit more work to do in the lower bracket. And we will be doing pretty well with it. I am rejoined, of course, by the rest of our casting team. Berto and Starry, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, it's certainly been an exciting one. And we've got, as I say, we've got one more set to go. And we will take a quick trip through the decks in a moment. But first of all, kind of any big reactions to the events of the day? Certainly for me, I think the veterans have perhaps not done as well as I had hoped they might in some places. But yeah, I'm interested. Anything in particular that you think your big picks of the day are?
Well, I'm happy
Yeah, that
to
was. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm happy to say that I think there's been very solid play across the board from everybody. Not just the big names. Everyone has clearly put in the practice, and I just love to see quality play at the top level.
Yeah, I kind of made the same note as you, Bear. I was really surprised that the newcomers have really solidified themselves. So very interesting. Definitely a tournament of underdogs. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. The losers bracket honestly has been super tight, super interesting. I love the high stakes of like, you know, every single game matters, and
Yeah.
the big emotions that come with it. It's been a blast to watch the losers bracket. Actually, it's been awesome. So
Absolutely, yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, again, we're definitely getting competition for our money here and good views out of it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to hop and we're going to take a look at Pancake's decks. Berto, I believe you're going to walk us through once more Pancake's lineup.
Yes, certainly. We have this Japan, Germany, Jagro deck, mid-range deck. Nice to see an old classic in a sea of variant Japan lists. And then we have the buffs deck here. We've seen how powerful it can be. We've also seen that it's a beast that can be defeated. Notably, Pancake is not running Mustang in this list, which is a little bit of a break from what other players have been doing with this list. And then we have this German-Finland deck, going a lot harder on the Finland cards than most of the other competition today, and it's been working out pretty decently in the game we saw before with Pancake. And finally, we have this Soviet Japan rush deck, sort of the flip side of the Japan Soviet that you're more likely to see on ladder, and that we've seen a little bit in this tournament. And this was the deck that was banned last time, if I remember correctly. So hopefully we get to see that Soviet deck in action.
Yeah, might not eat the ban this time around. Well, we'll find out based on the lineups of Pancake's opponent Hashiman in the company of Starry.
Yeah, so Hachiman's first deck is a Japan-Soviet aggro list. What makes this one a little bit different is that it is playing the Ites. I'm honestly surprised that that's even really doable because it seems to me like that's a very, very expensive card to try to play with 9 credits. But yeah, I mean, Hachiman has gotten really far in the tournament so far, so it seems to be working okay. Next up, we have a Soviet France control list. It plays 2 sabotages, which could be useful in just taking whatever your opponent is looking to do, especially against something like a second front deck. But this has been really good so far when we've seen it. This list has seemed really solid. Next, we have a second front list that is pretty much more or less the same as what everybody else is doing. I honestly, looking through this deck, don't see any huge things that are really, really noteworthy, except for trading the second copy of Crossfire, only 1 copy of Crossfire, and going and playing one of those Volksgrenadiers, which I believe are the ones that make the production. And then lastly, we have a buff deck, which everybody is pretty much doing. This one is playing the Valentine and the King's African rifles to go with it. And is playing wave after wave, but of course that means that there are some other cards that aren't making it, so we'll see how these lists fare against the opponent's lineup.
Absolutely, yeah. I will say, yeah, that buffs lineup is just that little bit different. It's a little more old school in that it's still running the Valentine from when I think people first started playing around, and then we've iterated in a couple of different directions with buffs as to just how fast you want to go versus whether you want that later value. I'll be interested to see if we see those decks. Obviously, once we have the bans in, we'll be interested to see whether that will be the case. But that's always the question of questions. So while we're asking the question of questions, Berto, we're at you. What would your ban picks be, do you think?
I mean, that's a hard question. I mean, so you see like a lot of suppressions out of both players, and that makes me think, maybe they're not intending to ban buffs. Because it's not as important to run 4 suppression, 3 suppression if you're not gonna if you're just banning buffs, right? So I still feel like it's such a scary deck that I lean towards that ban, but I'm not sure that's what we're going to actually see take place.
Sorry?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these players have decided that buffs is not going to be the deck that they ban, and that they're going to fight for it, which I think is super interesting. Definitely not what I predicted going into the tournament. We actually, one of our tournament organizers was taking statistics about what nations have been most commonly banned, and Japan has been banned more than Britain. Britain is a close second, but Japan has been banned more than Britain. So it's really interesting.
Oh, here we go. We have them.
Speaking
And
of.
there you go. Speaking of Japan and Britain, so Pancake does decide he does not want to go up against buff, so Hashiman will not get the chance to play that. But Pancake will not have access to his Japan deck, which certainly its story is not controlling things in the background. But yeah, it does fit nicely with the statistics that we've gotten for the day. There definitely seem to be some players who are not intimidated at the idea of going into this buff stack, and I'm totally happy to say I have been flat wrong from the moment I opened up on this tournament, because I really did think we would have seen a much bigger swing towards seeing that deck banned out, but these guys know something I don't. But yeah, it should be really interesting. Any particular thoughts on the bans?
太講我操！你他媽我操！你還把這個光把他媽上面有個圓，有這個圓，我真難不。
Like, I'm trying to piece together
Uh,
what like, these players are thinking. With
或者我
these
換個
decks.
角度，換個
And
角
I'm
度。
kind of thinking
不是這個
maybe
角度
they consider buffs the strongest deck, but they consider Japan favorable into buffs. I feel like that's sort of the logic that would be like explaining Japan being banned more often, but buffs perhaps being teched around a little more than the Japan decks.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, I think that's 100% right. Like, it's a lot easier to just blow out buffs with a single card. Japan is not as easy to counter. I mean, yeah, of course, Crossfire is a card, a quite good one. But with stuff like recons and trying to survive until, turn 4, like trying to minimize the damage that you get before turn 4, it's a lot harder, I think, to counter Japan.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I guess we're going to
I've
find
seen a
out.
couple of cards.
I guess we're going to find out how Buffs does as I hand over to you guys to go and take us through Pancake versus Hashiman. I shall see you at the end of the match.
I look forward to it. So on one hand, you definitely enjoy going first because it allows you to get your combo a turn sooner. But on the other hand, if you're the Germany deck, you want to draw more cards so that you are more likely to find suppression or route. And the buff deck also really enjoys drawing more cards because you are going to be more able to draw your buff cards. Like, you have a higher probability of doing something crazy on the first couple turns. So I'm not so convinced that going first is that big of an impact. What do you think, Berto?
Yeah, I think it's maybe not a big deal either way in this matchup. I mean, I think you're pretty much always in a situation where if you get like the perfect draws, it's better to go first, like regardless of the deck you're playing. But that situation doesn't actually come up that commonly.
Yeah. The Schutzen is interesting. It fills kind of a similar role to Henschel, but it also has the opportunity of getting in for a little extra damage, which can be important if you don't have a Bismarck combo per se. It also allows you to synthetic oil into Bismarck plus Britannia. So if you deal 3 damage to Schutzen, it takes them down to 17, and then that way you don't actually have to set up the whole second front thing if you manage to synthetic oil. I know that that doesn't sound super relevant, but it does come up sometimes.
Yeah, I'd say the main consideration in my mind is that, Schutzen seems good because a lot of decks need to go into the front line to do their game plan. But at the same time, we have this situation where you have so many suppressions in your deck, and having another fighter that fills a similar role can have a lot of utility.
Yeah. The thing about trying to contest the front line with a Schutzen, though, is that most of the decks that are trying to play to the front line are not doing so with these 3 attack, 4 attack units. They're doing so with like 15th Cavalries, Dragons, Colms. So I don't feel like you're getting quite as much value out of contesting the front line with Schutzen as you might have in some previous metas. So,
Hachiman is looking a little sleepy there. Oh, now he's up.
Yeah,
Uh,
it is.
it's been a
Uh,
long day of games to keep going like this.
yeah. And it's also past midnight in China right now, so I'm sure that the players are pretty tired. Um, I'm kind of surprised to see the Kangaroo Transport come out on the 70th, but I guess this was kind of the game plan all along. It was like the blitz part was less important, the making it a tank part was the more important. Ooh, it's a very nice Admiral Hyper.
Is it? Or is Pancake holding up something to deal
Oh.
with that?
Yeah, so Pancake is playing only the interception and the evasive action, if I remember correctly, as the countermeasures, but that's
Yeah.
very
Look at
unique
this.
compared to the other buffs lists.
Look at the smile on Hachiman's face, though. He just got by interception, and sometimes all you can do is just laugh about it. It is a unique way to do the buffs deck that Pancake is bringing to the table here with that interception.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. I mean, sometimes that's how buff rolls, right? Like, if you aren't able to answer their threat, you usually have like a 2-turn clock. And it's different than the original buffs, the buffs when before it was reworked. That was pretty hard OTK. Like, you're looking to close the game out really in one turn. If you're not closing the game out in one turn, it's going to be difficult. But this deck is a lot more resilient in the fact that just going for big chunks, anywhere from 7 to 10 at a time, just get like 2 or 3 of those in over the course of the game, and you usually get there. So it's definitely interesting. I like the style of the deck theoretically from a I just think it's interesting, but at the same time, I definitely am quite frustrated when I play against it ladder. So it's hard to say. I have mixed feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everyone would agree that the deck's a little overtuned right now, but there's still a lot of interesting decisions in the deck building process, especially in a tournament, um, where you can run these things like interception, uh, but then you're losing a lot of your OTK potential, or you're losing some of your early game consistency or some of your draw. There's always like these like push and pulls that some decks, there's just like cards that do these things so well that the decisions are relatively obvious. And other decks like this buffs, there's so many good options that it's hard to choose.
Yeah, and there's also been a lot of decisions in the deck building on buffs. Part of it is just that we've seen it in higher volume than we have any of the other decks, but we have seen so many different varieties, anywhere from air to Valentine to yeah, just all sorts of different stuff. So quite interesting. This is a pretty slow start for Hachiman. Are the scouting parties gonna be? Oh, that expansion is pretty huge. Would you expansion here, or would you scouting party?
I think I'd scouting party. I mean, you don't know that your opponent is able to turn these tanks into 2 attack units. And if they can't do that, then you're getting a lot of value out of these recons potentially.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you definitely have more draw than you could really need as Hachiman, but um, my biggest concern is that if Pancake gets the Sturmy in the front line, suddenly you're spending like 3 credits to trade out your 1/2s. Like there's a world where Hachiman is really, really struggling to trade or to do much of anything. So I think the goal is going to be trying to get these in the front line, and I think it might be a minute before we see the other scouting party come out.
Yeah, you're definitely in no rush.
And Pancake just seems to be setting up for a future Lotta turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be huge, and I don't even really see how Hachiman begins to play around it.
Yeah, I don't really know.
Okay,
The
Rush starts a lot.
Rush is strong. Rush has a 1 in 4 to be exceptionally strong. We'll see.
1 in 3, even if Hachiman makes this trade that it looks like he.
Yeah, Hashiman ever improving the odds.
Ugh. Nah, not quite.
Unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, manipulating RNG is a really, really important skill, and we see it done pretty masterfully.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, how many mistakes people would make with Akita.
Yes, yes.
And that's partially because the skill level was lower at that time when
That's
Akita was
true.
popular.
Yeah, I was remarking on that a couple days ago. The average skill of the players has increased quite a lot as the player base has grown. I definitely think that it's definitely a lot more challenging these days than it used to be, but it's fun, you know, more competition. It's a good time.
Yeah, and you certainly want these tournaments to really, test the might of these players and really put them against some stiff competition so that when you get to something like the finals, games are decided by, skillful play, but they're also not just like uh, maybe thrown away on uh, an unfortunate decision point.
Yeah, and we've seen pretty much every game go to a 3-2 finish. I feel like that's been happening more and more lately in tournaments. I feel like there used to be a lot more 3-0 or 3-1 sweeps. But the competition is really tight, and it's the small decisions that are being made over several games. Not necessarily any one decision in any one particular game, but just the slight decisions like improving your odds on rush. You know, it's the small stuff over a series of games that impacts the outcome of the matches.
Yeah, I think one of the factors here is also like when you have a deck like buffs, if your opponent, plays two decks that are good into buffs, you're probably able to play buffs into like the third and take a win without too much trouble, right?
Hmm.
Okay, Pancake goes for an interesting line here. He's only down to one more Lotus Fard, so he's gonna have to make that one count. But you do have to play a very high tempo play style when you're against a Japan aggro deck here.
Yeah, I was pretty skeptical of the more high value cards in Hachiman's deck. I thought that this deck was honestly a lot more aggressive than it ended up being. It's pretty solidly mid range. Like the fact that this game is uh I would say it's fighting on all the axes. It's fighting on tempo, it's fighting on HQ defenses, and it's fighting on card advantage. Like it's two solidly mid-range decks that are both definitely, yeah, fighting on all those axes, looking to close out the game, looking to increase tempo, looking to draw cards, make good trades.
Ooh. Fortunately, those are not the cards that Pancake needed to see off of Prolonged Siege there. Looking for things like suppression and the flying bomb, the German research. That is Hashiman taking game number 2, tying it up.
Yeah, the Type 93s, in some matchups, they just get like picked off by various fighters or bombers, but in that particular matchup, if you just keep it in the support line, I mean, that is a huge problem for your opponent. I feel like it's super, super strong in that matchup.
For sure. I tend to find myself liking Type 93 more and more against Germany the more I play that matchup, which is maybe a little surprising when you consider Crossfire being a card, but against so much of the stuff that Germany's doing, they have to take a little bit of time in the early game to get going, and or they might be routing your stuff. And in all those cases, Type 93 really lets you put the aggression on. Holy moly, this is a hand from Pancake. Okay, well, Fast Times only does...
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So Pancake has kind of gone out of their way to put these T26s and a decent amount of other Finnish cards. I mean, I think they're playing a higher density of Finnish cards than the other Heinz decks. So I'm surprised to see the Fast Times, I guess. Obviously it did get buffed, so it's significantly stronger than it used to be. Now it affects stuff in the support line as well. But it doesn't affect Finnish tank. So it does become a little awkward in situations like these.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Pancake pulled the trigger quite that soon, rather than going for the 38T first. But you know, it did give him a big out to drawing a Blitzkrieg, being very scary for Hachiman. That blitz on the Silesia is quite huge. You can trade out the German tank and trade out a Finnish tank, and then just one unit left on the board for Pancake.
Yeah, but Pancake hits with this huge Enigma right after playing the front and homeland. Or am I crazy? Didn't they play the front and homeland?
Yes, but so many of the cards in hand
Oh,
are
or
Finnish.
Finnish again. Again, it's all of these cards that are exclusively helping German cards are kind of awkward when Pancake is playing so many Finnish cards.
Yeah. Although I do like the Prolonged Siege. We saw
It's
in one
worked.
game. Yeah.
It's worked way better than I gave it credit for. I was very, very skeptical of it when I saw it. First I was like, oh, I get it. It's to make it so that you can get like 10 attack on those little tanks that get +2 attack when you draw them, or when you draw a card. And then we looked through the deck more carefully and we're like, wait a minute, that tank isn't even there. And now I like don't really, and then I like didn't really understand why it was there. And now after seeing it just played just like as its base, you know, just completely not really any synergy, just as a strong draw card. I'm like, okay, you've convinced me once again.
Now, what I'm thinking this could come down to is a situation of, does Pancake find another Lotus Fard or a Greif
Mm-hmm.
would be
Absolutely.
really huge here. I mean, even Blitzkrieg sort of fills that role by reducing op cost in the front line.
It does if your opponent lets you get the front line. So let's say that this, I want to say Slesians, gets taken out, and then on the next turn, Hachiman trades off the Ilyushin and then puts these lesions that it creates back in the front line, and suddenly you have another full health ambush guy. Like, there is a world where Blitzkrieg would be hard to get off. We'll see. That's all I can say. We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for both players, and even more ways that this game can go.
Yeah, Hashiman has that confusion in hand, which is pretty nasty at a time like this.
Yeah, even the option to use it this turn to destroy 2 units for 4 credits is not so bad. Although, you do have a lot of 1 operation cost units to just trade with, which makes it feel a fair bit less relevant.
Yeah, this looks nasty. You're putting either an ambush unit or a 3/4, either one of which is they're roughly the same. I don't know if there's like a huge difference, but putting that into the front line, clearing out your opponent's entire support line almost, that was a huge swing.
Pancake almost dealing with hand size issues here. I imagine if hand size wasn't a thing, you would just play the 20 Panzer Grenadier and, continue setting up for these future turns.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised to see the that particular pack, the one that gets additional buffs whenever it gets its first attack buff, because there isn't that many ways to proc it. You have like fast finds, you have Blitzkrieg, and you have Panzer 3H, and other than that, I don't know that.
He also has the KFZ 38,
Oh,
which
so
can trigger
true.
multiple times per turn on it.
Oh, so if you have the SDK down, and then you play the SDK. Sorry, if you play that SDK, then play the support SDK, it triggers, and then you move that one up, and then you move the other one up, and then it triggers again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. I was not aware of that.
And then you Blitzkrieg and your opponent's dead.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can see how that works. And this is going to be a seriously difficult board for Pancake to fight through. The Monasteer, the double Call to the Colonies, the Corson, that's really cheap right now. This looks like it's in Hashiman's favor, but I do think that like Alota could turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep looking at these 2 prolonged sieges with most of the cards in Pancake's deck costing 1 less. That, I mean, I don't want to underestimate it. Now, it would seem fairly natural just to trade this 4/5 into the shock 4/4. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, and if you're gonna suppress something, it makes more sense to suppress the guy that honestly has a very, very weak body, if not for the guard and destruction effect, so. makes sense to save the suppress for that one and then trade out with the other one. Hachiman's just got so many options. I mean, really anything that you could want. It does become kind of awkward when the Ilyushin just makes another 1/3. It's not the best thing to make another one up, but it is your second Ilyushin, so I guess can't complain that much.
Yeah, I mean, even a 4/3 fighter that gives you a 1/3 guard is a pretty good card. uh, and Ilyushin is one of these like primary reasons to play Soviets.
Mm-hmm. So normally that Turfets would really hurt most Soviet control decks because most Soviet control decks don't have that many orders that they're doing. They mostly rely on like sticking guards to the board to control. But Hachiman just has like such an easy turn there, you know? Like that's like the easiest turn in your life.
Yeah, I mean, Pancake's deck has so much burst potential that I don't even know that, like, it's that great to heal 16. Like, it's an aggro deck. Like, you take the heal 16, but it it's not like you're playing against Jagro with Mitos, you know?
Yeah.
Just so much burst potential.
Surely you're not gonna play the sabotage. We see Hachiman like hovering
Okay.
over the armored train and then debating,
Okay, you know what I
maybe
want to
play
see?
sabotage. Yeah.
Not because it's the right play. I want to see Sabotage revealed Gree Blitzkriegs.
I wanna see sabotage. Well, I don't really because I think it'd be uh kind of sad. But I think that it would be dramatic, I suppose, if Sabotage revealed one Blitzkrieg and Hachiman takes it and is like, yes, I got rid of the Blitzkrieg, only to see like 2 more the next turn.
Yeah. Well, you can't be that surprised, I think, because I mean, look at the number of cards left in Pancake's deck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and with 3 copies, like, okay, is it likely that they have all 3? Like, not particularly, but it's not a rare occurrence either.
You've
And
considered
the
it.
average number that they should have is probably like 2 at this point. So yeah, really any turn now, Pancake can just threaten some crazy Blitzkrieg shenanigans. So I think Hachiman has to be really careful about um, what you're allowing to be on the board when to monasteer. You have to monasteer kind of conservatively because you know that these Blitzkriegs are around.
I suppose Pancake is trying to preserve as many blitzed. He he just discarded that Panzer 2A instead of playing it when it
Yeah,
got on board.
and he's shaking his head. I think he realizes that he could have played it. Yeah, it's stressful and it's definitely fatiguing to play. I mean, I'm not even playing and I'm I'm pretty fatigued. So yeah, this looks like a very good monster turn, right? Because
Well, it does destroy your own guard, though. It's the only issue.
oh, what was the other key? Oh, because yeah, right, because it doesn't have 2 keywords exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yep. And Pancake just hits this
No.
beautiful string of
Panzer
38 Ts. Like, oh my gosh.
I
What?
will just mention that Panzer 2A does have 2 keywords,
That is true.
so it
Well,
did
as long as you don't
matter.
move it up.
Yeah, which he couldn't have if he played it previously. I mean, you're on 12 credits, you have so many blitz units. Coupe guards are nice for Hachiman, but
And the
I
pin.
think they're just stopping 2 units.
Yeah, so Pancake has 3 Blitz units and more than enough credits to operate everything as well as play, I think, all the Blitzkriegs. I think you could double, or no, you could play single Fokker.
So you definitely don't want
Looked,
to lead with Fokker, because if you lead with the Blitz units,
true,
then
you
you
have
can
to lead with the
Lotus
Blitz
card.
units.
Yeah.
Yes. You might as well, you're gonna
And
discard at this.
this is surely lethal. I don't even think you're playing Fokker. Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters. I think it's the same calculation, regardless of if you spend the 2 on the Fokker or on the Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
that was way over lethal. Yeah, both
Yeah,
lines
that's
are way
like,
over lethal.
yeah.
And I'm glad we got to see the power of that deck at least once. That variant of Heinz packs a real punch.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because normally I would not advocate for triple Blitzkrieg. Like we've already talked about it a little bit, but when you're worried about these Soviet decks that are really good at putting up guards, when you're worried about the second front decks where I don't know that you're gonna have time to get through enough of your deck to see a Blitzkrieg 20 cards in, you know? Like, are you gonna see 20 cards in your deck? I don't know. So, I think that this is one of the few times where I give my stamp of approval on the triple Blitzkrieg. Not something I would normally do, but I think it definitely works here. Yeah,
Yeah.
Pancake won, so Pancake is up 2-1, but Hachiman is surely gonna put up a fight. It looks like they're having a good time, which is great. Normally, like, you know, I'm sure that it's got to be immensely stressful to be fighting where every single game is like, this could be the one. But they're having a good time. Honestly, everybody seems to, maybe not everybody, but the majority of the players that we've seen seem to have been lots of smiles, lots of good sports. So it's been a really fun day. Really enjoyed watching it so far.
Yeah. I think we have seen a bit of nerves from Pancake. Just with not keeping track of which cards he was going to discard at the end of turn. But I think you make that mistake once in a tournament, you're not making that same mistake again. And
Yeah.
so to get through that game, which I think was quite a good matchup for him, uh, maybe it's even better to have like made that mistake and have that in the back of your mind, like, okay, I really need to like focus in.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't change the outcome of the game, so if it means that you learned something that you can take with you into your next match, then yeah, I mean, that seems like pretty good for me. So which deck is still okay, that answers our question. So Hachiman running it back, and Pancake has to win one of the 2 next games with Soviet Japan. What do you think about this Soviet Japan list? It's pretty unique as far as no one else in the field I saw had anything similar, at least that I was aware of.
Yeah, I think that the deck is okay, but I do think that it is your 4th best deck, and I think Pancake probably knows that too.
I think that's a pretty good assumption. I mean, it's definitely slower than the Japan Soviet. It's probably a little less threatening than the Japan Soviet. And I think that this is not a very strong matchup for the Soviet Japan list. I think we're probably going to see a game 5, although it's not possible to tell this early.
Yeah, I mean, things like these hammers and the confusions in Hachiman's deck, I mean, I think they're meant to target buffs, but they end up being really powerful in this matchup as well against Pancake. Little Cobra might present an issue that could be hard for Hachiman to deal with, though. If he didn't have a 3k 9/9 guard in hand, at least.
Yeah, this is very much an anti-aggro list if I've ever seen one. It does have sabotage just in case you are going against second front or something like that, but primarily Hachiman's deck is anti-aggro, and I think Pancake is, because Pancake is playing like a chunkier aggro, that's a little bit slower, that gives Hachiman plenty of time to get set up with guards and stuff. I think it's definitely pretty difficult for the more aggressive deck here.
Now, Hachiman had a bit of a low roll on this Gachina last time. We might
Yeah, I think
see
it was
a
one.
trade.
I think it's for one.
Yeah, I think it grabbed a sickle if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he trades with that here. Looks like it.
Yeah, given that there's cards like Front Formation, Monasteer, Double Sabotage, like it has a pretty good rate of return. 3 is fine.
Yeah, I think 3 is probably close
Close
to
to
average.
average. Yeah.
Maybe average is like 4.
So, is there any way to set up to get like a more valuable unit with Ilyushin? Not really, because none of the infantry that you have are particularly valuable. Although, it would allow you to draw more cards if you traded in the Mechanized and then traded in the Ilyushin and then played SU. I don't know if that's what you need right now, but it is certainly an option.
It is an option. I do think this line is maybe a little better against Confusion, but all the lines are quite bad against Confusion.
Yeah, anytime
Very
where you
good.
get to grab that Ilyushin with Confusion, you're so happy.
Now, Rush is positioned to do a lot here. That's the one thing I can say for Pancake that is in his favor. But the odds are certainly stacked against him.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick look at the list, see what kind of cards are you looking for if you're Pancake here? What kind of cards would you want to be drawing? It looks like even the Soviet Japan list is playing one copy of Ite. So that would be
Okay.
nice to try and close out a game. Obviously like the little Cobras, the SUs, anything that you might get a little more value out of.
Every copy of Rush is great when you have a 2-house
Yes.
recon.
Yes. Yeah, Rush would be great here. It just straight up gets rid of 2 of the things and also makes really good progress on the 9/9.
Sickle is not bad. Maybe start with the recon trade, especially when you have resistances in your deck. You don't want to sickle first. Looking at maybe SU, sickling your own SU and trading into the 9/9.
Yeah, that's definitely an option, especially now that it's down to 8 health.
Well, not anymore because of it would be short 1 credit.
Ah. Yeah, I mean,
And
Pancake just is able to keep drawing and keep drawing and keep drawing. Like, Hachiman has so much better value per card, but if you're just able to continuously present threats every turn and still be looking at a full hand, it's pretty good.
and Hachiman has just been swimming in hammers and confusions, which is exactly what you want to see in the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the strategic focus. I'm curious how the front formation, if the front formation gets played, and if so, whether that continuous ping damage becomes relevant. I doubt it would be, but it also would be really disappointing if it was, so.
Now, you really want to hit the fighter with this rush. That's probably... I'm not sure if it's the worst target. It might be.
So, I guess, yeah, play the recon, play the rush, push up with mechanized. The T-3485, 1945 really was one of like the absolute best cards to come out of Homefront. Or not Homefront, Blood and Iron. That card is just so strong in such a variety of circumstances. The not being able to be suppressed, yeah.
And
What
of
an
course, we
absolute
do love
powerhouse.
the T-34 archetype deck.
It's definitely fun. It's definitely a lot of fun. I've had fun over the years trying to get it to work, especially when it was like not as good as it is within the past, year or so.
Yeah, the deck is pretty good, I think.
It's definitely
Now,
playable.
it's a little difficult to build because, when you see people playing it, you often see people running like every T-34 card, and not every T-34 is worth running. But...
Extended barrage on recon is interesting. Oh, okay,
because it's
just to make
lethal.
sure that you're able. Oh, that's such an interesting lethal line. I'm not sure that I would have seen that. It's hard to say. I'm pretty fatigued, but that is a really interesting lethal line. It's not every day that you see the extended barrage go go into a one defense unit, but that is going to tie it up. We're going to go to a game 5, which we've pretty much seen out of almost every match so far. So this is it. This is it.
Yeah, who cares
One
about
player.
value when you have lethal on board, right?
Yep. One player goes home, and one player will advance into the one of the last 2 loser bracket matches. So I guess last 8 remaining players, I think. My mental math is final 6. Final 6.
So I'm just looking at these mulligans. Hachiman, it looks like he's going to keep the Yagged Bomber, which surprises me, but is a really good keep considering that Pancake has kept the 4th guards.
True. But on the other hand, you are a little bit slow to the party when it comes to developing something of your own. choosing not even to go for the 96 infantry because you know that a turn or two later, you're gonna play something else. And
well, I
on
think
turn 3, you're gonna play the liberation, right? So you're not even gonna attack with the infantry, and then on turn 4, you're gonna play something, it'll die. So I guess that's thought process.
I think the main consideration was likely the possibility of recon plus rush.
Oh, yeah.
And with being able to attack on turn 3 with it with the blitz, this has appeared to work out quite well for Hachiman. Not that there was a rush in Pancake's hand to punish the other line.
hmm And this is the one awkward part about OTK decks, especially OTK decks that are less draw heavy, is that you can either have all of one of your 2 pieces stacked on the bottom of your deck, which happens in unfortunately high amount, or you can have them in an early state of the game, but then you don't really have a great way to combat this early aggro. Like, yeah, you can Schutzen into the 15th cavalry, but you're still going to be taking 7, no more than that. You're going to be taking 10 next turn, so.
I feel like Pancake has worked his way into a pretty good spot here. With the SU, with the Type 93, all these units in the front line. If I'm Pancake here, I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yeah. I mean, hitting for 10 plus being able to either A, play the 97th, or B, play an expansion. Both options seem pretty good, and this is the problem. This is the problem. You draw all of your OTK pieces, and there's not a lot you can do with it. Just gonna play the bomber to either A, gain 4 life, or B, be able to take stuff out next turn, probably the Type 93. Or alternatively go for the draw. What would you do here? It's tough.
I think for me it's Panzer III-H. I think you have one more turn alive on board, and I think typically if you're alive on board for another turn, you should probably wait for the healing and first develop the board as much as possible, or look for answers if you can't do that. When I saw the +1 attack on the fourth guards, I was like, oh, did it get Zhukov'd? But no, of course, that's just the Type 93. Although having a 10-10 in the front line obviously would be a big difference. Hachiman is smiling as if he thinks that it is over. It does seem...
It's dire. It's dire. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
pretend that it's not dire, but I really don't think that we can say it's over right this second.
No, I don't think it's over either. But it is really difficult to find the timing to do your combo.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems like maybe you hope that your opponent doesn't kill the Britannia, and then you go for. No, you'd still be
I
a
mean,
credit off from playing a 4 cost order.
either you are dead or the Britannia is dead. I don't think there's any other scenario other than your opponent draws 3 resistances that pin the front line.
Thanatron points out Hipper with 2 bombers is something you can do with 9 credits. Yeah, and that's not going to answer the 2 infantry. So I think we're going to see some draw out of Hachiman here.
So what can you draw though? Because
Yeah, you know
Crossfire
what?
just is not enough.
Maybe it's better to double call to the colonies and pray for Leo. Is Hachiman playing Leo? Let me check.
Hachiman already put Leo on the bottom of his deck with the Panzer Breed.
Oh. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe capitulation, you'd still be taking 5 the turn after. It's theoretically... Okay, so let's count. So we have 23 coming out next turn.
So
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
I
I
like
think you could.
this. You have some resistances in the opponent's deck. If you hit one of these big units, ooh, type 93 is not it. So that will just be lethal for Pancake. I liked Hachiman's line. It was ambitious, but it seemed like just about
Yeah,
his
it's
only
reasonable.
option.
Play for the win, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Fortune
and
favors the
Pancakes.
bold. Well said, Hachiman. I completely agree.
Yeah, Pancake will be advancing to the top 6, along with, let me double check their, what will be their opponent. I believe it will be 259.
It's all right.
And
Cover that in a moment. I have reappeared.
oh, perfect.
We are back. We cut very rapidly, but we're here. Yeah, wrapping yet another excellent match. Pancake progresses through. So that's it. That are the matches for the day. But let's take a look at the brackets and give some thoughts. So we're going to hop to the top bracket first, I believe. And have a look and see what we have got. Are you? So, meanwhile, excellent match again, and once more we saw some pretty good. I will say I did enjoy seeing the spectacular explosion of the Heinz deck. I've been hoping to see one of them kind of just blow up most of the day, and that was pretty cool to see.
And it's
Yeah,
not the typical Heinz deck explosion that we were expecting to see today, right? Like, it's the more unique version. Do you want to speak on that, Start?
Oh, no, I'll actually let you go ahead and speak on it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's a crazy explosion, but, you know, the other Heinz variant, you know, can explode just as much, if not maybe even more so. I'm not super confident saying that. Overall, though, Pancake's decks have been very different, very exciting, and performed well all at the same time, and that's about all you can ask for.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so much like just little variations that work in such a weird way. Plus, yeah, come on, 3 blitzkriegs. You've got to respect the fact that you're just going to pack the blitzkrieg for the blitzkrieg in case you miss your blitzkrieg. Although I will say, I did think, Starry, the call out on the possibility of sabotage showing the blitzkrieg, that's a little brutal. That would have hurt so much.
No. I said no. I want to clarify. I said I don't want that because like that would be like genuinely very disappointing, but it would be dramatic. It certainly would be dramatic.
I'm not going to lie, it would have made amazing TV,
Yeah,
but it would have been
exactly.
really, really brutal to see. Okay, I'm told that despite the fact that I'm giving our production team palpitations, we have the brackets available, so let's hop to the bracket. And we can see that, as you can see, at the top of the bracket, Taboo and C or Tsai have made their way through what has been a very busy day. We have seen a lot of 3-2s and very, very intensive play, and only the one 3-0 that we have seen in the top bracket. So it's definitely going to have been a punishing day for these players. Much the same story down at the lower bracket. We have seen continuous long matches, and 259, Pancake, HQT18 and Tweed Cargo will round out our final 6 for tomorrow's finals. I'm super excited. This is going to be really cool. And it is time for us to chat a little bit about those final six. I mean, I'm not going to lie, this is probably not the final six. I'm glad we're not doing brackets this year. I don't think this final six is particularly close to what would have been my pick. But I'm very excited to see some of these decks go forward, especially to see whether we still see the trend of it's fine, I can take a buff.
Yeah, I also probably would not have predicted this final six. Only not because any not because of my judgment of the players whatsoever, more so in that there are names that have consistently appeared for years and years and years in the competitive scene, and obviously my internal bias is going to go towards those players. But yeah, I mean, we've had a great showing from a lot of the newer players to the scene, and it's really encouraging, right? These I would say that this is encouraging in many ways. It shows that you can be a new player and you can develop really effective strategies and take down Goliaths of the card scene. B, you can also take down the Goliaths as far as decks go, right? A lot of people aren't banning buffs. A lot of people are not even taking second front, and when it is taken, it's certainly not like an auto win. I know that those are the two decks that people are struggling to figure out again. So maybe taking some inspiration from some of the solutions that people come up with here. Obviously, if you play against second front and you're playing something that is not streamlined, is slower, maybe still in testing, it's going to struggle. Same thing against buffs. But there are things you can do. There are very much things you can do to combat these decks. And yeah, it definitely shows that with preparation you can take down great challenges. So
Definitely. And I know Berto, like myself, is a massive fan of seeing really, really intensive play. And I will say, I don't think we've lacked for concentration and intensive play from the players today.
Certainly not.
It has been a long and brutal day for a lot of players, I think, but in an incredibly rewarding way. And yeah, I think we can take a lot from it. I have to do it because it's in my contract. What do we think? So we have the early predictions, and those have kind of sort of been blown out the water. Certainly mine was. What, Berto, looking at our final six, have you any predictions for tomorrow? Not just overall winner, but just in general.
I'll do you one better. I'm not going to predict who's going to win, but I'm going to say that Pancake is going to have some more incredible games that are very high intensity. I think, I mean, that is a kind of prediction. I'm not predicting how well he's going to do, but those decks lead to fireworks.
It's so true. Those decks don't leave you with any kind of disappointing game. Starry, what about you? Any particular pickouts for tomorrow?
yeah, part of it just has to do with the games that I was paying more close attention to because I was casting them. But the two people that I'm paying extra close attention to would be Taboo and Pancake. I think that I was really impressed by the play that I saw from both of them today, and so I'm definitely going to be having my eye on them as we move into tomorrow.
Absolutely. It will, of course, be another big old event for us. We will be back largely somewhere around the same time tomorrow with the casting team, the rest of the production team, and the finals of the KARDS World Championship. Do not miss out. Please come along, join us on Twitch, join our compatriots in China on Bilibili, and we will be crowning the 2025 KARDS World Championship. Until then, a massive thank you to the production team, to everyone at 1939 behind the scenes, and of course to my co-casters in their various time zones, some of whom I know had to get up very, very early, and we have all been rolling for north of 7 hours at this point. It has been a pleasure to host this. I look forward to being back tomorrow. As ever, take care of yourselves, be good human beings, and we'll see you tomorrow to crown the KARDS World Champion 2025.